After 20 Years by O. Henry. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. After 20 Years. The policeman on the beat moved up the avenue impressively. The impressiveness was habitual and not for show, for spectators were few. The time was barely 10 o'clock at night, but chilly gusts of wind with a taste of rain in them had well nigh depeopled the streets. Trying doors as he went, twirling his club with many intricate and artful movements, turning now and then to cast his watchful eye adown the Pacific thoroughfare, the officer, with his stalwart form and slight swagger, made a fine picture of a guardian of the peace. The vicinity was one that kept early hours. Now and then you might see the lights of a cigar store or of an all-night lunch counter, but the majority of the doors belonged to business places that had long since been closed. When about midway of a certain block, the policeman suddenly slowed his walk. In the doorway of a darkened hardware store, a man leaned with an unlighted cigar in his mouth. As the policeman walked up to him, the man spoke up quickly. "It's all right, officer," he said reassuringly. "I'm just waiting for a friend. It's an appointment made 20 years ago. Sounds a little funny to you, doesn't it? Well, I'll explain if you'd like to make certain it's all straight. About that long ago, there used to be a restaurant where this store stands, Big Joe Brady's restaurant. Until 5 years ago," said the policeman. "It was torn down then." The man in the doorway struck a match and lit his cigar. The light showed a pale, square-jawed face with keen eyes and a little white scar near his right eyebrow. His scarf pin was a large diamond, oddly set. 20 years ago tonight," said the man, "I dined here at Big Joe Brady's with Jimmy Wells, my best chum, and the finest chap in the world. He and I were raised here in New York, just like two brothers together. I was 18 and Jimmy was 20. The next morning I was to start for the West to make my fortune. You couldn't have dragged Jimmy out of New York. He thought it was the only place on earth. Well, we agreed that night that we would meet here again exactly 20 years from that date and time, no matter what our conditions might be or from what distance we might have to come. We figured that in 20 years, each of us ought to have our destiny worked out and our fortunes made, whatever they were going to be." "It sounds pretty interesting," said the policeman. "Rather a long time between meets, though, it seems to me. Haven't you heard from your friend since you left?" "Well, yes, for a time we corresponded," said the other, "but after a year or two we lost track of each other. You see, the West is a pretty big proposition, and I kept hustling around over it pretty lively. But I know Jimmy will meet me here if he's alive, for he always was the truest, staunchest old chap in the world. He'll never forget. I came 1,000 miles to stand in this door tonight, and it's worth it if my old partner turns up." The waiting man pulled out a handsome watch, the lids of it set with small diamonds. 3 minutes to 10, he announced. "It was exactly 10 o'clock when we parted here at the restaurant door." "Did pretty well out West, didn't you?" asked the policeman. "You bet. I hope Jimmy has done half as well. He was a kind of plotter, though, good fellow as he was. I've had to compete with some of the sharpest wits going to get my pile. A man gets in a groove in New York. It takes the West to put a razor edge on him." The policeman twirled his club and took a step or two. "I'll be on my way. Hope your friend comes around all right. Going to call time on him sharp?" "I should say not," said the other. "I'll give him half an hour at least. If Jimmy is alive on earth, he'll be here by that time. So long, officer." "Good night, sir," said the policeman, passing on along his beat, trying doors as he went. There was now a fine cold drizzle falling, and the wind had risen from its uncertain puffs into a steady blow. The few foot passengers astir in that quarter hurried dismally and silently along with coat collars turned high and pocketed hands. And in the door of the hardware store, the man who had come 1,000 miles to fill an appointment, uncertain almost to absurdity, with the friend of his youth, smoked his cigar and waited. About 20 minutes he waited, and then a tall man in a long overcoat, with collar turned up to his ears, hurried across from the opposite side of the street. He went directly to the waiting man. "Is that you, Bob?" he asked doubtfully. "Is that you, Jimmy Wells?" cried the man in the door. "Bless my heart!" exclaimed the new arrival, grasping both the other's hands with his own. "It's Bob, sure as fate. I was certain I'd find you here if you were still in existence. Well, 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 20 years is a long time. The old restaurant's gone, Bob. I wish it had lasted, so we could have had another dinner there. How has the West treated you, old man?" "Bully. It has given me everything I asked it for. You've changed lots, Jimmy. I never thought you were so tall by 2 or 3 inches. Oh, I grew a bit after I was 20. Doing well in New York, Jimmy?" "Moderately. I have a position in one of the city departments. Come on, Bob. We'll go round to a place I know of and have a good long talk about old times." The two men started up the street, arm in arm. The man from the West, his egotism enlarged by success, was beginning to outline the history of his career. The other, submerged in his overcoat, listened with interest. At the corner stood a drugstore, brilliant with electric lights. When they came into this glare, each of them turned simultaneously to gaze upon the other's face. The man from the West stopped suddenly and released his arm. "You're not Jimmy Wells," he snapped. 20 years is a long time, but not long enough to change a man's nose from a Roman to a pug. "It sometimes changes a good man into a bad one," said the tall man. "You've been under arrest for 10 minutes, Silky Bob. Chicago thinks you may have dropped over our way and wires us she wants to have a chat with you. Going quietly, are you? That's sensible. Now, before we go on to the station, here's a note I was asked to hand you. You may read it here, at the window. It's from Patrolman Wells." The man from the West unfolded the little piece of paper handed him. His hand was steady when he began to read, but it trembled a little by the time he had finished. The note was rather short. "Bob, I was at the appointed place on time. When you struck the match to light your cigar, I saw it was the face of the man wanted in Chicago. Somehow I couldn't do it myself, so I went around and got a plainclothes man to do the job. Jimmy." End of After 20 Years.
In Another Country by Ernest Hemingway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. In Another Country by Ernest Hemingway. In the fall, the war was always there, but we did not go to it anymore. It was cold in the fall in Milan, and the dark came very early. Then the electric lights came on, and it was pleasant along the streets, looking in the windows. There was much game hanging outside the shops, and the snow powdered the fur of the foxes, and the wind blew their tails. The deer hung stiff and heavy and empty, and the small birds blew in the wind, and the wind turned their feathers. It was a cold fall, and the wind came down from the mountains. We were all at the hospital every afternoon, and there were different ways of walking across the town through the dusk to the hospital. 2 of the ways were alongside canals, but they were long. Always, though, you crossed a bridge across a canal to enter the hospital. There was a choice of 3 bridges. On one of them, a woman sold roasted chestnuts. It was warm, standing in front of her charcoal fire, and the chestnuts were warm afterward in your pocket. The hospital was very old and very beautiful, and you entered through a gate and walked across a courtyard, and out a gate on the other side. There were usually funerals starting from the courtyard. Beyond the old hospital were the new brick pavilions, and there we met every afternoon, and were all very polite and interested in what was the matter, and sat in the machines that were going to make so much difference. The doctor came up to the machine where I was sitting and said, "What did you like best to do before the war? Did you practice a sport?" I said, "Yes, football." Good, he said. You will be able to play football again better than ever. My knee did not bend, and the leg dropped straight from the knee to the ankle without a calf. And the machine was to bend the knee and make it move, as in riding a tricycle. But it did not bend yet, and instead the machine lurched when it came to the bending part. The doctor said, "That will all pass. You are a fortunate young man. You will play football again like a champion." In the next machine was a major who had a little hand like a baby's. He winked at me when the doctor examined his hand, which was between two leather straps that bound up and down and flapped the stiff fingers, and said, "And will I too play football, Captain Doctor?" He had been a great fencer, and before the war, the greatest fencer in Italy. The doctor went to his office in the back room and brought a photograph which showed a hand that had been withered almost as small as the major's, before it had taken a machine course, and after was a little larger. The major held the photograph with his good hand and looked at it very carefully. "A wound?" he asked. "An industrial accident," the doctor said. "Very interesting, very interesting," the major said, and handed it back to the doctor. "You have confidence?" "No," said the major. There were 3 boys who came each day, who were about the same age I was. They were all 3 from Milan, and one of them was to be a lawyer, one was to be a painter, and one had intended to become a soldier. And after we were finished with the machines, sometimes we walked back together to the Café Cova, which was next door to the Scala. We walked a short way through the communist quarter because we were 4 together. The people hated us because we were officers, and from a wine shop someone would call out, "E basso gli ufficiali," as we passed. Another boy, who walked with us sometimes and made us 5, wore a black silk handkerchief across his face because he had no nose then, and his face was to be rebuilt. He had gone out to the front from the military academy and been wounded within an hour after he had gone to the front line for the first time. They rebuilt his face, but he came from a very old family, and they would never get the nose exactly right. He went to South America and worked at a bank. But this was a long time ago, and then we did not any of us know how it was going to be afterward. We only knew then that there was always the war, and that we were not going to it any more. We all had the same medals, except the boy with the black silk bandage across his face, and he had not been at the front long enough to get any medals. The tall boy with the pale face, who was to be a lawyer, had been a lieutenant of Arditi, and had 3 medals of the sort we each had only 1 of. He had lived a very long time with death, and was a little detached. We were all a little detached, and there was nothing which held us together except that we met every afternoon at the hospital. Although, as we walked to the Cova through the tough part of town, walking in the dark with light and singing coming out of the wine shops, and sometimes having to walk into the street when the men and women would crowd together on the sidewalk so that we would have had to jostle them to get by, we felt held together by there being something that had happened that they, the people who disliked us, did not understand. We ourselves all understood the Cova, where it was rich and warm and not too brightly lighted, and noisy and smoky at certain hours, and there were always girls at the tables and the illustrated papers on the rack on the wall. The girls at the Cova were very patriotic, and I found that the most patriotic people in Italy were the cafe girls, and I believe they are still patriotic. The boys, at first, were very polite about my medals, and asked me what I had done to get them. I showed them the papers, which were written in very beautiful language, and were full of fratellanza and abnegation, but which really said, with the adjectives removed, that I had been given the medals because I was an American. After that, their manner changed a little toward me, although I was their friend against outsiders. I was a friend, but I was never really one of them after they had read the citations, because it had been different with them, and they had done very different things to get their medals. I had been wounded, it was true, but we all knew that being wounded, after all, was really an accident. I was never ashamed of the ribbons, though, and sometimes, after the cocktail hour, I would imagine myself having done all the things they had done to get their medals. But, walking home at night through the empty streets with the cold wind and all the shops closed, trying to get near the street lights, I knew that I would never have done such things, and I was very much afraid to die, and often lay in bed at night by myself, afraid to die, and wondering how I would be when I got back to the front again. The three with medals were all hunting hawks, and I was not a hawk, although I might seem a hawk to those who had never hunted. They, the three, knew better, and so we drifted apart. But I stayed good friends with the boy who had been wounded his first day at the front, because he would never know now how he would have turned out. So he could never be accepted either, and I liked him because I thought perhaps he would not have turned out to be a hawk either. The major, who had been the great fencer, did not believe in bravery, and spent much of the time while we sat in the machines correcting my grammar. He had complimented me on how I spoke Italian, and we talked together very easily. One day I said that Italian seemed such an easy language to me that I could not take very much interest in it. Everything was so easy to say. "Ah, yes," the major said. "Why then do you not take up the use of grammar?" So we took up the use of grammar, and soon Italian was such a difficult language that I was afraid to talk to him until I had the grammar straight in my mind. The major came very regularly to the hospital. I do not think he ever missed a day, although I am sure he did not believe in the machines. There was a time when none of us believed in the machines, and one day the major said it was all nonsense. The machines were new then, and it was we who were to prove them. It was an idiotic idea, he said, a theory like another. I had not learned my grammar, and he said I was a stupid, impossible disgrace, and he was a fool to have bothered with me. He was a small man, and he sat straight up in his chair, with his right hand thrust into the machine, and looked straight ahead at the wall while the straps thumped up and down with his fingers in them. "What will you do when the war is over, if it is over?" he asked me. "Speak grammatically?" "I will go home to the States." "Are you married?" "No, but I hope to be." "The more of a fool you are," he said. He seemed very angry. "A man must not marry." "Why, Signor Maggiore?" "Don't call me Signor Maggiore." "Why must not a man marry?" "He cannot marry," he said angrily. "If he is to lose everything, he should not place himself in a position to lose. He should find things that he cannot lose." He spoke very angrily and bitterly, and looked straight ahead while he talked. "But why should he necessarily lose it?" "He'll lose it," the major said. He was looking at the wall. Then he looked down at the machine and jerked his little hand out from between the straps and slapped it hard against his thigh. "He'll lose it," he almost shouted. "Don't argue with me." Then he called the attendant who ran the machines. "Come and turn this damn thing off." He went back into the other room for the light treatment and massage. Then I heard him ask the doctor if he might use his telephone, and he shut the door. When he came back into the room, I was sitting in another machine. He was wearing his cape and had his cap on, and he came directly toward my machine and put his arms on my shoulder. "I'm so sorry," he said, and patted me on the shoulder with his good hand. "I would not be rude. My wife has just died. You must forgive me." "Oh," I said, feeling sick for him. "I am so sorry." He stood there, biting his lower lip. "It is very difficult," he said. "I cannot resign myself." He looked past me and out through the window. Then he began to cry. "I am utterly unable to resign myself," he said, and choked. And then, crying, his head up, looking at nothing, carrying himself straight and soldierly, with tears on both of his cheeks, and biting his lip, he walked past the machines and out the door. The doctor told me that the major's wife, who was very young, and whom he had not married until he was definitely invalided out of the war, had died of pneumonia. She had been sick only a few days. No one expected her to die. The major did not come to the hospital for 3 days. Then he came at the usual hour, wearing a black band on the sleeve of his uniform. When he came back, there were large framed photographs around the wall of all sorts of wounds before and after they had been cured by the machines. In front of the machine the major used were 3 photographs of hands like his that were completely restored. I do not know where the doctor got them. I always understood we were the first to use the machines. The photographs did not make much difference to the major, because he only looked out the window. The end of In Another Country by Ernest Hemingway.
Eeldrop and Appleplex by T.S. Eliot. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Eeldrop and Appleplex by T.S. Eliot. Chapter 1. Eeldrop and Appleplex rented 2 small rooms in a disreputable part of town. Here they sometimes came at nightfall, here they sometimes slept, and after they had slept, they cooked oatmeal and departed in the morning for destinations unknown to each other. They sometimes slept, more often they talked, or looked out of the window. They had chosen the rooms and the neighborhood with great care. There are evil neighborhoods of noise, and evil neighborhoods of silence, and Eeldrop and Appleplex preferred the latter as being the more evil. It was a shady street, its windows were heavily curtained, and over it hung the cloud of a respectability which has something to conceal. Yet it had the advantage of more riotous neighborhoods nearby, and Eeldrop and Appleplex commanded from their windows the entrance of a police station across the way. This alone possessed an irresistible appeal in their eyes. From time to time the silence of the street was broken. Whenever a malefactor was apprehended, a wave of excitement curled into the street and broke upon the doors of the police station. Then the inhabitants of the street would linger in dressing gowns upon their doorsteps. Then alien visitors would linger in the street in cabs long after the centre of misery had been engulfed in his cell. Then Eeldrop and Appleplex would break off their discourse and rush out to mingle with the mob. Each pursued his own line of inquiry. Appleplex, who had the gift of an extraordinary address with the lower classes of both sexes, questioned the onlookers and usually extracted full and inconsistent histories. Eeldrop preserved a more passive demeanour, listened to the conversation of the people among themselves, registered in his mind their oaths, their redundance of phrase, their various manners of spitting, and the cries of the victim from the hall of justice within. When the crowd dispersed, Eeldrop and Appleplex returned to their rooms. Appleplex entered the results of his inquiries into large notebooks, filed according to the nature of the case, from A. Adultery to Y. Yeggman. Eeldrop smoked reflectively. It may be added that Eeldrop was a skeptic with a taste of mysticism, and Appleplex a materialist with a leaning toward skepticism. That Eeldrop was learned in theology, and that Appleplex studied the physical and biological sciences. There was a common motive which led Eeldrop and Appleplex thus to separate themselves from time to time from the fields of their daily employments and their ordinarily social activities. Both were endeavouring to escape not the commonplace, respectable, or even the domestic, but the too well pigeon-holed, too taken for granted, too highly systematized areas, and, in the language of those who they sought to avoid, they wished to apprehend the human soul in its concrete individuality. "Why," said Eeldrop, "was that fat Spaniard who sat at the table with us this evening and listened to our conversation with occasional curiosity, why was he himself for a moment an object of interest to us? He wore his napkin tucked into his chin, he made unpleasant noises while eating, and while not eating, his way of crumbling bread between fat fingers made me extremely nervous. He wore a waistcoat, café au lait, and black boots with brown tops. He was oppressively gross and vulgar. He belonged to a type. He could easily be classified in any town of provincial Spain. Yet, under the circumstances, when we had been discussing marriage, and he suddenly leaned forward and exclaimed, 'I was married once myself,' we were able to detach him from his classification and regard him for a moment as a unique being, a soul, however insignificant, with a history of its own, once for all. It is these moments which we prize, and which alone are revealing. For any vital truth is incapable of being applied to another case, the essential is unique. Perhaps that is why it is so neglected, because it is useless. What we learned about that Spaniard is incapable of being applied to any other Spaniard, or even recalled in words. With the decline of orthodox theology and its admirable theory of the soul, the unique importance of events has vanished. A man is only important as he is classed. Hence, there is no tragedy, or no appreciation of tragedy, which is the same thing. We had been talking of young Bestwick, who 3 months ago married his mother's housemaid, and now is aware of the fact. Who appreciates the truth of the matter? Not the relatives, for they are only moved by affection, by regard for Bestwick's interests, and chiefly by their collective feeling of family disgrace. Not the generous-minded and thoughtful outsider, who regards it merely as evidence for the necessity of divorce law reform. Bestwick is classed among the unhappily married, but what Bestwick feels when he wakes up in the morning, which is the great important fact, no detached outsider conceives. The awful importance of the ruin of a life is overlooked. Men are only allowed to be happy or miserable in classes. In Gopsom Street, a man murders his mistress. The important fact is that for the man the act is eternal, and that for the brief space he has to live, he is already dead. He is already in a different world from ours. He has crossed the frontier. The important fact is that something is done which cannot be undone, a possibility which none of us realize until we face it ourselves. For the man's neighbours, the important fact is what the man killed her with, and at precisely what time, and who found the body. For the enlightened public, the case is merely evidence for the drain question, or unemployment, or some other category of things to be reformed. But the medieval world, insisting on the eternity of punishment, expressed something nearer the truth. "What you say," replied Appleplex, "commands my measured adherence. I should think, in the case of the Spaniard, and in the many other interesting cases which have come under our attention at the door of the police station, what we grasp in the moment of pure observation on which we pride ourselves is not alien to the principle of classification, but deeper. We could, if we liked, make excellent comment upon the nature of provincial Spaniards, or of destitution, as misery is called by the philanthropists, or on homes for working girls. But such is not our intention. We aim at experience in the particular centres in which alone it is evil. We avoid classification. We do not deny it, but when a man is classified, something is lost. The majority of mankind live on paper currency. They use terms which are merely good for so much reality they never see actual coinage." "I should go even further than that," said Eeldrop. "The majority not only have no language to express anything save generalized man, they are for the most part unaware of themselves as anything but generalized man. They are first of all government officials, or pillars of the church, or trade unionists, or poets, or unemployed. This cataloguing is not only satisfactory to other people for practical purposes, it is sufficient to themselves for their life of the spirit. Many are not quite real at any moment. When Wallstrip married, I am sure he said to himself, 'Now I am consummating the union of two of the best families in Philadelphia.'" "The question is," said Appleplex, "what is to be your philosophy? This must be settled at once. Mrs. Haugston recommends me to read Bergson. He writes very entertainingly on the structure of the eye of the frog." "Not at all," interrupted his friend. "Our philosophy is quite irrelevant. The essential is that our philosophy should spring from our point of view, and not return upon itself to explain our point of view. A philosophy about intuition is somewhat less likely to be intuitive than any other. We must avoid having a platform." "But at least," said Appleplex, "we are—" "Individualists, no, nor anti-intellectualists. These also are labels. The individualist is a member of a mob as fully as any other man, and the mob of individualists is the most unpleasing, because it has the least character. Nietzsche was a mob man, just as Bergson is an intellectualist. We cannot escape the label, but let it be one which carries no distinction and arouses no self-consciousness. Sufficient that we should find simple labels, and not further exploit them. I am, I confess to you, in private life, a bank clerk, and should, according to your own view, have a wife, 3 children, and a vegetable garden in a suburb," said Appleplex. "Such is precisely the case," returned Eeldrop, "but I had not thought it necessary to mention this biographical detail. As it is Saturday night, I shall return to my suburb. Tomorrow will be spent in that garden." "I shall pay my call on Mrs. Haugston," murmured Appleplex. Chapter 2. The suburban evening was grey and yellow on Sunday. The gardens of the small houses to left and right were rank with ivy and tall grass and lilac bushes. The tropical South London verdure was dusty above and mouldy below. The tepid air swarmed with flies. Eeldrop at the window welcomed the smoky smell of lilac, the gramophones, the choir of the Baptist chapel, and the sight of 3 small girls playing cards on the steps of the police station. "On such a night as this," said Eeldrop, "I often think of Scheherazade, and wonder what has become of her." Appleplex rose without speaking, and turned to the files which contained the documents for his Survey of Contemporary Society. He removed the file marked London from between the files Barcelona and Boston, where it had been misplaced, and turned over the papers rapidly. "The lady you mention," he rejoined at last, "whom I have listed not under S, but as Edith, alias Scheherazade, has left but few evidences in my possession. Here is an old laundry account which she left for you to pay, a check drawn by her and marked R.D., a letter from her mother in Honolulu on ruled paper, a poem written on a restaurant bill to Attis, and a letter by herself on Lady Equistep's best note paper containing some damaging but entertaining information about Lady Equistep. Then there are my own few observations on 2 sheets of foolscap." "Edith," murmured Eeldrop, who had not been attending to this catalogue. "I wonder what has become of her. Not pleasure, but fullness of life. To burn ever with a heart gem-like flame. Those were her words. What curiosity and passion for experience! Perhaps that flame has burned itself out by now." "You ought to inform yourself better," said Appleplex severely. "Edith dines sometimes with Mrs. Hogsden, who tells me that her passion for experience has taken her to a Russian pianist in Bayswater. She is also said to be present often at the anarchist tea-rooms, and can usually be found in the evening at the Café de l'Orangerie." "Well," replied Eeldrop, "I confess that I prefer to wonder what has become of her. I do not like to think of her future. Scheherazade grown old. I see her grown very plump, full-bosomed, with blonde hair, living in a small flat with a maid, walking in the park with a Pekingese, motoring with a Jewish stockbroker, with a fierce appetite for food and drink, when all other appetite is gone, all other appetite gone except the insatiable increasing appetite of vanity, rolling on 2 wide legs, rolling in motor cars, rolling toward a diabetic end in a seaside watering place." "Just now you saw that bright flame burning itself out," said Appleplex. "Now you see it guttering thickly, which proves that your vision was founded on imagination, not on feeling, and the passion for experience. Have you remained so impregnably pre-Raphaelite as to believe in that? What real person with the genuine resources of instinct has ever believed in the passion for experience? The passion for experience is a criticism of the sincere, a creed only of the histrionic. The passionate person is passionate about this or that, perhaps about the least significant things, but not about experience. But Marius, Des Esseintes, Edith? But consider," said Eeldrop, attentive only to the facts of Edith's history, and perhaps missing the point of Appleplex's remarks, "her usual career. The daughter of a piano tuner in Honolulu, she secured a scholarship at the University of California, where she graduated with honors in social ethics. She then married a celebrated billiard professional in San Francisco, after an acquaintance of 12 hours, lived with him for 2 days, joined a musical comedy chorus, and was divorced in Nevada. She turned up several years later in Paris, and was known to all the Americans and English at the Café du Dôme as Mrs. Short. She reappeared in London as Mrs. Griffiths, published a small volume of verse, and was accepted in several circles known to us, and now, as I still insist, she has disappeared from society altogether." "The memory of Scheherazade," said Appleplex, "is to me that of bird's custard and prunes in a Bloomsbury boarding-house. It is not my intention to represent Edith as merely disreputable. Neither is she a tragic figure. I want to know why she misses. I cannot altogether analyze her into a combination of known elements, but I fail to touch anything definitely unanalyzable. Is Edith, in spite of her romantic past, pursuing steadily some hidden purpose of her own? Are her migrations and eccentricities the sign of some unguessed consistency? I find in her a quantity of shrewd observation, an excellent fund of criticism, but I cannot connect them into any peculiar vision. Her sarcasm at the expense of her friends is delightful, but I doubt whether it is more than an attempt to mold herself from outside by the impact of hostilities to emphasize her isolation. Everyone says of her, how perfectly impenetrable. I suspect that within there is only the confusion of a dusty garret. I test people, said Eeldrop, by the way in which I imagine them as waking up in the morning. I am not drawing upon memory when I imagine Edith waking to a room strewn with clothes, papers, cosmetics, letters, and a few books, the smell of Violette de Parme and stale tobacco. The sunlight beating in through broken blinds, the broken blinds keeping out the sun until Edith can compel herself to attend to another day. Yet the vision does not give me much pain. I think of her as an artist without the slightest artistic power. The artistic temperament, began Appleplex. No, not that, Eeldrop snatched away the opportunity. I mean that what holds the artist together is the work which he does. Separate him from his work, and he either disintegrates or solidifies. There is no interest in the artist apart from his work. And there are, as you said, those people who provide material for the artist. Now Edith's poem, To a Tis, proves beyond the shadow of a doubt that she is not an artist. On the other hand, I have often thought of her, as I thought this evening, as presenting possibilities for poetic purposes. But the people who can be material for art must have in them something unconscious, something which they do not fully realize or understand. Edith, in spite of what is called her impenetrable mask, presents herself too well. I cannot use her. She uses herself too fully. Partly for the same reason, I think, she fails to be an artist. She does not live at all upon instinct. The artist is part of him a drifter, at the mercy of impressions, and another part of him allows this to happen for the sake of making use of the unhappy creature. But in Edith, the division is merely the rational, the cold and detached part of the artist, itself divided. Her material, her experience, that is already a mental product, already digested by reason. Hence Edith, I only at this moment arrive at understanding, is really the most orderly person in existence, and the most rational. Nothing ever happens to her. Everything that happens is her own doing. And hence also, continued Appleplex, catching up the thread, Edith is the least detached of all persons, since to be detached is to be detached from one's self, to stand by and criticize coldly one's own passions and vicissitudes. But in Edith, the critic is coaching the combatant. Edith is not unhappy. She is dissatisfied, perhaps. But again I say, she is not tragic. She is too rational, and in her career there is no progression, no decline or degeneration. Her condition is once and for always. There is and will be no catastrophe. But I am tired. I still wonder what Edith and Mrs. Hogston have in common. This invites the consideration, you may not perceive the connection, of sets and society, a subject which we can pursue tomorrow night. Appleplex looked a little embarrassed. I am dining with Mrs. Hogston, he said, but I will reflect upon the topic before I see you again. End of Eeldrop and Appleplex by T.S. Eliot.
Had to be Settled, from Best Short Stories, collected by Thomas L. Mason. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Had to be Settled, from Best Short Stories, collected by Thomas L. Mason. Johnny, it was very wrong of you and the boy next door to fight. We couldn't help it, Father. Could you not have settled your differences by a peaceful discussion of the matter, calling in the assistance of an unprejudiced opinion if need be? No, Father. He was sure he could whip me, and I was sure I could whip him, and there was only one way to find out. The end of Had to be Settled.
Her Lover by Maxim Gorky. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Lee Vogler. An acquaintance of mine once told me the following story. When I was a student at Moscow, I happened to live alongside of one of those ladies whose repute is questionable. She was a Pole, and they called her Teresa. She was a tallish, powerfully built brunette, with black, bushy eyebrows and a large, coarse face, as if carved out by a hatchet. The bestial gleam of her dark eyes, her thick bass voice, her cabman-like gait, and her immense muscular vigor, worthy of a fishwife, inspired me with horror. I lived on the top flight, and her garret was opposite to mine. I never left my door open when I knew her to be at home. But this, after all, was a very rare occurrence. Sometimes I chanced to meet her on the staircase or in the yard, and she would smile upon me with a smile which seemed to be sly and cynical. Occasionally I saw her drunk, with bleary eyes, tousled hair, and a particularly hideous grin. On such occasions she would speak to me. "Howdy do, Mr. Student," and her stupid laugh would still further intensify my loathing of her. I should have liked to have changed my quarters in order to have avoided such encounters and greetings, but my little chamber was a nice one, and there was such a wide view from the window, and it was always so quiet in the street below, so I endured. And one morning I was sprawling on my couch, trying to find some sort of excuse for not attending my class, when the door opened, and the bass voice of Teresa the Loathsome resounded from my threshold. "Good health to you, Mr. Student." "What do you want?" I said. I saw that her face was confused and supplicatory. It was a very unusual sort of face for her. "Sir, I want to beg a favor of you. Will you grant it to me?" I lay there silent and thought to myself, "Gracious, courage, my boy." "I want to send a letter home, that's what it is," she said. Her voice was beseeching, soft, timid. "Deuce take you," I thought, but I jumped up, sat down at my table, took a sheet of paper, and said, "Come here, sit down and dictate." She came and sat down very gingerly on a chair and looked at me with a guilty look. "Well, to whom do you want to write?" "To Boleslav Kashput, at the town of Septvizana on Moorshaw Road." "Well, fire away." "My dear Bowles, my darling, my faithful lover, may the Mother of God protect thee, thou heart of gold. Why hast thou not written for such a long time to thy sorrowing little dove, Teresa?" I very nearly burst out laughing. A sorrowing little dove, more than 5 feet high, with fists of stone and more in weight, and as black a face as if the dove had lived all its life in a chimney and never once washed itself. Restraining myself somehow, I asked, "Who's this Bolest?" "Bowles, Mr. Student," she said, as if offended with me for blundering over the name. "He is Bowles, my young man." "Young man? Why are you so surprised, sir? Can't I, a girl, have a young man?" She, a girl? Well, "Oh, why not?" I said. "All things are possible." "And has he been your young man long?" 6 years. "Oh ho," I thought, "let us write your letter." And I tell you plainly that I would willingly have changed places with this Bowles if his fair correspondent had not been Teresa, but something less than she. "I thank you most heartily, sir, for your kind services," said Teresa to me with a curtsy. "Perhaps I can show you some service, eh?" "No, I most humbly thank you all the same. Perhaps, sir, your shirts or your trousers might want a little mending?" I felt that this mastodon in petticoats had made me grow quite red with shame, and I told her pretty sharply that I had no need whatever of her services. She departed. A week or two passed away. It was evening. I was sitting at my window whistling and thinking of some expedient for enabling me to get away from myself. I was bored. The weather was dirty. I didn't want to go out. And out of sheer ennui, I began a course of self-analysis and reflection. It also was dull enough work, but I didn't care about doing anything else. Then the door opened. Heaven be praised. Someone came in. "Oh, Mr. Student, you have no pressing business, I hope." It was Teresa. Humph. "No, what is it?" "I was going to ask you, sir, to write me another letter." "Very well. To Bowles, eh?" "No, this time it's from him." "What?" "Stupid that I am. It is not for me, Mr. Student. I beg your pardon. It is for a friend of mine, that is to say, not a friend, but an acquaintance, a man acquaintance. He has a sweetheart just like me here, Teresa. That is how it is. Will you, sir, write a letter to this Teresa?" I looked at her. Her face was troubled. Her fingers were trembling. I was a bit fogged at first, and then I guessed how it was. "Look here, my lady," I said. "There are no Bowleses or Teresas at all, and you've been telling me a pack of lies. Don't you come sneaking about me any longer. I have no wish to cultivate your acquaintance. Do you understand?" And suddenly she grew strangely terrified and distraught, and she began to shift from foot to foot without moving from the place, and sputtered comically as if she wanted to say something and couldn't. I waited to see what would come of all this, and I saw and felt that apparently I had made a great mistake in suspecting her of wishing to draw me from the path of righteousness. It was evidently something very different. "Mr. Student," she began, and suddenly, waving her hand, she turned abruptly toward the door and went out. I remained with a very unpleasant feeling in my mind. I listened. Her door was flung violently to. Plainly the poor wretch was very angry. I thought it over and resolved to go to her, and, inviting her to come in here, write everything she wanted. I entered her apartment. I looked around. She was sitting at the table, leaning on her elbows, with her head in her hands. "Listen to me," I said. Now, whenever I come to this point in my story, I always feel horribly awkward and idiotic. Well. "Listen to me," I said. She leapt from her seat and came toward me with flashing eyes, and laying her hands on my shoulders began to whisper, or rather hum, in her peculiar bass voice. "Look you, it's like this. There's no Bowles at all, and there's no Teresa either. But what's that to you? Is it a hard thing for you to draw your pen over paper? Eh? Ah, and you too, still such a little fair-haired boy. There's nobody at all, neither Bowles nor Teresa, only me. There, you have it, and much good may it do you." "Pardon me," I said, altogether flabbergasted by such a reception. "What is it all about? There's no Bowles, you say?" "No, so it is." "And no Teresa either?" "And no Teresa. I'm Teresa." I didn't understand it at all. I fixed my eyes upon her and tried to make out which of us was taking leave of his or her senses. But she went again to the table, searched about for something, came back to me, and said in an offended tone, "If it was so hard for you to write to Bowles, look, there's your letter, take it. Others will write for me." I looked. In her hand was my letter to Bowles. Phew! "Listen, Teresa, what is the meaning of all this? Why must you get others to write for you when I've already written it, and you haven't sent it?" "Sent it where?" "Why, to this Bowles." "There is no such person." I absolutely did not understand. There was nothing for me but to spit and go. Then she explained. "What is it?" she said, still offended. "There's no such person, I tell you." And she extended her arms as if she herself did not understand why there should be no such person. "But I wanted him to be. Am I then not a human creature like the rest of them?" Yes, I know, of course. Yet no harm was done to anyone by writing to him that I can see." "Pardon me, to whom?" "To Bowles, of course. But he doesn't exist." Alas, but what if he doesn't? He doesn't exist, but he might. I write him, and it looks like he did exist. And Teresa, that's me, and he replies to me, and then I write to him again. I understood at last, and I felt so sick, so miserable, so ashamed somehow. Alongside of me, not 3 yards away, lived a human creature who had nobody in the world to treat her kindly, affectionately, and this human being had invented a friend for herself. Look now, you wrote me a letter to Bowles, and I gave it to someone else to read it to me, and when they read it to me, I listened and fancied that Bowles was there. And I asked you to write me a letter from Bowles to Teresa, that's me. When they write such a letter for me and read it to me, I feel quite sure that Bowles is there, and life grows easier for me in consequence. Deuce take you for a blockhead, I said to myself when I heard this, and from thenceforth, regularly, twice a week, I wrote a letter to Bowles, and an answer from Bowles to Teresa. I wrote those answers well. She, of course, listened to them, and wept like anything, roared, I should say, with her bass voice. In return for my thus moving her to tears by real letters from an imaginary Bowles, she began to mend the holes I had in my socks, shirts, and other articles of clothing. Subsequently, about 3 months after this history began, they put her in prison for something or another. No doubt, by this time she is dead. My acquaintance shook the ash from his cigarette, looked pensively up at the sky, and thus concluded, Well, well, the more a human creature has tasted of bitter things, the more it hungers after the sweet things of life. And we, wrapped round in rags of our own virtues, and regarding others through the mist of our self-sufficiency, and persuaded of our universal impeccability, do not understand this. And the whole thing turns out pretty stupidly and very cruelly. The fallen classes, we say. And who are the fallen classes, I should like to know? They are, first of all, people with the same bones, flesh, and blood and nerves as our own. We have been told this day after day for ages, and we actually listen, and the devil only knows how hideous the whole thing is. Or are we completely depraved by the loud sermonizing of humanism? In reality, we also are fallen folks, and, so far as I can see, very deeply fallen off into the abyss of self-sufficiency and the conviction of our own superiority. But enough of this. It is all as old as the hills, so old that it is a shame to speak of it. Very old indeed. Yes, that's what it is. End of Her Lover.
The Man Without a Temperament by Katherine Mansfield. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Marina 47. He stood at the hall door, turning the heavy signet ring upon his little finger, while his glance travelled coolly, deliberately, over the round tables and basket chairs scattered about the glassed-in veranda. He pursed his lips. He might have been going to whistle, but he did not whistle, only turned the ring on his pink, freshly washed hands. Over in the corner sat the two Topknots, drinking a decoction they always drank at this hour, something whitish, grayish, in glasses, with little husks floating on the top, and rooting in a tin full of paper shavings for pieces of speckled biscuit, which they broke, dropped into the glasses, and fished for with spoons. Their two coils of knitting, like two snakes, slumbered beside the tray. The American woman sat where she always sat, against the glass wall, in the shadow of a great creeping thing with wide-open purple eyes that flattened itself against the glass, hungrily watching her. And she knew it was there. She knew it was looking at her just that way. She played up to it. She gave herself little airs. Sometimes she even pointed at it, crying, "Isn't that the most terrible thing you've ever seen? Isn't that ghoulish?" It was on the other side of the veranda, after all. And besides, it couldn't touch her, could it, Clemenceau? She was an American woman, wasn't she, Clemenceau? And she'd just go right away to her consul. Clemenceau curled in her lap, with her torn antique brocade bag, a grubby handkerchief, and a pile of letters from home on top of him, sneezed for reply. The other tables were empty. A glance passed between the American and the top-knots. She gave a foreign little shrug. They waved an understanding biscuit. But he saw nothing. Now he was still. Now from his eyes you saw he listened. Hoo-ee zip zoo sounded the lift. The iron cage clanged open. Light dragging steps sounded across the hall, coming towards him. A hand like a leaf fell on his shoulder. A soft voice said, "Let's go and sit over there, where we can see the drive. The trees are so lovely." And he moved forward with the hand still on his shoulder and the light dragging steps beside his. He pulled out a chair and she sank into it, slowly, leaning her head against the back, her arms falling along the sides. "Won't you bring the other up closer? It's such miles away." But he did not move. "Where's your shawl?" he asked. "Oh," she gave a little groan of dismay. "How silly I am. I've left it upstairs on the bed. Never mind. Please don't go for it. I shan't want it. I know I shan't." "You'd better have it." And he turned and swiftly crossed the veranda into the dim hall with its scarlet plush and gilt furniture. Conjurer's furniture. Its notice of services at the English church. Its green baize board with the unclaimed letters climbing the black lattice. Huge presentation clock that struck the hours at the half-hours. Bundles of sticks and umbrellas and sunshades in the clasp of a brown wooden bear. Past the two crippled palms. Two ancient beggars at the foot of the staircase. Up the marble stairs 3 at a time. Past the life-size group on the landing of 2 stout peasant children with their marble pennies full of marble grapes. And along the corridor, with its piled-up wreckage of old tin boxes, leather trunks, canvas hold-alls, to their room. The servant girl was in their room, singing loudly while she emptied soapy water into a pail. The windows were open wide, the shutters put back, and the light glared in. She had thrown the carpets and the big white pillows over the balcony rails. The nets were looped up from the beds. On the writing table there stood a pan of fluff and match ends. When she saw him, her small, impudent eyes snapped and her singing changed to humming. But he gave no sign. His eyes searched the glaring room. Where the devil was the shawl? "Vous désirez, monsieur?" mocked the servant girl. No answer. He had seen it. He strode across the room, grabbed the gray cobweb and went out, banging the door. The servant girl's voice at its loudest and shrillest followed him along the corridor. "Oh, there you are. What happened? What kept you? The tea's here, you see. I've just sent Antonio off for the hot water. Isn't it extraordinary? I must have told him about it 60 times at least, and still he doesn't bring it. Thank you. That's very nice. One does just feel the air when one bends forward." "Thanks." He took his tea and sat down in the other chair. "No, nothing to eat." "Oh, do. Just one. You had so little at lunch, and it's hours before dinner." Her shawl dropped off as she bent forward to hand him the biscuits. He took one and put it in his saucer. "Oh, those trees along the drive," she cried. "I could look at them forever. They're like the most exquisite huge ferns. And you see that one with the gray-silver bark and the clusters of cream-colored flowers? I pulled down ahead of them yesterday to smell, and the scent—" She shut her eyes at the memory, and her voice thinned away, faint, airy, was like freshly ground nutmegs. A little pause. She turned to him and smiled. "You do know what nutmegs smell like, do you, Robert?" And he smiled back at her. "Now, how am I going to prove to you that I do?" Back came Antonio with not only the hot water, with letters on a salver and 3 rolls of paper. "Oh, the post! Oh, how lovely! Oh, Robert, they mustn't be all for you. Have they just come, Antonio?" Her thin hands flew up and hovered over the letters that Antonio offered her, bending forward. "Just at this moment, signora," grinned Antonio. "I took them from the postman myself. I made the postman give them for me." "Noble Antonio," laughed she. "There, those are mine, Robert. The rest are yours." Antonio wheeled sharply, stiffened. The grin went out of his face. His striped linen jacket and his flat gleaming fringe made him look like a wooden doll. Mr. Salesby put the letters into his pocket. The papers lay on the table. He turned the signet ring on his little finger and stared in front of him, blinking, vacant. But she, with her teacup in one hand, the sheets of thin paper in the other, her head tilted back, her lips open, a brush of bright color on her cheekbones, sipped, drank. "From Lottie," came her soft murmur. "Poor dear, such trouble. Left foot. She thought neuritis. Dr. Blythe. Flat foot. Massage. So many robins this year. Made most satisfactory. Indian kernel. Every grain of rice separate. Very heavy fall of snow." And her wide-lighted eyes looked up from the letter. "Snow, Robert, think of it." And she touched the little dark violets pinned on her thin bosom and went back to the letter. Snow. Snow in London. Milly with the early morning cup of tea. "There's been a terrible fall of snow in the night, sir." "Oh, has there, Milly?" The curtains ring apart, letting in the pale, reluctant light. He raises himself in the bed. He catches a glimpse of the solid houses opposite framed in white, of their window boxes full of great sprays of white coral. In the bathroom, overlooking the back garden. Snow, heavy snow over everything. The lawn is covered with a wavy pattern of cat's paws. There is a thick, thick icing on the garden table. The withered pods of the laburnum tree are white tassels. Only here and there in the ivy is a dark leaf showing. Warming his back at the dining room fire, the paper drying over a chair. Milly with the bacon. "Oh, if you please, sir, there's 2 little boys come as will do the steps and front for a shilling. Shall I let them?" And then flying lightly, lightly down the stairs, Ginny. "Oh, Robert, isn't it wonderful? Oh, what a pity it has to melt. Where's the pussy wee?" "I'll get him from Milly." "Milly, you might just hand me up the kitten if you've got him down there." "Very good, sir." He feels the little beating heart under his hand. "Come on, old chap, your missus wants you." "Oh, Robert, do show him the snow, his first snow. Shall I open the window and give him a little piece on his paw to hold?" "Well, that's very satisfactory on the whole. Very. Poor Lottie. Darling Anne. How I only wish I could send them something of this," she cried, waving her letters at the brilliant, dazzling garden. "More tea, Robert? Robert, dear, more tea?" "No, thanks, no. It was very good," he drawled. "Well, mine wasn't. Mine was just like chopped hay. Oh, here comes the honeymoon couple." Half striding, half running, carrying a basket between them and rods and lines, they came up the drive, up the shallow steps. "My, have you been out fishing?" cried the American woman. They were out of breath. They panted. Yes, we've been out in a little boat all day. We've caught 7. 4 are good to eat, but 3 we shall give away to the children." Mrs. Salesby turned her chair to look. The top knots laid the snakes down. They were a very dark young couple, black hair, olive skin, brilliant eyes and teeth. He was dressed English fashion in a flannel jacket, white trousers and shoes. Round his neck he wore a silk scarf. His head, with his hair brushed back, was bare, and he kept mopping his forehead, rubbing his hands with a brilliant handkerchief. Her white skirt had a patch of wet. Her neck and throat were stained a deep pink. When she lifted her arms, big half-hoops of perspiration showed under her armpits. Her hair clung in wet curls to her cheeks. She looked as though her young husband had been dipping her in the sea and fishing her out again to dry in the sun, and then in with her again all day. "Would Clement so like a fish?" they cried. Their laughing voices, charged with excitement, beat against the glassed-in veranda like birds, and a strange saltish smell came from the basket. "You will sleep well tonight," said a topknot, picking her ear with a knitting needle while the other topknot smiled and nodded. The honeymoon couple looked at each other. A great wave seemed to go over them. They gasped, gulped, staggered a little, and then came up laughing. "We cannot go upstairs. We are too tired. We must have tea just as we are. Here, coffee. No, tea. No, coffee. Tea. Coffee, Antonio." Mrs. Sailsby turned. "Robert! Robert!" Where was he? He wasn't there. Oh, there he was at the other end of the veranda, with his back turned, smoking a cigarette. "Robert, shall we go for our little turn?" "Right." He stumped the cigarette into an ashtray and sauntered over, his eyes on the ground. "Will you be warm enough?" "Oh, quite. Sure." "Well," she put her hand on his arm, "perhaps," and gave his arm the faintest pressure. "It's not upstairs. It's only in the hall. Perhaps you'd get me my cape. Hanging up." He came back with it, and she bent her small head while he dropped it on her shoulders. Then, very stiff, he offered her his arm. She bowed sweetly to the people on the veranda while he just covered a yawn, and they went down the steps together. "Vous avez-vous ça?" said the American woman. "He is not a man," said the two topknots. "He is an ox. I say to my sister in the morning, and at night when we are in bed, I tell her, 'No man is he, but an ox.'" Wheeling, tumbling, swooping, the laughter of the honeymoon couple dashed against the glass of the veranda. The sun was still high. Every leaf, every flower in the garden lay open, motionless, as if exhausted, and a sweet, rich, rank smell filled the quivering air. Out of the thick, fleshy leaves of a cactus there rose an aloe stem, loaded with pale flowers that looked as though they had been cut out of butter. Light flashed upon the lifted spears of the palms. Over a bed of scarlet waxen flowers some big black insects zoomed. A great gaudy creeper, orange splashed with jet, sprawled against a wall. "I don't need my cape after all," said she. "It's really too warm." So he took it off and carried it over his arm. "Let us go down this path here. I feel so well today, marvelously better. Good heavens, look at those children. And to think it's November." In a corner of the garden there were 2 brimming tubs of water. 3 little girls, having thoughtfully taken off their drawers and hung them on a bush, their skirts clasped to their waists, were standing in the tubs and tramping up and down. They screamed, their hair fell over their faces, they splashed one another. But suddenly the smallest, who had a tub to herself, glanced up and saw who was looking. For a moment she seemed overcome with terror. Then clumsily she struggled and strained out of her tub, and still holding her clothes above her waist, "The Englishman! The Englishman!" she shrieked and fled away to hide. Shrieking and screaming, the other 2 followed her. In a moment they were gone. In a moment there was nothing but the 2 brimming tubs and their little drawers on the bush. "How very extraordinary," said she. "What made them so frightened? Surely they were much too young to—" She looked up at him. She thought he looked pale, but wonderfully handsome with that great tropical tree behind him with its long spiked thorns. For a moment he did not answer. Then he met her glance, and smiling his slow smile, "Très rum," said he. "Très rum." Oh, she felt quite faint. Oh, why should she love him so much just because he said a thing like that? Très rum. That was Robert all over. Nobody else but Robert could ever say such a thing. To be so wonderful, so brilliant, so learned, and then to say in that queer, boyish voice, she could have wept. "You know, you're very absurd sometimes," said she. "I am," he answered, and they walked on. But she was tired. She had had enough. She did not want to walk any more. "Leave me here and go for a little constitutional, won't you? I'll be in one of these long chairs. What a good thing you've got my cape. You won't have to go upstairs for a rug." "Thank you, Robert. I shall look at that delicious heliotrope. You won't be gone long?" "No, no. You don't mind being left?" "Silly. I want you to go. I can't expect you to drag after your invalid wife every minute. How long will you be?" He took out his watch. "It's just after 4:30. I'll be back at 5:15. "Back at 5:15," she repeated, and she lay still in the long chair and folded her hands. He turned away. Suddenly he was back again. "Look here, would you like my watch?" And he dangled it before her. "Oh!" She caught her breath. "Very, very much." And she clasped the watch, the warm watch, the darling watch in her fingers. "Now go quickly." The gates of the pension Villa Excelsior were open wide, jammed open against some bold geraniums. Stooping a little, staring straight ahead, walking swiftly, he passed through them and began climbing the hill that wound behind the town like a great rope looping the villas together. The dust lay thick. A carriage came bowling along, driving towards the Excelsior. In it sat the General and the Countess. They had been for his daily airing. Mr. Salesby stepped to one side, but the dust beat up, thick, white, stifling like wool. The Countess just had time to nudge the General. "There he goes," she said spitefully. But the General gave a loud caw and refused to look. "It is the Englishman," said the driver, turning round and smiling. And the Countess threw up her hands and nodded so amiably that he spat with satisfaction and gave the stumbling horse a cut. On, on, past the finest villas in the town, magnificent palaces, palaces worth coming any distance to see, past the public gardens with the carved grottos and statues and stone animals drinking at the fountain, into a poorer quarter. Here the road ran narrow and foul between high, lean houses, the ground floors of which were scooped and hollowed into stables and carpenters' shops. At a fountain ahead of him 2 old hags were beating linen. As he passed them they squatted back on their haunches, stared, and then their "ah-hack-cack-cack" with the slap, slap of the stone on the linen sounded after him. He reached the top of the hill. He turned a corner and the town was hidden. Down he looked into a deep valley with a dried-up riverbed at the bottom. This side and that was covered with small, dilapidated houses that had broken stone verandas where the fruit lay drying, tomato lanes in the garden, and from the gates to the doors a trellis of vines. The late sunlight, deep, golden, lay in the cup of the valley. There was a smell of charcoal in the air. In the gardens the men were cutting grapes. He watched a man standing in the greenish shade, raising up, holding a black cluster in one hand, taking the knife from his belt, cutting, laying the bunch in a flat boat-shaped basket. The man worked leisurely, silently, taking hundreds of years over the job. On the hedges on the other side of the road there were grapes small as berries, growing wild, growing among the stones. He leaned against a wall, filled his pipe, put a match to it. Leaned across the gate, turned up the collar of his mackintosh. It was going to rain. It didn't matter, he was prepared for it. You didn't expect anything else in November. He looked over the bare field. From the corner by the gate there came the smell of Swedes, a great stack of them, wet, rank-coloured. 2 men passed walking towards the straggling village. Good day, good day. By Jove, he had to hurry if he was going to catch that train home. Over the gate, across the field, over the stile, into the lane, swinging along in the drifting rain and dusk. Just home in time for a bath and a change before supper. In the drawing-room, Ginny is sitting pretty nearly in the fire. "Oh, Robert, I didn't hear you come in. Did you have a good time? How nice you smell. A present?" "Some bits of blackberry I picked for you. Pretty colour." "Oh, lovely, Robert. Dennis and Beatty are coming to supper." "Supper. Cold beef. Potatoes in their jackets. Claret. Household bread. They're gay. Everybody's laughing." "Oh, we all know Robert," says Dennis, breathing on his eyeglasses and polishing them. "By the way, Dennis, I picked up a very jolly little edition of—" A clock struck. He wheeled sharply. What time was it? 5? 1/4 past? Back the way he came. As he passed through the gates he saw her on the lookout. She got up, waved, and slowly she came to meet him, dragging the heavy cape. In her hand she carried a spray of heliotrope. "You're late," she cried gaily. "You're 3 minutes late. Here's your watch. It's been very good while you were away. Did you have a nice time? Was it lovely? Tell me, where did you go?" "I say, put this on," he said, taking the cape from her. "Yes, I will. Yes, it's getting chilly. Shall we go up to our room?" When they reached the lift she was coughing. He frowned. "It's nothing. I haven't been out too late. Don't be cross." She sat down on one of the red plush chairs while he rang and rang, and then, getting no answer, kept his finger on the bell. "Oh, Robert, do you think you ought to?" "Ought to what?" The door of the salon opened. "What is that? Who is making that noise?" sounded from within. Clemenceau began to yelp. "Ka, ka, ka," came from the general. A top-knot darted out with one hand to her ear, opened the staff door. "Mr. Queet," she bawled. That brought the manager up at a run. "Is that you ringing the bell, Mr. Salesby? Do you want the lift? Very good, sir. I'll take you up myself. Antonio wouldn't have been a minute. He was just taking off his apron." And having ushered them in, the oily manager went to the door of the salon. "Very sorry you should have been troubled, ladies and gentlemen." Salesby stood in the cage, sucking in his cheeks, staring at the ceiling and turning the signet ring on his little finger. Arrived in their room, he went swiftly over to the washstand, shook the bottle, poured her out a dose, and brought it across. "Sit down, drink it, and don't talk." And he stood over her while she obeyed. Then he took the glass, rinsed it, and put it back in its case. "Would you like a cushion?" "No, I'm quite all right. Come over here. Sit down by me just a minute, will you, Robert? Ah, that's very nice." She turned and thrust the piece of heliotrope in the lapel of his coat. "That," she said, "is most becoming." And then she leaned her head against his shoulder, and he put his arm round her. "Robert," her voice like a sigh, like a breath. "Yes." They sat there for a long while. The sky flamed, paled. The 2 white beds were like 2 ships. At last he heard the servant girl running along the corridor with the hot water cans, and gently he released her and turned on the light. "Oh, what time is it? Oh, what a heavenly evening. Oh, Robert, I was thinking while you were away this afternoon." They were the last couple to enter the dining room. The Countess was there with her lorgnette and her fan. The General was there with his special chair and the air cushion and the small rug over his knees. The American woman was there showing Clemenceau a copy of the Saturday Evening Post. "We're having a feast of reason and a flow of soul." The The two top-knots were there, feeling over the peaches and the pears in their dish of fruit, and putting aside all they considered unripe or overripe to show to the manager. And the honeymoon couple leaned across the table, whispering, trying not to burst out laughing. Mr. Queet, in everyday clothes and white canvas shoes, served the soup, and Antonio, in full evening dress, handed it round. "No," said the American woman. "Take it away, Antonio. We can't eat soup. We can't eat anything mushy, can we, Clemenceau?" "Take them back and fill them to the rim," said the top-knots, and they turned and watched while Antonio delivered the message. "What is it? Rice? Is it cooked?" The Countess peered through her lorgnette. "Mr. Queet, the General can have some of this soup if it is cooked." "Very good, Countess." The honeymoon couple had their fish instead. "Give me that one. That's the one I caught. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Well, it's looking at me with its eye, so it must be." Their feet were locked together under the table.
"Robert, you're not eating again. Is anything the matter?"
"No, off food, that's all."
"Oh, what a bother. There are eggs and spinach coming. You don't like spinach, do you? I must tell them in future."
"An egg and mashed potatoes for the General." "Mr. Queet, Mr. Queet." "Yes, Countess." "The General's egg's too hard again." "Ka, ka, ka." "Very sorry, Countess. Shall I have you another cooked, General?" They are the first to leave the dining room. She rises, gathering her shawl, and he stands aside, waiting for her to pass, turning the ring, turning the signet ring on his little finger. In the hall, Mr. Queet hovers. "I thought you might not want to wait for the lift. Antonio's just serving the finger bowls. And I'm sorry the bell won't ring. It's out of order. I can't think what's happened."
"Oh, I do hope,"
from her. "Get in," says he. Mr. Queet steps after them and slams the door.
"Robert, do you mind if I go to bed very soon? Won't you go down to the salon or out into the garden? Or perhaps you might smoke a cigar on the balcony. It's lovely out there, and I like cigar smoke. I always did. But if you'd rather—"
"No, I'll sit here." He takes a chair and sits on the balcony. He hears her moving about in the room, lightly, lightly, moving and rustling. Then she comes over to him.
"Good night, Robert."
"Good night." He takes her hand and kisses the palm. "Don't catch cold." The sky is the color of jade. There are a great many stars. An enormous white moon hangs over the garden. Far away, lightning flutters like a wing, flutters like a broken bird that tries to fly and sinks again and again struggles. The lights from the salon shine across the garden path, and there is the sound of a piano. And once the American woman, opening the French window to let Clemenceau into the garden, cries, "Have you seen this moon?" But nobody answers. He gets very cold sitting there, staring at the balcony rail. Finally he comes inside. The moon. The room is painted white with moonlight. The light trembles in the mirrors. The two beds seem to float. She is asleep. He sees her through the nets, half sitting, banked up with pillows, her white hands crossed on the sheet. Her white cheeks, her fair hair pressed against the pillow, are silvered over. He undresses quickly, stealthily, and gets into bed. Lying there, his hands clasped behind his head. In his study, late summer, the Virginia creeper just on the turn. "Well, my dear chap, that's the whole story. That's the long and the short of it. If she can't cut away for the next 2 years and give a decent climate a chance, she don't stand a dog's show. Better be frank about these things." "Oh, certainly." "And hang it all, old man, what's to prevent you going with her? It isn't as though you've got a regular job like us wage earners. You can do what you do wherever you are." 2 years. "Yes, I should give it 2 years. You'll have no trouble about letting this house, you know. As a matter of fact—" He is with her.
"Robert, the awful thing is, I suppose it's my illness. I simply feel I could not go alone.
You see, you're everything. You're bread and wine, Robert, bread and wine. Oh, my darling, what am I saying? Of course I could. Of course I won't take you away. He hears her stirring. Does she want something? Boogles? Good Lord, she's talking in her sleep. They haven't used that name for years. Boogles, are you awake? Yes, do you want anything? Oh, I'm going to be a bother. I'm so sorry. Do you mind? There's a wretched mosquito inside my net. I can hear him singing. Would you catch him? I don't want to move because of my heart. No, don't move. Stay where you are. He switches on the light, lifts the net. Where is the little beggar? Have you spotted him? Yes, there, over by the corner. Oh, I do feel such a fiend to have dragged you out of bed. Do you mind dreadfully? No, of course not. For a moment he hovers in his blue and white pajamas. Then, got him, he said. Oh, good. Was he a juicy one? Beastly. He went over to the washstand and dipped his fingers in water. Are you all right now? Shall I switch off the light? Yes, please. No, Boogles. Come back here a moment. Sit down by me. Give me your hand. She turns his signet ring. Why weren't you asleep? Boogles, listen. Come closer. I sometimes wonder, do you mind awfully being out here with me? He bends down. He kisses her. He tucks her in. He smooths the pillow. Rot, he whispers. End of The Man Without a Temperament by Katherine Mansfield.
My First Battle, A Surgeon's Story, by Adam Mickiewicz, translated by Jimmy O'Regan. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Piotr. They envy Attila, who fought 1,000 battles, and in the 1,000th still felt that which he called gaudia certaminum, that is, the delight in the slaughter. Oh, that old general was a lecher of blood. As far as I am concerned, holding the rank of light artillery sergeant, I confess that I was truly in love with war, but only during the first week of my military career, and that only one single time I tasted Attila's delight. For that reason, my honeymoon and first battle will never leave my memory. The first battle has the most particular similarity to first love. How many hopes, how many illusions, before this ceremonial action which resolves the fate of nations, any recruit feels obliged to play at least a role as a hero of history or a romance. It finally comes to the trial, and you stand before it with impatience and a certain anxiety, experiencing once mortal terror, then again a crazed joy. Now fear pierces you, now the pride of the triumphant picks you up. In 1 hour you pass through crowds of emotions, and you collect keepsakes for your whole life. But in order to feel it in full force, you must have the heart of a virgin, the heart of a recruit. Someone said that every man can compose a good romance, telling only the simple story of his first love. This insight encourages me to describe the first battle in which I was. You need to know that this battle is only an episode of a famous war, and that in it we achieved a great victory, and that in its time it won us the admiration of the European people. Admittedly, these are times long past, because people have well forgotten both about our defeats and about our triumphs. In spite of this, the Polish soldier will never forget about the Battle of Stoczek. After the revolution of the 29th of November, note 1830, end of note, I decided to join the ranks, and I pondered whether to the infantry or to the cavalry. To make a definite choice, I ran through the streets of Warsaw, eyeing closely the uniforms of several regiments. I stopped ahead of a battalion of grenadiers, who marched in tight rows, silently, in order, and seriously, each mustachioed, with chevrons on his shoulders. These were the remains of the Napoleonic legions. As they passed, they were yielded to with the utmost respect, and they were whispering in the crowd, "There are my soldiers, there are our defenders." I envy them, I thought. It's a beautiful thing to be a grenadier. And I approached the division, and having taken the place beside the drummer, I marched in the grenadier's step, singling out the commander, to whom I immediately wished to offer my services. Suddenly, on the other side of the street, a new military meteor appeared to me. He was a Cracus, on a white horse, in a white sukmana, in a red cap with a white feather, which cut like a swan through black waves of crowding townsfolk. Note: Cracus, a soldier of the Krakowian cavalry. Cracus is an alternative name of Krak, the legendary founder of Krakow, and is used to refer to an inhabitant of the city. Sukmana, a type of tunic of Turkish influence, typical of Krakow. End of note. He turned his horse beautifully. He welcomed pedestrians with a nod, with cavalrymen squeezed hands, and to beautiful ladies, standing in windows, sent grateful kisses. All eyes turned towards him, men clapped, women smiled in silence, and the beautiful Cracus became the god of the moment. It came to my mind right away that a Cracus's uniform at my age and height would suit me better, and so my true calling manifested itself. God had made me a Cracus. So I turned in the direction of the cavalry barracks, but halfway across the road I fell into the immeasurable crowd, who captured me into itself and bore towards the toll booths. The people pressed to meet the newly approaching rows. A stranger figure rode at the front. It was an old Capuchin in habit and on a horse, in one hand a lance, and the other blessing people with a cross, who kissed his legs. Behind the Capuchin followed 1,000 archers from the Augustów forests. They had slung double-barreled guns and badger-skin bags with claws and bared teeth, whitening on green jackets. Another 1,000 villagers, armed with crooked scythes and axes, brought up the rear of the procession. Never had the entrance of the most beautiful regiments, even the entrance of Prince Yusuf at the head of victorious legions, aroused such enthusiasm as this, with which the people of Warsaw greeted badger-skin bags and bark clogs. Now there wasn't applause or smiles, but shouts, thundering hurrah and blessings mixed with loud crying. Because the people, surprised by their own instincts, could seize the noble and beautiful side of the image. At the sight of these priests, of these farmers who had left monastic cells and their forests in order to beat the enemies of the homeland, people understood the whole horror of danger, and also comprehended with complete trust that it was the only means of defense. I was overcome by a sudden temptation to steal immediately behind the scythe or double-barreled gun, and to join the row with the peasants in order to share with them the triumphant entry to the capital. But how to do it? How to fit myself in with the bold and taunting movements of the Mazovian scythe-bearers, or the grim expressions and wild shooters from the Niemen? How to match them in the height and breadth of their backs? Amongst these giants I would look like a rabbit among wolves. So what will I do with myself? Should I be a Cracus or a grenadier? This uncertainty cost me dearly. A colonel of my acquaintance met me in passing, and patting me on the shoulder said, "I am in command of a guerrilla unit. Some of my people have already left for the field. I myself am setting off today from Warsaw. I need gunners. Perhaps you know where I can find them?" "I know about one," I said, assuming a military posture. "You need a gunner. Here you have him." "Agreed," the colonel said. "Put on a uniform, and be at my place this evening at 10 o'clock exactly. Do you understand?" Soldiers were being recruited in this manner during the uprising. That day, at 11 at night, I marched in uniform by the cannons. During the march we trained ourselves in the use of weapons, and I added so much urgency that after 3 days I was appointed sergeant, and a cannon was placed under my orders. The envious claimed that I had owed my rank to the colonel's peculiar considerations. After all, I myself was surprised, confused, and almost ashamed at such a sudden promotion. My head spun, and only after a few hours of astonishment did I start to feel the influence of my new dignity. Involuntarily I adopted a martial and more serious face. Having gravely stretched my right hand, I laid it on my property, on the muzzle of the cannon. This large piece of bronze, I thought to myself, will be a pillar in the temple of my fame, will be the first step of my knightly profession, or perhaps even lead me to the throne. A well-aimed cannon often settles the fate of a war. And how did Napoleon get his start, if not as a gunner? Full of these dreams, I fell in love with my bronze cannon as with a young girl, and from then on I was always beside her. I examined her defects and attributes, I debated character, and got to know most precisely her entire composition and nature, physical as moral. She is so well engraved in my memory that I could paint her portrait from memory. I knew sound of her voice so well that I could have recognized it amongst the roar of the liveliest cannonade, even if it were Leipzig or Ostrołęka. My beloved cannon, what happened to you? Into whose hands did you fall? Certainly nobody will caress you as I did. Only that thought comforts me. She was admittedly a little 8-pounder, but to me she was huge, as she was pregnant with my entire future, as well settled, simple to maneuver, and with a strangely accurate shot. A whole day was barely enough for me in fulfilling my duties by the beloved cannon, and at night I didn't stop thinking about the object of my love. And so, one night I dreamed of battle, and who did I see opposite me? Field Marshal von Diebitsch. At once I take aim, poof, and my cannonball cuts him in two. I took off to tear off his head and carry it still warm to our commander-in-chief, Prince Radziwiłł, but the corpse of von Diebitsch was so heavily defended that until I awoke completely into reality, instead of the head of the Muscovite leader, I held the head of the gunner sleeping opposite me. Another night a worse thing happened to me. I dreamed that the Muscovite cavalry fell on us unexpectedly. They killed me in advance, then cut down my gunners, and finally a Muscovite cuirassier mounted my cannon like a horse and started to plug it, looking at me with contemptuous eyes. Then I felt all the torments of the husband of Lucretia and the torments of the father of Virginia. Although I was already a cold and stiff corpse, nevertheless I gathered all my strength to give some sign of life, and adjusting to myself, I managed at last to scream so strongly that I both woke myself and alarmed the entire camp. Having jumped to my feet, and just as day was beginning to break, my eyes seek my cannon, and I see with no little joy that she's there, that she sits free and calm on her carriage. Her open jaws seemed to draw the coolness of the morning, and the gleaming surface reflected the first rays of sunshine. I lay down again on the wet ground, but this time, as a precaution, I held on to a spoke. So passed a whole week, my first week after marrying the beautiful 8-pounder, the honeymoon of an artillery sergeant, the happiest week of my life. I kept busy every moment, in the belief that I had already achieved the purpose of my existence in the world. My soul went completely into the beloved cannon. Meanwhile we drew closer and closer to the banks of the Vistula. Ice was already giving way in many places, and here and there you could see water appearing. Our colonel, with a long pole in his hand, was first to go through the ice, wading in the water up to his knees. Then he ordered us to follow him. Follow him with our cannons over such weak ice? At this order I went pale as death, because our entire military future could drown. In the end we passed happily, and we stopped on the opposite bank with the shout, "Long live Poland!" That same evening saw the joining of the corps with the front sent from Warsaw. They awaited us impatiently, because young soldiers have an elevated opinion of the power of artillery, and it worried them very much that on the eve of the expected battle they had no cannons. Having heard the rattle of cannon wheels, the whole camp lost possession of itself in joy, Our artillery approaches! Long live the artillery!" They called from all sides, and ran to meet us, and placed us in the center of the camp. We also enthusiastically greeted our comrades. Until then marching in loneliness, now we were in a crowd of brave soldiers, whose number gave itself significance to the eye. That raised our confidence. Only altogether there weren't more than 12 squadrons, filling a wide area. Proudly we looked at the forest of stuck lances, on which new flags sparkled with colours, still not knowing blood or dust. After a cheerful and grand supper we lay down to sleep, swung with the sound of military music and the singing of the mazurka. At dawn, when our corps entered the village, mixed shouts reached us. We pulled in. They sent for reconnaissance, and it turned out that these were the shouts of victory. The first triumph! You should have seen how pleased we were with them. 3 Cossacks, bearded, disarmed, walked with heads lowered and with sour expressions. As they went by us, our young soldiers jeered at them, cursed or threatened. And I had a desire to do the same, but the duty attached to the rank didn't permit it, so severely reprimanding them, I said, "Poles, respect misfortune. The fate of war is often doubtful. Death to our enemies, mercy to the conquered. Long live Poland!" The soldiers calmed down, taken aback by the nobility of my emotions and sententious eloquence. For some time my attention turned to one old gunner riding beside me, who constantly climbed in his stirrups, lifted his head, neck craned over the shoulders of his comrades. "What are you looking at, Mateusz?" "At those beasts, sergeant. May the hangman take them," and pointed his finger at hills which were ahead of us. I saw then how something was blackening the hilltop. Were they bushes or the caps of the Muscovite infantry? I didn't have time to look longer, because the officers came running, calling with all their might, "Forward, artillery! Stand in position!" We moved, every horse jumping. A cannon shot, and the ball, having killed one of our horses, rained earth on us and flew onwards, ricocheting. We occupied the hill, directly opposite the enemy, who doubled fire. A wide plain, surrounded by bushes and forest, stretched before us. In the centre of it, on the hill, rolled a Muscovite battery of 12 heavy-gauge cannons, who powdered us with cannonballs and grenades. Behind the battery you could see thick ranks of cavalry standing motionless. Our cavalry similarly stood calmly, leaving time for the operations of the artillery. I noticed that soldiers of different weapons throughout the battle preserved the stance and the facial expression characteristic of themselves. And as the artilleryman has neither the cavalry's extravagance nor the infantry's impatience, but attentive to command, fast and accurate amid all the commotion, appearing calm, though his eyes burned with the smoke, bloodshot, eyebrows furrowed, face pale, mouth clenched, speech short and hard, expressing fierce, suppressed and concentrated fury. In the middle of this fire, even though death swept past their heads, they didn't stop making jokes. Every time each cannonball ricocheted, the young soldiers made a point of talking to it and to give it advice. A ricocheting cannonball can be seen from afar as it jumps across the field, so if it was going to one side, to the left, they were calling to it, "Where are you going, blind man? Get to the right." And if it was going straight, they encouraged it, "Good, good." And so they spoke to it until it felt right in the middle of the enemy line, and then they were applauding it. I don't know now how many hours that cannonade lasted, although we passed each other feverishly beside the cannon. In the same way this play lasted too long to not wish for nightfall. The Russian artillery had an obvious advantage over us, both in numbers and in cannon gauge. They had already hit a few of our people, many were wounded, but everyone, although extremely tired, equally didn't sink in spirits, and nobody even thought about retreat. Suddenly, from the left, cannons roared terribly. The Muscovites had played a new battery right there. which fired at us from the side. We turned 2 of our cannons against this new threat, with whom we needed to chat. But our position was becoming more and more unpleasant, because 6 field cannons to answer 20 heavy-gauge cannons is no small matter. Our soldiers, at the sight of this imbalance of power, seemed to be stirred. Now their movements weakened, now our shots happened less frequently, and what's more, the anecdotes and jokes ceased completely. It seems that our commander was waiting until the Muscovites separated their forces in order to profit from that moment and strike them, I suppose, although they aren't tempting themselves to debate the battle plan. I only know that at the most critical moment we heard from the left a horse's hoofbeat rushing at a gallop, and a few minutes later that second battery went silent when it was conquered. Our commander turned around and dashed to the main strength of our troops, calling, "Forward at a trot! Everyone forward!" And our entire cavalry, drawn up in 2 rows, moved out, passing our battery. "They are going to charge!" cried our gunners, and at once we ceased firing. How did it look? The young lancers, with eager gaze, fevered face, burst impatiently forward, but advised or unadvised, they still needed to obey the strict orders of the commander, who still repeated, "Trot! Forward! Trot!" You could see from the movements of the flags how feverishly the soldiers' hands were twitching. In the end the trumpets sounded, flags descended, and now they kicked themselves off towards the enemy. "Forward! Gallop! Everyone forward!" They took off. We stayed by our cannons, doing nothing, and even thinking nothing. The artillery, recently so busy and noisy, now seemed to be petrified. Our souls flew far and rested on the tips of the lances. Now the Muscovites are close. Already the Muscovite ranks are deploying in order to receive them. The gunners climbed on the gun carriages, on the ammunition carts, and stare into space, looking ahead with gaping mouths. It was so quiet that you could hear the flight of a fly. Each of us felt that on this clash hung our fate, the fate of our army, perhaps even our homeland. It was a moment of expectation and terrible uncertainty, luckily lasting only a few minutes. Our cavalry clashed with the Muscovites on the high ground, both lines clashed with each other and mixed. In the whole of this mass it boiled, and the whole mass disappeared, like a dust cloud driven by the wind. I don't know who, but someone among us shouted at the top of his lungs. That shout broke the deathly silence, because he proclaimed victory. However, nobody accompanied him. Because we, young soldiers, still we weren't understanding nor guessing the outcome of this battle, but besides that we feared to yield to premature joy. "Wait," someone or other said, "as yet there's nothing certain, nothing to be seen. Everyone seems to have disappeared." Finally, the part of the mass that we could see, as it vanished from our sight, started to come towards us. By their colors we recognized our lancers, and by the war cry, "Poland is not yet lost." Note: the first line of Dąbrowski's Mazurka, now the national anthem of Poland. End of note. Now there's no doubt, victory is ours. The approaching mass presented a peculiar spectacle. In it you could see a lot of foot soldiers with diverse weapons, in addition wagons, ammunition carts, artillery pieces. There were Muscovite prisoners, captured with the artillery, and the whole encampment. I wouldn't be able to describe our joy, this frantic joy. How can it be? Their whole artillery, this mighty artillery in our hands. We rushed headlong upon these cans, pressing them, caressing them, and I myself for a moment forgot about my love, the 8-pounder. Beautiful they were, these Russian cannons, so huge, new, well-mounted, and stocked with everything. "Look, sergeant," the gunner Mateusz called out, "look at what red, shining cannons these cursed Muscovites have." I started with a delicate hand to stroke the polished bronze surface, and everyone repeated in chorus, "Oh, but how these Muscovite cans do shine!" And what a caliber, noticed one gunner. That's the caliber for me. That's no pea-shooter. I started measuring the muzzle of the cannon, and the soldiers repeated, "Those jaws are no joke." Then, when we started examining the harness, then again they called as a choir, "Oh, what sturdy straps those cursed Muscovites have!" Nobody will guess in the end what caused us the greatest joy. It was none other than ordinary oats, taken as spoils. Our cavalry didn't have any more fodder, but the Muscovites had it in ample amounts. Their wagons, caissons, gun carriages even, were full of oats. Soldiers rushed on them hungrily, filling sacks with them, cartridge cases, pockets, and saying that they had never seen such beautiful oats. The leader rode up, and at the sight of him a shout of enthusiasm and worship thundered. Perhaps he was very tired, because, despite a cool day, sweat flowed from him in drops. We surrounded him in a dense crowd. Amid the general commotion and bursts of joy, he alone was calm and silent, though visibly moved. "My children," he said to us, "I promised to lead you to the enemy. You promised to beat him, and so both you and I have kept our words." Such was our memorable day at Stoczek. With night falling, stories began by the camp's bonfires. There were no listeners, because everyone spoke, everyone bravely acquitted themselves in battle, everyone had jokes, because everyone was happy. If that blessed hour comes to me that I can again fight for my country, to see the Muscovite army in panic, to seek out my beloved 8-pounder, and to hurl cannonballs from it at golden roofs of the Tsarist capital city, then I will call myself happy. But even then I wouldn't be able to feel that which I experienced in the first battle, in the memorable Battle of Stoczek. End of The First Battle, A Sergeant's Story.
My Friend by Khalil Gibran. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by vahnikah. My Friend. My friend, I am not what I seem. Seeming is but a garment I wear, a care-woven garment that protects me from thy questionings and thee from my negligence. The I in me, my friend, dwells in the house of silence, and therein it shall remain forevermore, unperceived, unapproachable. I would not have thee believe in what I say, nor trust in what I do, for my words are naught but thy own thoughts and sound, and my deeds thy own hopes and action. When thou sayest, the wind bloweth eastward, I say, aye, it doth blow eastward. For I would not have thee know that my mind doth not dwell upon the wind, but upon the sea. Thou canst not understand my seafaring thoughts, nor would I have thee understand. I would be at sea alone. When it is day with thee, my friend, it is night with me. Yet even then I speak of the noontide that dances upon the hills, and of the purple shadow that steals its way across the valley. For thou canst not hear the songs of my darkness, nor see my wings beating against the stars, and I fain would not have thee hear or see. I would be with night alone. When thou ascendest to the heaven, I descend to my hell. Even then thou callest to me across the unbridgeable gulf, my companion, my comrade, and I call back to thee, my comrade, my companion, for I would not have thee see my hell. The flame would burn thy eyesight, and the smoke would crowd thy nostrils, and I love my hell too well to have thee visit it. I would be in hell alone. thou lovest truth and beauty and righteousness, and I, for thy sake, say it is well and seemly to love these things. But in my heart I laughed at thy love, yet I would not have thee see my laughter. I would laugh alone. My friend, thou art good and cautious and wise. Nay, thou art perfect, and I, too, speak with thee wisely and cautiously. And yet I am mad, but I mask my madness. I would be mad alone. My friend, thou art not my friend, but how shall I make thee understand? My path is not thy path, yet together we walk hand in hand. End of My Friend.
October and June by O. Henry. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. October and June. The captain gazed gloomily at his sword that hung upon the wall. In the closet nearby was stored his faded uniform, stained and worn by weather and service. What a long, long time it seemed since those old days of war's alarms. And now, veteran that he was of his country's strenuous times, he had been reduced to abject surrender by a woman's soft eyes and smiling lips. As he sat in his quiet room, he held in his hand the letter he had just received from her, the letter that had caused him to wear that look of gloom. He reread the fatal paragraph that had destroyed his hope. In declining the honor you have done me and asking me to be your wife, I feel that I ought to speak frankly. The reason I have for so doing is the great difference between our ages. I like you very, very much, but I am sure that our marriage would not be a happy one. I am sorry to have to refer to this, but I believe that you will appreciate my honesty in giving you the true reason. The captain sighed and leaned his head upon his hand. Yes, there were many years between their ages, but he was strong and rugged. He had position and wealth. Would not his love, his tender care, and the advantages he could bestow upon her make her forget the question of age? Besides, he was almost sure that she cared for him. The captain was a man of prompt action. In the field he had been distinguished for his decisiveness and energy. He would see her and plead his cause again in person. Age, what was it to come between him and the one he loved? In 2 hours he stood ready, in light marching order, for his greatest battle. He took the train for the old southern town in Tennessee where she lived. Theodora Deming was on the steps of the handsome porticoed old mansion, enjoying the summer twilight, when the captain entered the gate and came up the gravelled walk. She met him with a smile that was free from embarrassment. As the captain stood on the step below her, the difference in their ages did not appear so great. He was tall and straight and clear-eyed and round. She was in the bloom of lovely womanhood. "I wasn't expecting you," said Theodora, "but now that you've come, you may sit on the step. Didn't you get my letter?" "I did," said the captain, "and that's why I came. I say now, Theo, reconsider your answer, won't you?" Theodora smiled softly upon him. He carried his years well. She was really fond of his strength, his wholesome looks, his manliness, perhaps, if— No, she said, shaking her head positively. "It's out of the question. I like you a whole lot, but marrying won't do. My age and yours are— But don't make me say it again. I told you in my letter." The captain flushed a little through the bronze on his face. He was silent for a while, gazing sadly into the twilight. Beyond a line of woods that he could see was a field where the boys in blue had once bivouacked on their march toward the sea. How long ago it seemed now. Truly, fate and Father Time had tricked him sorely. Just a few years interposed between himself and happiness. Theodora's hand crept down and rested in the clasp of his firm brown one. She felt, at least, that sentiment that is akin to love. "Don't take it so hard, please," she said gently. "It's all for the best. I've reasoned it out very wisely all by myself. Someday you'll be glad I didn't marry you. It would be very nice and lovely for a while, but just think, in only a few short years what different tastes we would have. One of us would want to sit by the fireside and read, and maybe nurse neuralgia or rheumatism of evenings, while the other would be crazy for balls and theaters and late suppers. No, my dear friend, while it isn't exactly January and May, it's a clear case of October and pretty early in June. I'll always do what you wanted me to do, Theo, if you wanted to. No, you wouldn't. You think now that you would, but you wouldn't. Please don't ask me any more. The captain had lost his battle, but he was a gallant warrior, and when he rose to make his final adieu, his mouth was grimly set and his shoulders were squared. He took the train for the north that night. On the next evening he was back in his room, where his sword was hanging against the wall. He was dressing for dinner, tying his white tie into a very careful bow, and at the same time he was indulging in a pensive soliloquy. "'Pon my honor, I believe Theo was right after all. Nobody can deny that she's a peach, but she must be 28, at the very kindest calculation. For you see, the captain was only 19, and his sword had never been drawn except on the parade ground at Chattanooga, which was as near as he ever got to the Spanish-American War." End of October and June.
An Ounce of Cure by Alan Edward Norse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. An Ounce of Cure by Alan Edward Norse. The doctor's office was shiny and modern. Behind the desk, the doctor smiled down at James Wheatley through thick glasses. "Now then, what seems to be the trouble?" Wheatley had been palpitating for 5 days straight at the prospect of coming here. "I know it's silly," he said, "but I've been having a pain in my toe." "Indeed," said the doctor. "Well now, how long have you had this pain, my man?" "About 6 months now, I'd say. Just now and then, you know. It's never really been bad. Until last week. You see—" "I see," said the doctor. "Getting worse all the time, you say?" Wheatley wiggled the painful toe reflexively. "Well, you might say that. You see, when I first—" "How old did you say you were, Mr. Wheatley?" 55. 55. The doctor leafed through the medical record on his desk. "But this is incredible. You haven't had a checkup in almost 10 years. "I guess I haven't," said Wheatley apologetically. "I've been feeling pretty well until—" "Feeling well?" The doctor stared in horror. "But my dear fellow, no checkup since January 1963? We aren't in the Middle Ages, you know. It's 1972. "Well, of course you might be feeling well enough, but that doesn't mean everything is just the way it should be. And now, you see, you're having pains in your toes." "One toe," said Wheatley. "The little one on the right. It seems to me—" "One toe today, perhaps," said the doctor heavily. "But tomorrow—" He heaved a sigh. "How about your breathing lately? Been growing short of breath when you hurry upstairs?" "Well, I have been bothered a little." "I thought so. Heart pound when you run for the subway? Feel tired all day? Pains in your calves when you walk fast?"
Yes, occasionally.
Wheatley looked worried and rubbed his toe on the chair leg. "You know that 55 is a dangerous age," said the doctor gravely. "Do you have a cough? Heartburn after dinner? Prop up on pillows at night? Just as I thought. And no checkup for 10 years." He sighed again. "I suppose I should have seen to it," Wheatley admitted. "But you see, it's just that my toe—" My dear fellow, your toe is part of you. It doesn't just exist down there all by itself. If your toe hurts, there must be a reason. Wheatley looked more worried than ever. There must? I thought perhaps you could give me a little something to stop the pain. The doctor looked shocked. Well, of course, I could do that, but that's not getting to the root of the trouble, is it? That's just treating symptoms. Medieval quackery. Medicine has advanced a long way since you last checked in, my friend. And even treatment has its dangers. Did you know that more people died last year of aspirin poisoning than of cyanide poisoning? Wheatley wiped his forehead. Dear me, I never realized. We have to think about those things, said the doctor. Now, the problem here is to find out why you have a pain in your toe. It could be inflammatory, maybe a tumor. Perhaps it could be, functional, or maybe vascular. Perhaps you could take my blood pressure or something, Wheatley offered. Well, of course I could, but that isn't really my field, you know. It wouldn't really mean anything if I did it. But there's nothing to be worried about. We have a fine hypertensive man in the diagnostic clinic. The doctor checked the appointment book on his desk. Now, if we could see you there next Monday morning at 9. Very interesting x-rays, said the young doctor with the red hair. Very interesting. See this shadow on the duodenal cap? See the prolonged emptying time? And I've never seen such a beautiful phyllospasm. This is my toe? Asked Wheatley, edging toward the doctor's. It seemed he had been waiting for a very long time. Toe? Oh, no, said the red-haired doctor. No, that's an orthopedic radiologist's job. I'm a gastrointestinal man myself. Upper. Dr. Schultz here is lower. The red-headed doctor turned back to his consultation with Dr. Schultz. Mr. Wheatley rubbed his toe and waited. Presently, another doctor came by. He looked very grave as he sat down beside Wheatley. Tell me, Mr. Wheatley, have you had an orthodiagram recently? No. An EKG? No. Fluoroarthrogram? I don't think so. The doctor looked even graver and walked away, muttering to himself. In a few moments, he came back with 2 more doctors. No question in my mind that it's cardiomegaly, he was saying. But Haddonfield should know. He's the best left ventricle man in the city. Excellent paper in the AMA Journal last July. The inadequacies of modern orthodiagrammatic techniques in demonstrating minimal left ventricle hypertrophy. A brilliant study, simply brilliant. Now this patient... He glanced toward Wheatley, and his voice dropped to a mumble. Presently, 2 of the men nodded, and one walked over to Wheatley, cautiously, as though afraid he might suddenly vanish. Now, there's nothing to be worried about, Mr. Wheatley, he said. We're going to have you fixed up in just no time at all. Just a few more studies. Now, if you could see me in the valve clinic tomorrow afternoon at 3... Wheatley nodded. Nothing serious, I hope. Serious? Oh, no, dear me, you mustn't worry. Everything is going to be all right, the doctor said. Well, that is, my toe is still bothering me some. It's not really as bad, but I wondered if maybe you... Dawn broke on the doctor's face. Give you something for it? Well, now, we aren't therapeutic men, you understand. Always best to let the expert handle the problem in his own field. He paused, stroking his chin for a moment. Tell you what we'll do. Dr. Epstein is one of the finest therapeutic men in the city. He could take care of you in a jiffy. We'll see if we can't arrange an appointment with him after you've seen me tomorrow. Mr. Wheatley was late to mitral valve clinic the next day because he had gone to aorta valve clinic by mistake. But finally, he found the right waiting room. A few hours later, he was being thumped, photographed, and listened to. Substances were popped into his right arm and withdrawn from his left arm as he marveled at the brilliance of modern medical techniques. Before they were finished, he had been seen by both the mitral men and the aortic men, as well as the great arteries men and the peripheral capillary bed man. The therapeutics man happened to be in Atlantic City at a convention, and the rheumatologist was on vacation, so Wheatley was sent to functional clinic instead. Always have to rule out these things, the doctors agreed. Wouldn't do much good to give you medicine if your trouble wasn't organic, now would it? The psychoneurologist studied his sex life, while the psychosociologist examined his social milieu. Then they conferred for a long time. 3 days later, he was waiting in the hallway downstairs again. Heads met in a huddle. Words and phrases slipped out from time to time as the discussion grew heated. No doubt in my mind that it's a... But we can't ignore the endocrine implications, Doctor. You're perfectly right there, of course. Bedenbitter at the university might be able to answer the question. No better pituitary osmocentrologist in the city. A tubular function man should look at those kidneys first. He's 52, you know. Has anybody studied his filtration fraction? Might be a peripheral vascular spasticity factor. After a while, James Wheatley rose from the bench and slipped out the door. The room was small and dusky, with heavy Turkish drapes obscuring the dark hallway beyond. A suggestion of incense hung in the air. In due course, a gaunt, swarthy man in mustache and turban appeared through the curtains and bowed solemnly. "You have come with a problem?" he asked with a slight accent. "As a matter of fact, yes," James Wheatley said hesitantly. "You see, I've been having a pain in my right little toe." The end of An Ounce of Cure by Alan Edward Norse.
The Scarecrow by Khalil Gibran. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by vahnikah. The Scarecrow. Once I said to a scarecrow, "You must be tired of standing in this lonely field." And he said, "The joy of scaring is a deep and lasting one, and I never tire of it." Said I after a minute of thought, "Is it true? For I too have known that joy." Said he, "Only those who are stuffed with straw can know it." Then I left him, not knowing whether he had complimented or belittled me. A year passed, during which the Scarecrow turned philosopher. And when I passed by him again, I saw 2 crows building a nest under his hat. End of The Scarecrow. The Sleepwalkers by Khalil Gibran. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by vahnikah. The Sleepwalkers. In the town where I was born lived a woman and her daughter who walked in their sleep. One night, while silence enfolded the world, the woman and her daughter, walking yet asleep, met in their mist-veiled garden. And the mother spoke, and she said, at last, my enemy! You by whom my youth was destroyed, you have built up your life upon the ruins of mine. Would I could kill you. And the daughter spoke, and she said, O hateful woman, selfish and old, who stand between my freer self and me? Who would have my life an echo of your own faded life? Would you were dead. At that moment, a cock crew, and both women awoke. The mother said gently, Is that you, darling? And the daughter answered gently, Yes, dear. End of The Sleepwalkers.
Somewhere in Belgium, by Percy Gottfried Savage. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Somewhere in Belgium, by Percy Gottfried Savage. The crude little cottage had been surrounded, and 2 stalwart peasant boys routed out, but only 1 gun had been found. Each lad stoutly swore that he was responsible for the sniping. The old mother stood near them. Choose one, or we will shoot both, the German officer again ordered the old woman. Her shrunken, toil-worn frame seemed to suffer the pain of death. She wound her rough hands in her apron. Terror, hatred, love, devotion, helplessness filled her eyes. Alphonse, the tall, light-haired boy, was urging the smaller and more delicate Petro, by gestures and eager low words, to yield the punishment to him. With equal intensity, the little fellow pleaded to take the blame, because Alphonse would be the better able to take care of their mother. The imperturbable German, not asking for more than 1 life, set the decision upon the mother herself. Apparently, it would be necessary to shoot both of them. The soldiers stood waiting for their part in the procedure. The old woman turned aside. Take Alphonse, she groaned. Surprised, but satisfied, they took the boy to the side of the house and fired upon him. Perhaps the thought of another youth, perhaps the wonder why the old woman had chosen, perhaps a burden of conscience delayed the officer as he followed his men from the yard. Quick, Pietro, whispered the mother, and the boy, who had been standing rigid with the horror of his brother's death gripping his heart, came to life. Like a shadow he disappeared. The next instant there was a shot, and the German officer fell in the road. A pack of wild beasts rushed toward the house. 2 of them fell. Somewhere inside the dwelling, Pietro was killed, but there was neither shot nor cry. They found the old peasant kneeling beside the doorway. I said, take Alphonse. Oh, God, she moaned. But, she shrieked with fierce satisfaction as her enemies appeared, because Pietro could aim better with his gun. 3 graves on the right of the cottage held the peasants, but 3 graves on the left held their toll. The End. Somewhere in Belgium. By Percy Gottfried Savage.
The Watcher by Robert Hugh Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Yearsley. The Watcher. Il faut d'abord rendre l'organe de la vision analogue et semblable à l'objet qu'il doit contempler. Maeterlinck. On the following day we went out soon after breakfast, and walked up and down a grass path between two yew hedges. The dew was not yet off the grass that lay in shadow, and thin patches of gossamer still hung like torn cambric on the yew shoots on either side. As we passed for the second time up the path, the old man suddenly stooped, and, pushing aside a dock leaf at the foot of the hedge, lifted a dead mouse, and looked at it as it lay stiffly on the palm of his hand, and I saw that his eyes filled slowly with the ready tears of old age. "He has chosen his own resting place," he said. "Let him lie there. Why did I disturb him?" And he laid him gently down again, and then, gathering a fragment of wet earth, he sprinkled it over the mouse. "Earth to earth, ashes to ashes," he said, "in sure and certain hope." And then he stopped, and, straightening himself with difficulty, walked on, and I followed him. "You seemed interested," he said, "in my story yesterday. Shall I tell you how I saw a very different sight when I was a little older?" And when I had told him how strange and attractive his story had been, he began. "I told you how I found it impossible to see again what I had seen in the glade. For a few weeks, perhaps months, I tried now and then to force myself to feel that presence, or at least to see that robe, but I could not, because it is the gift of God, and can no more be gained by effort than ordinary sight can be won by a sightless man. But I soon ceased to try. I reached 18 years at last, that terrible age when the soul seems to have dwindled to a spark overlaid by a mountain of ashes, when blood and fire and death and loud noises seem the only things of interest, and all tender things shrink back and hide from the dreadful noonday of manhood. Someone gave me one of those shot pistols that you may have seen, and I loved the sense of power that it gave me, for I had never had a gun. For a week or two in the summer holidays I was content with shooting at a mark, or at the level surface of water, and delighted to see the cardboard shattered, or the quiet pool torn to shreds along its mirror where the sky and green lay sleeping. Then that ceased to interest me, and I longed to see a living thing suddenly stop living at my will. Now, and he held up a deprecating hand. I think sport is necessary for some natures. After all, the killing of creatures is necessary for man's food, and sport, as you will tell me, is a survival of man's delight in obtaining food, and it requires certain noble qualities of endurance and skill. I know all that, and I know further that for some natures it is a relief, an escape for humours that will otherwise find an evil vent. But I do know this, that for me it was not necessary. However, there was every excuse, and I went out in good faith one summer evening, intending to shoot some rabbit as he ran to cover from the open field. I walked along the inside of a fence, with a wood above me and on my left, and the green meadow on my right. Well, owing probably to my own lack of skill, though I could hear the patter and rush of the rabbits all round me, and could see them in the distance, sitting up listening with cocked ears, as I stole along the fence, I could not get close enough to fire at them with any hope of what I fancied was success. And by the time that I had arrived at the end of the wood, I was in an impatient mood. I stood for a moment or two leaning on the fence, looking out of that pleasant coolness into the open meadow beyond. The sun had at that moment dipped behind the hill before me, and all was in shadow, except where there hung a glory above the topmost leaves of a beech that still caught the sun. The birds were beginning to come in from the fields, and were settling one by one in the wood behind me, staying here and there to sing one last line of melody. I could hear the quiet rush and then the sudden clap of a pigeon's wings as he came home, and as I listened I heard, pealing out above all other sounds, the long liquid song of a thrush somewhere above me. I looked up idly and tried to see the bird, and after a moment or two caught sight of him as the leaves of the beech parted in the breeze, his head lifted and his whole body vibrating with the joy of life and music. As someone has said, his body was one beating heart. The last radiance of the sun over the hill reached him and bathed him in golden warmth. Then the leaves closed again as the breeze dropped, but still his song rang out. Then there came on me a blinding desire to kill him. All the other creatures had mocked me and run home. Here at least was a victim, and I would pour out the sullen anger that had been gathering during my walk, and at least demand this one life as a substitute. Side by side with this, I remembered clearly that I had come out to kill for food. That was my one justification. Side by side I saw both these things, and I had no excuse. No excuse. I turned my head every way and moved a step or two back to catch sight of him again, and although this may sound fantastic and overwrought, in my whole being was a struggle between light and darkness. Every fibre of my life told me that the thrush had a right to live. He had earned it, if labour were wanting, by this very song that was guiding death towards him. But black, sullen anger had thrown my conscience, and was now struggling to hold it down till the shot had been fired. Still I waited for the breeze, and then it came, cool and sweet-smelling like the breath of a garden, and the leaves parted. There he sang in the sunshine, and in a moment I lifted the pistol and drew the trigger. With the crack of the cap came silence overhead, and after what seemed an interminable moment came the soft rush of something falling and the faint thud among last year's leaves. Then I stood half terrified and stared among the dead leaves. All seemed dim and misty. My eyes were still a little dazzled by the bright background of sunlit air and rosy clouds on which I had looked with such intensity, and the space beneath the branches was a world of shadows. Still I looked a few yards away, trying to make out the body of the thrush, and fearing to hear a struggle of beating wings among the dry leaves. And then I lifted my eyes a little, vaguely. A yard or two beyond where the thrush lay was a rhododendron bush. The blossoms had fallen, and the outline of dark, heavy leaves was unrelieved by the slightest touch of colour. As I looked at it, I saw a face looking down from the higher branches. It was a perfectly hairless head and face. The thin lips were parted in a wide smile of laughter. There were innumerable lines about the corners of the mouth, and the eyes were surrounded by creases of merriment. What was perhaps most terrible about it all was that the eyes were not looking at me, but down among the leaves. The heavy eyelids lay drooping, and the long, narrow, shining slits showed how the eyes laughed beneath them. The forehead sloped quickly back like a cat's head. The face was the colour of earth, and the outlines of the head faded below the ears and chin into the gloom of the dark bush. There was no throat or body or limbs, so far as I could see. The face just hung there like a down-turned Eastern mask in an old curiosity shop, and it smiled with sheer delight, not at me, but at the thrush's body. There was no change of expression so long as I watched it, just a silent smile of pleasure petrified on the face. I could not move my eyes from it. After what I suppose was a minute or so, the face had gone. I did not see it go, but I became aware that I was looking only at leaves. No, there was no outline of leaf or play of shadows that could possibly have taken the form of a face. You can guess how I tried to force myself to believe that that was all, how I turned my head this way and that to catch it again, but there was no hint of a face. Now, I cannot tell you how I did it, but although I was half beside myself with fright, I went forward towards the bush and searched furiously among the leaves for the body of the thrush, and at last I found it and lifted it. It was still limp and warm to the touch. Its breast was a little ruffled, and one tiny drop of blood lay at the root of the beak, below the eyes, like a tear of dismay and sorrow at such an unmerited, unexpected death. I carried it to the fence and climbed over, and then began to run in great steps, looking now and then awfully at the gathering gloom of the wood behind, where the laughing face had mocked the dead. I think, looking back as I do now, that my chief instinct was that I could not leave the thrush there to be laughed at, and that I must get it out into the clean, airy meadow. When I reached the middle of the meadow, I came to a pond which never ran quite dry, even in the hottest summer. On the bank I laid the thrush down, and then deliberately but with all my force dashed the pistol into the water, then emptied my pockets of the cartridges and threw them in too. Then I turned again to the piteous little body, feeling that at least I had tried to make amends. There was an old rabbit hole near, the grass growing down in its mouth, and a tangle of web and dead leaves behind. I scooped a little space out among the leaves, and then laid the thrush there, gathered a little of the sandy soil, and poured it over the body, saying, I remember, half unconsciously, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, in sure and certain hope. And then I stopped, feeling I had been a little profane, though I do not think so now. And then I went home. As I dressed for dinner, looking out over the darkening meadow where the thrush lay, I remember feeling happy that no evil thing could mock the defenceless dead out there in the clean meadow, where the wind blew and the stars shone down. We reached, in our going to and fro up the yew path, a little seat at the end, standing back from the path. Opposite us hung a crucifix, with a penthouse over it that the old man had put up years before. As he did not speak, I turned to him and saw that he was looking steadily at the figure on the cross, and I thought how he who bore our griefs and carried our sorrows was one with the Heavenly Father, without whom not even a sparrow falls to the ground. End of The Watcher.
The Man with the Pale Eyes by Guy de Maupassant. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Man with the Pale Eyes. Monsieur Pierre Aguenot de Vargnes, the examining magistrate, was the exact opposite of a practical joker. He was dignity, staidness, correctness personified. As a sedate man, he was quite incapable of being guilty, even in his dreams, of anything resembling a practical joke, however remotely. I know nobody to whom he could be compared, unless it be the present President of the French Republic. I think it is useless to carry the analogy any further, and having said thus much, it will be easily understood that a cold shiver passed through me when Monsieur Pierre Aguenot de Vargnes did me the honour of sending a lady to wait on me. At about 8 o'clock one morning last winter, as he was leaving the house to go to the Palais de Justice, his footman handed him a card on which was printed, Dr. James Ferdinand, member of the Academy of Medicine, Port-au-Prince, Chevalier of the Legion of Honour. At the bottom of the card there was written in pencil, from Lady Fragere. Monsieur de Vargnes knew the lady very well, who was a very agreeable Creole from Haiti, and whom he had met in many drawing-rooms, and, on the other hand, though the doctor's name did not awaken any recollection in him, his quality and titles alone required that he should grant him an interview, however short it might be. Therefore, although he was in a hurry to get out, Monsieur de Vargnes told the footman to show in his early visitor, but to tell him beforehand that his master was much pressed for time, as he had to go to the law courts. When the doctor came in spite of his usual imperturbability, he could not restrain a movement of surprise, for the doctor presented that strange anomaly of being a Negro of the purest, blackest type, with the eyes of a white man, of a man from the north, pale, cold, clear, blue eyes, and his surprise increased when, after a few words of excuse from his untimely visit, he added, with an enigmatic smile, "My eyes surprise you, do they not? I was sure they would, and, to tell you the truth, I came here in order that you might look at them well and never forget them." His smile and his words, even more than his smile, seemed to be those of a madman. He spoke very softly, with that childish, lisping voice which is peculiar to Negroes, and his mysterious, almost menacing words consequently sounded all the more as if they were uttered at random by a man bereft of his reason. But his looks, the looks of those pale, cold, clear, blue eyes, were certainly not those of a madman. They clearly expressed menace, yes, menace, as well as irony, and, above all, implacable ferocity, and their glance was like a flash of lightning which one could never forget. "I have seen," Monsieur de Vargnes used to say, when speaking about it, "the looks of many murderers, but in none of them have I ever observed such a depth of crime, and of impudent security in crime." And this impression was so strong that Monsieur de Vargnes thought that he was the sport of some hallucination, especially as when he spoke about his eyes, the doctor continued with a smile, and in his most childish accents, "Of course, monsieur, you cannot understand that I am saying to you, and I must beg your pardon for it. Tomorrow you will receive a letter which will explain it all to you. But, first of all, it was necessary that I should tell you have a careful look at my eyes, which are myself, my only and true self, as you will see." And with these words, and with a polite bow, the doctor went out, leaving Monsieur de Vargnes extremely surprised, and a prey to this doubt, as he said to himself, "Is he merely a madman? The fierce expression and the criminal depths of his looks are perhaps caused merely by the extraordinary contrast between his fierce looks and his pale eyes." And absorbed in these thoughts, Monsieur de Vargnes unfortunately allowed several minutes to elapse, and when he thought to himself suddenly, "No, I am not the sport of any hallucination, and this is no case of an optical phenomenon. This man is evidently some terrible criminal, and I have altogether failed in my duty in not arresting him myself at once, illegally, even at the risk of my life." The judge ran downstairs in pursuit of the doctor, but it was too late. He had disappeared. In the afternoon he called on Madame Vogler to ask her whether she could tell him anything about the matter. She, however, did not know the Negro doctor in the least, and was even able to assure him that he was a fictitious personage, for, as she was well acquainted with the upper classes in Haiti, she knew that the Academy of Medicine at Port-au-Prince had no doctor of that name among its members. As Monsieur de Vargnes persisted, and gave descriptions of the doctor, especially mentioning his extraordinary eyes, Madame Vogler began to laugh, and said, "You have certainly had to do with the hoaxer, my dear monsieur. The eyes which you have described are certainly those of a white man, and the individual must have been painted." On thinking it over, Monsieur de Vargnes remembered that the doctor had nothing of the Negro about him but his black skin, his woolly hair and beard, and his way of speaking, which was easily imitated, but nothing of the Negro, not even the characteristic undulating walk. Perhaps, after all, he was only a practical joker, and during the whole day Monsieur de Vargnes took refuge in that view, which rather wounded his dignity as a man of consequence, but which appeased his scruples as a magistrate. The next day he received the promised letter, which was written, as well as addressed, in letters cut out of the newspaper. It was as follows: "Monsieur, Dr. James Ferdinand does not exist, but the man whose eyes you saw does, and you will certainly recognize his eyes. This man has committed 2 crimes, for which he does not feel any remorse, but, as he is a psychologist, he is afraid of some day yielding to the irresistible temptation of confessing his crimes. You know better than anyone, and that is your most powerful aid, with that imperious force criminals, especially intellectual ones, feel this temptation. That great poet, Edgar Poe, had written masterpieces on this subject, which express the truth exactly, but he was omitted to mention the last phenomenon, which I will tell you. Yes, I, a criminal, feel a terrible wish for somebody to know of my crimes, and when this requirement is satisfied, my secret has been revealed to a confidant, I shall be tranquil for the future, and be freed from this demon of perversity which only tempts us once. Well, now that is accomplished. You shall have my secret. From the day that you recognize me by my eyes, you will try and find out what I am guilty of, and how I was guilty, and you will discover it, being a master of your profession, which, by the by, has procured you the honour of having been chosen by me to bear the weight of this secret, which now is shared by us, and by us 2 alone. I say, advisedly, by us 2 alone. You could not, as a matter of fact, prove the reality of this secret to anyone, unless I were to confess it, and I defy you to obtain my public confession, as I have confessed it to you, and without danger to myself. 3 months later, Monsieur de Wagner's met Monsieur X at an evening party, and at first sight, and without the slightest hesitation, he recognized in him those very pale, very cold, and very clear blue eyes which it was impossible to forget. The man himself remained perfectly impassive, so that Monsieur de Wagner's was forced to say to himself, "Probably I am the sport of an hallucination at this moment, or else there are 2 pairs of eyes that are perfectly similar in the world. And what eyes! Can it be possible?" The magistrate instituted inquiries into his life, and he discovered this, which removed all his doubts. 5 years previously, Monsieur X had been a very poor but very brilliant medical student who, although he never took his doctor's degree, had already made himself remarkable by his microbiological researches. A young and very rich widow had fallen in love with him and married him. She had 1 child by her first marriage, and in the space of 6 months, first the child and then the mother died of typhoid fever, and thus Monsieur X had inherited a large fortune in due form and without any possible dispute. Everybody said that he attended to the 2 patients with the utmost devotion. Now, were these 2 deaths the 2 crimes mentioned in his letter? But then, Monsieur X must have poisoned his 2 victims with the microbes of typhoid fever, which he had skilfully cultivated in them, so as to make the disease incurable, even by the most devoted care and attention. Why not? "Do you believe it?" I asked Monsieur de Wagner's. "Absolutely," he replied, "and the most terrible thing about it is that the villain is right when he defies me to force him to confess his crime publicly, for I see no means of obtaining a confession, none whatever." For a moment I thought of magnetism, but who could magnetize that man with those pale, cold, bright eyes? With such eyes he would force the magnetizer to denounce himself as the culprit. And then he said, with a deep sigh, formerly there was something good about justice." And when he saw my inquiring looks, he added in a firm and perfectly convinced voice, "Formerly justice had torture at its command." "Upon my word," I replied, with all an author's unconscious and simple egotism, It is quite certain that without torture this strange tale will have no conclusion, and that is very unfortunate, as far as regards the story I intended to make out of it.
End of The Man with the Pale Eyes.
The Pendulum by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pendulum. 81st Street. Let 'em out, please, yelled the shepherd in blue. A flock of citizen sheep scrambled out, and another flock scrambled aboard. Ding, ding, the cattle cars of the Manhattan Elevated rattled away, and John Perkins drifted down the stairway of the station with the released flock. John walked slowly toward his flat, slowly because in the lexicon of his daily life there was no such word as perhaps. There are no surprises awaiting a man who has been married 2 years and lives in a flat. As he walked, John Perkins prophesied to himself with gloomy and downtrodden cynicism the foregone conclusions of the monotonous day. Katie would meet him at the door with a kiss flavored with cold cream and butterscotch. He would remove his coat, sit upon a macadamized lounge, and read in the evening paper of Russians and Japs slaughtered by the deadly linotype. For dinner there would be pot roast, a salad flavored with a dressing warranted not to crack or injure the leather, stewed rhubarb, and a bottle of strawberry marmalade blushing at the certificate of chemical purity on its label. After dinner, Katie would show him the new patch in her crazy quilt that the iceman had cut for her off the end of his 4-in-hand. At 7:30, they would spread newspapers over the furniture to catch the pieces of plastering that fell when the fat man in the flat overhead began to take his physical culture exercises. Exactly at 8, Hickey and Mooney of the vaudeville team, unbooked in the flat across the hall, would yield to the gentle influence of delirium tremens and begin to overturn chairs under the delusion that Hammerstein was pursuing them with a $500 a week contract. Then the gent at the window across the air shaft would get out his flute. The nightly gas leak would steal forth to frolic in the highways. The dumb waiter would slip off his trolley. The janitor would drive Mrs. Zanowitsky's 5 children once more across the Yalu. The lady with the champagne shoes and the Skye Terrier would trip downstairs and paste her Thursday name over her bell and letterbox, and the evening routine of the Frogmore Flats would be underway. John Perkins knew these things would happen, and he knew that at 8:15 he would summon his nerve and reach for his hat, and that his wife would deliver this speech in a querulous tone. "Now, where are you going, I'd like to know, John Perkins?" "Thought I'd drop up to McCloskey's," he would answer, "and play a game or two of pool with the fellows." Of late, such had been John Perkins's habit. At 10 or 11 he would return. Sometimes Katie would be asleep, sometimes waiting up, ready to melt in the crucible of her ire a little more gold plating from the wrought steel chains of matrimony. For these things Cupid will have to answer when he stands at the bar of justice with his victims from the Frogmore Flats. Tonight John Perkins encountered a tremendous upheaval of the commonplace when he reached his door. No Katie was there with her affectionate, confectionate kiss. The 3 rooms seemed in portentous disorder. All about lay her things in confusion. Shoes in the middle of the floor, curling tongs, hair bows, kimonos, powder box jumbled together on dresser and chairs. This was not Katie's way. With a sinking heart, John saw the comb with a curling cloud of her brown hair among its teeth. Some unusual hurry and perturbation must have possessed her, for she always carefully placed these combings in the little blue vase on the mantel to be some day formed into the coveted feminine rat. Hanging conspicuously to the gas jet by a string was a folded paper. John seized it. It was a note from his wife, running thus: "Dear John, I just had a telegram saying Mother is very sick. I'm going to take the 4:30 train. Brother Sam is going to meet me at the depot there. There is cold mutton in the icebox. I hope it isn't her quinsy again. Pay the milkman 50 cents. She had it bad last spring. Don't forget to write to the company about the gas meter, and your good socks are in the top drawer. I will write tomorrow. Hastily, Katie." Never during their 2 years of matrimony had he and Katie been separated for a night. John read the note over and over in a dumbfounded way. Here was a break in a routine that had never varied, and it left him dazed. There on the back of a chair hung, pathetically empty and formless, the red wrapper with black dots that she always wore while getting the meals. Her weekday clothes had been tossed here and there in her haste. A little paper bag of her favorite butterscotch lay with its string yet unwound. A daily paper sprawled on the floor, gaping rectangularly where a railroad timetable had been clipped from it. Everything in the room spoke of a loss, of an essence gone, of its soul and life departed. John Perkins stood among the dead remains with a queer feeling of desolation in his heart. He began to set the rooms tidy as well as he could. When he touched her clothes, a thrill of something like terror went through him. He had never thought what existence would be without Katie. She had become so thoroughly annealed into his life that she was like the air he breathed, necessary but scarcely noticed. Now, without warning, she was gone, vanished, as completely absent as if she had never existed. Of course, it would be only for a few days, or at most a week or two, but it seemed to him as if the very hand of death had pointed a finger at his secure and uneventful home. John dragged the cold mutton from the icebox, made coffee, and sat down to a lonely meal face to face with the strawberry marmalade's shameless certificate of purity. Bright among withdrawn blessings now appeared to him the ghosts of pot roasts and the salad with tan-polished dressing. His home was dismantled. A quinzied mother-in-law had knocked his lares and penates sky high. After his solitary meal, John sat at a front window. He did not care to smoke. Outside, the city roared to him to come join in its dance of folly and pleasure. The night was his. He might go forth unquestioned and thrum the strings of jollity, as free as any gay bachelor there. He might carouse and wander and have his fling until dawn if he liked, and there would be no wrathful Katie waiting for him, bearing the chalice that held the dregs of his joy. He might play pool at McCloskey's with his roistering friends until Aurora dimmed the electric bulbs if he chose. The hymeneal strings that had curbed him always when the Frogmore Flats had palled upon him were loosened. Katie was gone. John Perkins was not accustomed to analyzing his emotions, but as he sat in his Katie-bereft 10-by-12 parlor, he hit unerringly upon the keynote of his discomfort. He knew now that Katie was necessary to his happiness. His feeling for her, lulled into unconsciousness by the dull round of domesticity, had been sharply stirred by the loss of her presence. Has it not been dinned into us by proverb and sermon and fable that we never prize the music till the sweet-voiced bird has flown, or in other no less florid and true utterances? I'm a double-dyed dub, mused John Perkins, the way I've been treating Katie, off every night playing pool and bumming with the boys instead of staying home with her. The poor girl here all alone with nothing to amuse her, and me acting that way. John Perkins, you're the worst kind of a shine. I'm going to make it up for the little girl. I'll take her out and let her see some amusement, and I'll cut out the McCloskey gang right from this minute. Yes, there was the city roaring outside for John Perkins to come dance in the train of Momus, and at the McCloskeys the boys were knocking the balls idly into the pockets against the hour for the nightly game. But no Primrose Way nor clicking cue could woo the remorseful soul of Perkins the bereft. The thing that was his, lightly held and half scorned, had been taken away from him, and he wanted it. Backward to a certain man named Adam, whom the cherubim bounced from the orchard, could Perkins, the remorseful, trace his descent. Near the right hand of John Perkins stood a chair. On the back of it stood Katie's blue shirtwaist. It still retained something of her contour. Midway of the sleeves were fine, individual wrinkles made by the movements of her arms in working for his comfort and pleasure. A delicate but impelling odor of bluebells came from it. John took it and looked long and soberly at the unresponsive grenadine. Katie had never been unresponsive. Tears, yes, tears, came into John Perkins's eyes. When she came back, things would be different. He would make up for all his neglect. What was life without her? The door opened. Katie walked in carrying a little hand satchel. John stared at her stupidly. "My, I'm glad to get back," said Katie. "Ma wasn't sick to amount to anything. Sam was at the depot and said she just had a little spell and got all right soon after they telegraphed, so I took the next train back. I'm just dying for a cup of coffee." Nobody heard the click and rattle of the cog wheels as the third-floor front of the Frogmore Flats buzzed its machinery back into the order of things. A band slipped, a spring was touched, the gear was adjusted, and the wheels revolved in their old orbit. John Perkins looked at the clock. It was 8:15. He reached for his hat and walked to the door. "Now, where are you going, I'd like to know, John Perkins?" asked Katie in a querulous tone. "Thought I'd drop up to McCloskey's," said John, "and play a game or two of pool with the fellows." End of The Pendulum.
Too Many Have Lived by Dashiell Hammett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aaron Hackett. Too Many Have Lived. The man's tie was as orange as a sunset. He was a large man, tall and meaty, without softness. The dark hair parted in the middle, flattened to his scalp. The firm, full cheeks, the clothes that fit him with noticeable snugness, even the small pink ears flat against the sides of his head. Each of these seemed but a differently colored part of one same smooth surface. His age could have been 35 or 45. He sat beside Samuel Spade's desk, leaning forward a little over his malacca stick, and said, "No, I want you to find out what happened to him. I hope you never find him." His protuberant eyes stared solemnly at Spade. Spade rocked back in his chair. His face, given a not unpleasantly satanic cast by the V's of his bony chin, mouth, nostrils, and thickish brows, was as politely interested as his voice. "Why?" The green-eyed man spoke quietly with assurance. "I can talk to you, Spade. You've the sort of reputation I want in a private detective. That's why I'm here." Spade's nod committed him to nothing. The green-eyed man said, "And any fair price is all right with me." Spade nodded as before. "And with me," he said. "But I've got to know what you want to buy. You want to find out what's happened to this, Eli Haven, but you don't care what it is?" The green-eyed man lowered his voice, but there was no other change in his mien. "In a way I do. For instance, if you found him and fixed it so he stayed away for good, it might be worth more money to me." "You mean even if he didn't want to stay away?" The green-eyed man said, "Especially." Sam Spade smiled and shook his head. "Probably not enough more money, the way you mean it." He took his long, thick-fingered hands from the arms of his chair and turned their palms up. "Well, what's it all about, Collier?" Collier's face reddened a little, but his eyes maintained their unblinking cold stare. "This man's got a wife. I like her. They had a row last week and he blew. If I can convince her he's gone for good, there's a chance she'll divorce him." "I'd want to talk to her," Spade said. "Who is this Eli Haven? What does he do?" "He's a bad egg. He doesn't do anything. Writes poetry or something." "What can you tell me about him that'll help?" "Nothing Julia, his wife, can't tell you. You're going to talk to her." Collier stood up. "I've got connections. Maybe I can get something for you through them later." A small-boned woman of 25 or 6 opened the apartment door. Her powder-blue dress was trimmed with silver buttons. She was full-bosomed but slim, with straight shoulders and narrow hips, and she carried herself with a pride that would have been cockiness in one less graceful. Spade said, "Mrs. Haven?" She hesitated before saying, "Yes." "Gene Collier sent me to see you. My name's Spade. I'm a private detective. He wants me to find your husband." "And have you found him?" "I told him I'd have to talk to you first." Her smile went away. She studied his face gravely, feature by feature. Then she said, "Certainly," and stepped back, drawing the door back with her. When they were seated and facing chairs in a cheaply furnished room overlooking the playground where children were noisy, she asked, "Did Gene tell you why he wanted Eli found?" "He said if you knew he was gone for good, maybe you'd listen to reason." She said nothing. "Has he ever gone off like this before?" "Often." "What's he like?" "He's a swell man," she said dispassionately. "When he's sober. And when he's drinking, he's all right except with women and money." "That leaves him a lot of room to be all right in. What does he do for a living?" "He's a poet," she replied. "But nobody makes a living at that." "Well?" "Oh, he pops in with a little money now and then. Poker, races, he says. I don't know." "How long have you been married?" 4 years almost." He smiled mockingly. "San Francisco all the time?" "No, we lived in Seattle the first year and then came here." "He from Seattle?" She shook her head. "Someplace in Delaware." "What place?" "I don't know." Spade drew his thickish brows together a little. "Where are you from?" She said sweetly, "You're not hunting for me." "You act like it," he grumbled. "Well, who were his friends?" "Don't ask me." He made an impatient grimace. "You know some of them," he insisted. "Sure. There's a fellow named Manera, and a Louis James, and somebody he calls Connie." "Who were they?" "Men," she replied blandly. "I don't know anything about them. They phone or drop by to pick him up, or I see him around town with them. That's all I know." "What do they do for a living? They can't all write poetry." She laughed. "They could try. One of them, Louis James, is a member of Gene's staff, I think. I honestly don't know any more about them than I've told you." "Think they'd know where your husband is?" She shrugged. "They're kidding me if they do. They still call up once in a while to see if he's turned up." "And these women you mentioned?" "They're not people I know." Spade scowled thoughtfully at the floor, asked, "What did he do before he started not making a living writing poetry?" "Anything. Sold vacuum cleaners, hoboed, went to sea, dealt blackjack, railroaded, canning houses, lumber camps, carnivals, worked on a newspaper, anything." "Have any money when he left?" $3 he borrowed from me." "What did he say?" She laughed. "Said if I used whatever influence I had with God while he was gone, he'd be back at dinner time with a surprise for me." Spade raised his eyebrows. "You were on good terms?" "Oh, yes. Our last fight had been patched up a couple of days before." "When did he leave?" "Thursday afternoon, 3 o'clock, I guess." "Got any photographs of him?" "Yes." She went to a table by one of the windows, pulled a drawer out, and turned toward Spade again with the photograph in her hand. Spade looked at the picture of a thin face with deep-set eyes, a sensual mouth, and a heavily lined forehead topped by a disorderly mop of coarse blonde hair. He put Haven's photograph in his pocket and picked up his hat. He turned towards the door, halted. "What kind of poet is he? Pretty good?" She shrugged. "It depends on who you ask." "Any of it around here?" "No," she smiled. "Think he's hiding between pages?" "You never can tell what'll lead to what. I'll be back sometime. Think things over and see if you can find some way of loosening up a little more. Bye." He walked down Post Street to Mulford's bookstore and asked for a volume of Haven's poetry. "I'm sorry," the girl said. "I sold my last copy last week." She smiled. "To Mr. Haven himself. I can order it for you." "You know him?" "Only through selling him books." Spade pursed his lips, asked, "What day was it?" He gave her one of his business cards. "Please, it's important." She went to a desk, turned the pages of a red-bound sales book, and came back to him with the book open in her hand. "It was last Wednesday," she said, "and we delivered it to Mr. Roger Ferris, 1981 Pacific Avenue." "Thanks a lot," he said. Outside he hailed a taxicab and gave the driver Mr. Roger Ferris's address. The Pacific Avenue house was a 4-story graystone one set behind a narrow strip of lawn. The room into which a plump-faced maid ushered Spade was large and high-ceiled, Spade sat down, but when the maid had gone away, he rose and began to walk around the room. He halted at a table where there were 3 books. One of them had a salmon-colored jacket on which was printed in red an outline drawing of a bolt of lightning striking the ground between a man and a woman, and in black the words "Colored Light" by Eli Haven. Spade picked up the book and went back to his chair. There was an inscription on the flyleaf, heavy irregular characters written with blue ink. To good old Buck, who knew his colored lights, in memory of them their days, Eli. Spade turned pages at random and idly read a verse. Statement. Too many have lived, as we live, for our lives to be proof of our living. Too many have died, as we die, for their deaths to be proof of our dying. He looked up from the book as a man in dinner clothes came into the room. He was not a tall man, but his erectness made him seem tall even when Spade's 6 feet and a fraction of an inch were standing before him. He had bright blue eyes undimmed by his 50-some years, a sunburned face in which no muscle sagged, a smooth, broad forehead, and thick, short, nearly white hair. There was dignity in his countenance, and amiability. He nodded at the book Spade still held. "How do you like it?" Spade grinned, said, "I guess I'm just a mug," and put the book down. "That's what I came to see you about, though, Mr. Ferris. You know Haven?" "Yes, certainly. Sit down, Mr. Spade." He sat in a chair, not far from Spade's. "I knew him as a kid. He's not in trouble, is he?" Spade said, "I don't know. I'm trying to find him." Ferris spoke hesitantly. "Can I ask why? You know Gene Collier?" "Yes." Ferris hesitated again, then said, "This is in confidence. I've a chain of picture houses through Northern California, you know, and a couple of years ago, when I had some labor trouble, I was told that Collier was the man to get in touch with to have it straightened out. That's how I happened to meet him." "Yes," Spade said dryly. "A lot of people happen to meet Gene that way. But what's he got to do with Eli?" "Wants him found." "How long since you've seen him?" "Last Thursday he was here." "What time did he leave?" "Midnight, a little after. He came over in the afternoon, around 3:30. We hadn't seen each other for years. I persuaded him to stay for dinner. He looked pretty seedy, and I lent him some money." "How much?" "150. All I had in the house." "Say where he was going when he left?" Ferris shook his head. "He said he'd phone me the next day." "Did he phone you the next day?" "No." "And you've known him all his life?" "Not exactly, but he worked for me 15 or 16 years ago when I had a carnival company. Great Eastern and Western combined shows, with a partner for a while, and then by myself, and I always liked the kid." "How long before Thursday since you'd seen him?" "Lord knows," Ferris replied. "I'd lost track of him for years. Then Wednesday, out of a clear sky, that book came, with no address or anything, just that stuff written on the front. And the next morning he called me up. I was tickled to death to know he was still alive and doing something with himself. So he came over that afternoon, and we put in about 9 hours straight talking about old times." "Tell you much about what he'd been doing since then?" "Just that he'd been knocking around, doing one thing and another, taking the breaks as they came. He didn't complain much. I had to make him take the 150. Spade stood up. "Thanks ever so much, Mr. Ferris. Ferris interrupted him. "Not at all, and if there's anything I can do, call on me." Spade looked at his watch. "Can I phone my office to see if anything's turned up?" "Certainly. There's a phone in the next room, to the right." Spade said, "Thanks," and went out. When he returned, he was rolling a cigarette. His face was wooden. "Any news?" Ferris asked. "Yes. Collier's called the job off. He says Haven's body's been found in some bushes on the other side of San Jose, with 3 bullets in it." He smiled, adding mildly, "He told me he might be able to find out something through his connections." Morning sunshine coming through the curtains that screened Spade's office windows put 2 fat yellow rectangles on the floor and gave everything in the room a yellow tint. He sat at his desk, staring meditatively at a newspaper. He did not look up when Effie Perrine came in from the outer office. She said, Mrs. Haven is here. He raised his head then and said, "That's better. Push her in." Mrs. Haven came in quickly. Her face was white, and she was shivering in spite of her fur coat in the warmth of the day. She came straight to Spade and asked, "Did Jean kill him?" Spade said, "I don't know." "I've got to know," she cried. Spade took her hands. "Here, sit down." He led her to a chair. He asked, "Collier tell you he'd called the job off?" She stared at him in amazement. "He what?" "He left word here last night that your husband had been found, and he wouldn't need me any more." She hung her head, and her words were barely audible. "Then he did." Spade shrugged. Maybe only an innocent man could have afforded to call it off then. Or maybe he was guilty, but had brains enough and nerve enough to... She was not listening to him. She was leaning towards him, speaking earnestly. "But, Mr. Spade, you're not going to drop it like that. You're not going to let him stop you." While she was speaking, his telephone bell rang. He said, "Excuse me," and picked up the receiver. "Yes? Uh-huh. So?" He pursed his lips. "I'll let you know." He pushed the telephone aside slowly and faced Mrs. Haven again. "Collier's outside." "Does he know I'm here?" she asked quickly. "Couldn't say." He stood up, pretending he was not watching her closely. "You care?" She pinched her lower lip between her teeth and said, "No," hesitantly. "Fine, I'll have him in." She raised a hand as if in protest, then let it drop, and her white face was composed. "Whatever you want," she said. Spade opened the door and said, "Hello, Collier. Come on in. We were just talking about you." Collier nodded and came into the office holding his stick in one hand, his hat in the other. "How are you this morning, Julia? You ought to have phoned me. I'd have driven you back to town." I didn't know what I was doing." Collier looked at her for a moment longer, then shifted the focus of his expressionless green eyes to Spade's face. "Well, have you been able to convince her I didn't do it?" "We hadn't got around to that," Spade said. "I was just trying to find out how much reason there was for suspecting you. Sit down." Collier sat somewhat carefully and asked, "And then you arrived." Collier nodded gravely. "All right, Spade," he said. "You're hired again to prove to Mrs. Haven that I didn't have anything to do with it." "Jean!" she exclaimed in a choked voice and held her hands out toward him appealingly. "I didn't think you did. I don't want to think you did. But I'm so afraid." She put her hands to her face and began to cry. Collier went over to the woman. "Take it easy," he said. "We'll pick it out together." Spade went into the outer office, shutting the door behind him. Effie Perrine stopped typing a letter. He grinned at her, said, "Somebody ought to write a book about people sometime. They're peculiar," and went over to the water bottle. "You've got Wally Kellogg's number. Call him up and ask where I can find Tom Manera." He returned to the inner office. Mrs. Haven had stopped crying. She said, "I'm sorry." Spade said, "It's all right." He looked sideways at Collier. "I still got my job?" "Yes." Collier cleared his throat. "But if there's nothing special right now, I'd better take Mrs. Haven home." "Okay, but here's one thing. According to the Chronicle, you identified him. How come you were down there?" "I went down when I heard they'd found the body," Collier replied deliberately. "I told you I had connections. I heard about the body through them." Spade said, "All right, be seeing you," and opened the door for them. When the corridor closed behind them, Effie Perrine said, "Manera's at the Buxton on Army Street." Spade said, "Thanks." He went into the inner office to get his hat. On his way out, he said, "If I'm not back in a couple of months, tell them to look for my body there." Spade walked down a shabby corridor to a battered green door marked 411. The murmur of voices came through the door, but no words could be distinguished. He stopped listening and knocked. An obviously disguised male voice asked, "What is it?" "I want to see Tom. This is Sam Spade." A pause, then. "Tom ain't here." Spade put a hand on the knob and shook the frail door. "Come on, open up," he growled. Presently the door was opened by a thin, dark man of 25 or 6, who tried to make his beady, dark eyes guileless while saying, "I didn't think it was your voice at first." The slackness of his mouth made his chin seem even smaller than it was. His green-striped shirt, open at the neck, was not clean. His gray pants were carefully pressed. "You've got to be careful these days," Spade said solemnly, and went through the doorway into a room where two men were trying to seem uninterested in his arrival. One of them leaned against the windowsill, filing his fingernails. The other was tilted back in a chair with his feet on the edge of a table and a newspaper spread between his hands. They glanced at Spade in unison and went on with their occupations. Spade said cheerfully, "Always glad to meet any friends at Tom Manera's." Manera finished shutting the door and said awkwardly, Yes, Mr. Spade, meet Mr. Conrad and Mr. James." Conrad, the man at the window, made a vaguely polite gesture with the nail file in his hand. He was a few years older than Manera, of average height, sturdily built, with a thick-featured, dull-eyed face. James lowered his paper for an instant to look coolly, appraisingly at Spade and say, "How are you, brother?" Then he returned to his reading. He was as sturdily built as Conrad, but taller, and his face had a shrewdness the others lacked. "Ah," Spade said, "and friends of the late Eli Haven." The man at the window jabbed a finger with his nail file and cursed it bitterly. Manera moistened his lips, and then spoke rapidly, with a whining note in his voice. "But on the level, Spade, we hadn't none of us seen him for a week." Spade seemed mildly amused by the dark man's manner. "What do you think he was killed for?" "All I know is what the paper says. His pockets was all turned inside out, and there wasn't as much as a match on him." He drew down the ends of his mouth. "But as far as I know, he didn't have no dough. He didn't have none Tuesday night." Spade, speaking softly, said, "I hear he got some Thursday night." Manera, behind Spade, caught his breath audibly. James said, "I guess you ought to know. I don't." "He ever work with you boys?" James slowly put aside his newspaper and took his feet off the table. His interest in Spade's question seemed great enough, but almost impersonal. "Now, what do you mean by that?" Spade pretended surprise. "But you boys must work at something." Manera came around to Spade's side. "Aw, listen, Spade," he said. "This guy Haven was just a guy we knew. We didn't have nothing to do with rubbing him out. We don't know nothing about it. You know, we—" 3 deliberate knocks sounded at the door. Manera and Conrad looked at James, who nodded. But by then, Spade, moving swiftly, had reached the door and was opening it. Roger Ferris was there. Spade blinked at Ferris, Ferris at Spade. Then Ferris put out his hand and said, "I am glad to see you." "Come on in," Spade said. "Look at this, Mr. Spade." Ferris's hand trembled as he took a slightly soiled envelope from his pocket. Ferris's name and address were typewritten on the envelope. There was no postage stamp on it. Spade took out the enclosure, a narrow slip of cheap white paper, and unfolded it. On it was typewritten, "You had better come to room 411, Buxton Hotel on Army Street at 5 p.m. this afternoon on account of Thursday night." There was no signature. Spade said, "It's a long time before 5 o'clock." "It is," Ferris agreed with emphasis. "I came as soon as I got that. It was Thursday night Eli was at my house." Manera was jostling Spade, asking, "What is all this?" Spade held up the note for the dark man to read. He read it and yelled, "Honest, Spade, I don't know nothing about that letter." "Does anybody?" Conrad said, "No," hastily. James said, "What letter?" Spade looked dreamily at Ferris for a moment, then said, as if speaking to himself, "Of course. Haven was trying to shake you down." Ferris's face reddened. "What?" "Shakedown," Spade repeated patiently. "Money, blackmail." "Look here, Spade," Ferris said earnestly. "You don't really believe what you said? What would he have to blackmail me on?" "To good old Buck, who knew his colored lights, in memory of them there days." Spade quoted the dead poet's inscription. He looked somberly at Ferris from beneath slightly raised brows. "What colored lights?" "What's the circus and carnival slang term for kicking a guy off a train while it's going?" "Red lighting. Sure, that's it. Red lights." "Who'd you red light, Ferris, that Haven knew about?" Monera went over to a chair, sat down, put his elbows on his knees, his head between his hands, and stared blankly at the floor. Conrad was breathing as if he had been running. Spade addressed Ferris. "Well?" Ferris wiped his face with a handkerchief, put the handkerchief in his pocket, and said simply, "It was a shakedown, and you killed him." Ferris's blue eyes, looking into Spade's yellow-gray ones, were clear and steady, as was his voice. "I did not," he said. "I swear I did not. Let me tell you what happened. He sent me the book, as I told you, and I knew right away what that joke he wrote in the front meant. So the next day when he phoned me and said he was coming over to talk over old times and try to borrow some money for old time's sake, I knew what he meant again. And I went down to the bank and drew out $10,000. You can check that up. It's the Seamen's National." "I will," Spade said. "As it turned out, I didn't need that much. He wasn't very big time, and I talked him into taking $5,000. I put the other $5 back in the bank the next day. You can check that up." "I will," Spade said. "I told him I wasn't going to stand for any more taps. This $5,000 was the first and last. I made him sign a paper saying that he'd helped in what I'd done, and he signed it. I left sometime around midnight, and that's the last I ever saw of him." Spade tapped the envelope Ferris had given him. "And how about this note?" "The messenger boy brought it at noon, and I came right over. Eli had assured me he hadn't said anything to anybody, but I didn't know. I had to face it, whatever it was." Spade turned to the others, his face wooden. "Well?" Monera and Conrad looked at James, who made an impatient grimace and said, "Oh, sure, we sent him the letter. Why not? We was friends of Eli's, and we hadn't been able to find him since he went to put the squeeze to his baby. And then he turns up dead, so we kind of like to have the gent come over and explain things." "You knew about the squeeze?" "Sure, we was all together when he got the idea." "How'd he happen to get the idea?" Spade asked. James spread the fingers of his left hand. "We'd been drinking and talking, you know the way a bunch of guys will, about all they'd seen and done. And he told a yarn about once seeing a guy boot another guy off a train into a canyon. And he happens to mention the name of the guy that done the booting, Buck Ferris. And somebody says, 'What's this Ferris look like?' Eli tells him what he looked like then, saying he ain't seen him for 15 years, and whoever it is whistles and says, 'I bet that's the Ferris who owns half the movie joints in the state. I bet you he'd give something to keep that back trail covered.' Well, the idea kind of hit Eli. You could see that. He thought a little while, and then he got cagey. He asked what this movie Ferris's first name is, and when the other guy tells him, 'Roger,' he makes out he's disappointed and says, 'No, it ain't him. His first name was Martin.' We all gave him the ha-ha, and he finally admits he's thinking of seeing the gent, and when he called me up Thursday around noon, he says he's throwing a party at Bogey Hecker's that night. It ain't no trouble to figure out what's what." "What was the name of the gentleman who was red-lighted?" "He wouldn't say. He shut up tight. You couldn't blame him." "Uh-huh," Spade agreed. "Then nothing. He never showed up at Pogey's. We tried to get him on the phone around 2 o'clock in the morning, but his wife said he hadn't been home. So we stuck around till 4 or 5, and then decided he had given us a runaround and made Pogey charge the bill to him and beat it," Spade said mildly. "Maybe. Sure you didn't find Eli later that morning? Take him riding, swap him bullets for Ferris's 5,000, dump him in the—" A sharp double knock sounded at the door. Spade's face brightened. He went to the door and opened it. A young man came in. He was very dapper and very well proportioned. He wore a light top-coat, and his hands were in his pockets. Just inside the door he stepped to the right, and stood with his back to the wall. By that time another young man was coming in. He stepped to the left. Though they did not actually look alike, the common dapperness, the similar trimness of their bodies, and their almost identical positions, backs to the wall, hands in pockets, cold, bright eyes studying the occupants of the room, gave them for an instant the appearance of twins. Then Gene Collier came in. He nodded at Spade, but paid no attention to the others in the room, though James said, "Hello, Gene." "Anything new?" Collier asked Spade. Spade nodded. "It seems this gentleman," he jerked a thumb at Ferris, was any place we can talk. There's a kitchen back there. Collier snapped a "smear anybody that pops" over his shoulder to the two dapper young men and followed Spade into the kitchen. He sat on one kitchen chair and stared with unblinking green eyes at Spade while Spade told him what he had learned. When the private detective had finished, the green-eyed man said, "Well, what do you make of it?" Spade looked thoughtfully at the other. "You picked up something. I'd like to know what it is." Collier said, "They have found the gun in the stream 1/4 of a mile from where they found him. It's James's. Got the mark on it when it was shot out of his hand once in Vallejo." "That's nice," Spade said. "Listen. A kid named Thurber says James comes to him last weekend and gets him to tail Haven. Thurber picks him up at Thursday afternoon, puts him in at Ferris's, and phones James. James tells him to take a plant on the place and let him know where Haven goes when he leaves. But some nervous woman in the neighborhood puts in a rumble about the kid hanging around, and the cops chase him along about 10 o'clock. Spade pursed his lips and stared thoughtfully at the ceiling. Collier's eyes were expressionless, but sweat made his round face shiny, and his voice was hoarse. "Spade," he said, "I'm going to turn him in." Spade switched his gaze from the ceiling to the protuberant green eyes. "I've never turned in one of my people before," Collier said, "but this one goes. Julia's got to believe I hadn't anything to do with it if it's one of my people and I turn him in, hasn't she?" Spade nodded slowly. "I think so." Collier suddenly averted his eyes and cleared his throat. When he spoke again, it was curtly. "Well, he goes." Monera, James, and Conrad were seated when Spade and Collier came out of the kitchen. Ferris was walking the floor. The two dapper young men had not moved. Collier went over to James. "Where's your gun, Lewis?" he asked. James moved his right hand a few inches towards his left breast, stopped it, and said, "Oh, I didn't bring it." With his gloved hand open, Collier struck James on the side of his face, knocking him out of his chair. James straightened up, mumbling, "Didn't mean nothing." He put a hand to the side of his face. "I know I oughtn't have done it, Chief, but when he called up and said he didn't like to go up against Ferris without something and didn't have any of his own, I said all right and sent it over to him." Collier said, "And you sent Thurber over to him, too. We're just kind of interested in seeing if he did go through with it." James mumbled. "And you couldn't have gone there yourself or sent somebody else?" "After Thurber had stirred up the whole neighborhood?" Collier turned to Spade. "Want us to help you take them in, or want to call the wagon?" "We'll do it regular," Spade said, and went to the wall telephone. When he turned away from it, his face was wooden, his eyes dreamy. He made a cigarette, lit it, and said to Collier, "I'm silly enough to think your Lewis has got a lot of right answers to that story of his." James took his hand down from his bruised cheek and stared at Spade with astonished eyes. Collier growled, "What's the matter with you?" "Nothing," Spade said softly. "Except I think you're a little too anxious to slam it on him." He blew smoke out. "Why, for instance, should he drop his gun there when it had marks on it that people knew?" Collier said, "You think he's got brains. If these boys killed him, knew he was dead, why do they wait till the body's found and things are stirred up before they go after Ferris again? What'd they turn his pockets inside out for if they hijacked him? That's a lot of trouble and only done by folks that kill for some other reason and want to make it look like robbery." He shook his head. "You're too anxious to slam it on him. Why should they?" "That's not the point right now," Collier said. "The point is, why do you keep saying I'm too anxious to slam it on him?" Spade shrugged. "Maybe to clear yourself with Julia as soon as possible and as clear as possible. Maybe even to clear yourself with the police, and then you've got clients." Collier said, "What?" Spade made a careless gesture with his cigarette. "Ferris," he said blandly. "He killed him, of course." Collier's eyelids quivered, though he did not actually blink. Spade said, "First, he's the last person we know of who saw Eli alive, and that's always a good bet. Second, he's the only person I talked to before Eli's body turned up who cared whether I thought they were holding out on me or not. The rest of you just thought I was hunting for a guy who'd gone away. He knew I was hunting for a man he'd killed. So he had to put himself in the clear. He was even afraid to throw that book away because it had been sent up by the bookstore and could be traced, and there might be clerks who'd seen the inscription. Third, he was the only one who thought Eli was just a sweet, clean, lovable boy, for the same reasons. Fourth, that story about a blackmailer showing up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, making an easy touch for $5,000, and then sticking around till midnight is just silly, no matter how good the booze was. Fifth, the story about the paper Eli signed is still worse, though a forged one could be fixed up easy enough. Sixth, he's got the best reason for anybody we know for wanting Eli dead. Collier nodded slowly. Still nothing, Spade said. Maybe he did the 10,000 out, 5,000 back trick with his bank, but that was easy. When he got his feeble-minded blackmailer in his house, stole him along until the servants had gone to bed, took the borrowed gun away from him, shoved him downstairs into his car, took him for a ride. Maybe took him already dead. Maybe shot him down there by the bushes. Frisked him clean to make identification harder and to make it look like a robbery. Tossed the gun in the water and came home. He broke off to listen to the sound of a siren in the street. He looked then, for the first time since he had begun to talk, at Ferris. Ferris's face was ghastly white, but he held his eyes steady. Spade said, I've got a hunch, Ferris, that we're going to find out about that red lighting job, too. You told me you had your carnival company with a partner for a while when Eli was working for you, and then by yourself. We oughtn't to have a lot of trouble finding out about your partner, whether he disappeared or died a natural death or is still alive. Ferris had lost some of his erectness. He wet his lips and said, I want to see my lawyer. I don't want to talk until I've seen my lawyer. Spade said, It's all right with me. You're up against it, but I don't like blackmailers myself. I think Eli wrote a good epitaph for them in that book back there. Too many have lived. End of Too Many Have Lived. Read by Aaron Hackett, Eugene, Oregon, December 6, 2023.
The Tragedy of a Snob by Gertrude Atherton. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Tragedy of a Snob by Gertrude Atherton. The first 23 years of Andrew Webb's life were passed in the tranquility of mind and body, induced by regular work, love of exercise, and a good digestion. He lived in a little flat in Harlem with his widowed mother and a younger sister who was ambitious to become an instructor of the young and to prove that a woman may be financially independent of man. At that time, Andrew's salary of $30 a week, earned in a large savings bank of which he was one of the many bookkeepers, covered the family's needs. Mr. Webb had died when his son was 16, leaving something under $2,000 and a furnished flat in Harlem. For a time, the outlook was gloomy. Andrew left school and went to work. Good at figures, stoically steady, he rose by degrees to command a fair remuneration. A brother of Mrs. Webb, currently known as Uncle Sandy Armstrong, lived in a miserly fashion on the old homestead in New Jersey. Occasionally he sent his sister a $10 bill. Mrs. Webb, believing him to be as straitened as herself, albeit without a family, never applied to him for assistance. Twice a year she dutifully visited him and put his house in order. Her children rarely could be induced to accompany her. They detested their fat, garrulous, unkempt uncle and only treated him civilly out of the goodness of their hearts and respect for their mother. On Christmas Day he invariably dined with them, and his meagre presence by no means atoned for his atrocious table manners. The family in that flat was a happy one, despite the old carpets, the faded red furniture, the general air of rigid economy, and the inevitable visits of Uncle Sandy. Mrs. Webb was sweet of temper, firm of character, sound of health. Her cheeks and eyes were faded. Her black dress was always rusty. Her general air that of a middle-class gentlewoman who bore her reverses bravely. Polly was a plump, bright-eyed girl with a fresh complexion and a mother's evenness of temper. In spite of a small allowance, she managed to dress in the prevailing style. She had barely emerged from short frocks when she took a course of lessons in dressmaking. She knew how to bargain and spent her summer months replenishing her own and her mother's wardrobe. Mrs. Webb did the work of the flat, assisted by an Irish maiden who came in by the day. There was no place in the flat for her to sleep. Andrew was the idol of the family. He supported them, and he was a thoroughly good fellow. He had no bad habits, and they had never seen him angry. His neighbors were regularly made acquainted with the proud fact that he walked home from his office in Lower Broadway every afternoon in the year, except Sundays, and during his vacation, as his mother would add. She was a conscientious woman. Moreover, they thought him very handsome. He was 5'10", lean and athletic in appearance. It is true that his head was narrow and his face cast in a heavy mold, but there was no superfluous flesh in his cheeks, and his thick skin was clean. Like his sister, he managed to dress well. He was obliged to buy his clothes ready-made, but he had the gift of selection. When the subtle change came, his mother and sister uneasily confided to each other the fear that he was in love. As the years passed, however, and he brought them no new demand upon their affections and resources, they ceased to worry, and finally to wonder. Andrew was not the old Andrew, but if he did not choose to confide the reason, his reserve must be respected, and at least it had affected neither his generosity nor his good temper. He still spent his evenings at home, listened to his mother or Polly read aloud, and never missed the little supper of beer and crackers and cheese before retiring. 2. One morning, while Webb was still one with his little family, he read, as was usual with him on the long ride downtown, his Harlem edition of one of the New York dailies. He finished the news, the editorials, the special articles. Nothing was there to upset the equilibrium of his life. His attention was attracted, as he was about to close the paper, by a long-leaded story of a ball given the night before by some people named Webb. Their superior social importance was made manifest by the space and type allotted them, by the fact that their function was not held over for the Sunday issue, and by the imposing rhetoric of the headlines. Andrew read the story with a feeling of personal interest. From that moment, unsuspected by himself, the readjustment of his mind to other interests began, the divorce of his inner life from the simple conditions of his youth. Thereafter, he searched the society columns for accounts of the doings of the Webb folk. Thence, by natural deflection, he became generally interested in the recreations of the great world. He acquired a habit, much to his sister's delight, of buying the weekly chronicles of society and all the Sunday issues of the important dailies. At first, the sparkle and splendor, the glamour and mystery of the world of fashion dazzled and delighted him. It was to him what fairy tales of prince and princesses are to children. For even he, prosaic, with nerves of iron and brain of shallows, had in him that germ of the picturesque which in some natures shoots to high and full-flowered ideals, in others to lofty or restless ambitions, coupled with a true love of art, and yet again develop a weed of tenacious root and coarse enduring fibre which a clever maker of words has named snobbery. Gradually within Andrew's slow mind grew a dull resentment against fate for having played him so sinister a trick as to give him the husk without the kernel, a title without a story that anyone would ever care to read. Why, when one of those Webb babies was due, the family appeared to be a large one. Could not his little wandering ego have found its way into that ugly but notable mansion on Fifth Avenue instead of having been spitefully guided to a New Jersey farm? Not that Andrew expressed himself in this wise. Had he put his thoughts into words, he would probably have queried in good terse English, "Why in thunder can't I be Schuyler Churchill Webb instead of a nobody in Harlem? He's just my age, and I might as well have been he as not." His 23rd birthday cake, prepared by loving hands, had scarcely been eaten when the waves of snobbery first lapped his feet. At 25, they had broken high above his head, and the surge was ever in his ears. He was not acutely miserable. His health was too perfect, his appetite too good. But deeper and deeper each week did he bury his perplexed head in the social folklore of Newark and Newport. Oftener and oftener during the city season did he promenade Central Fifth Avenue from 4:30 until 5:30 in the afternoon of pleasant days. He lived for the hour which would find him sauntering from 41st Street to the Park and back again. He knew all the fashionable men and women by sight. There was no one to tell him their names, but the names themselves were more familiar than the rows of figures in his books downtown. He fitted them to such presences as seemed to demand them as their right. He grew into a certain intimacy with the slender, trimly accoutred girls who held themselves so erectly and wore their hair with such maidenly severity. They were so different in appearance from all the women he had known or seen, and from the languishing creatures in his mother's cherished book of beauty, that he came to look upon them as a race apart, which they were, as something not quite human, which was a slander. As they stalked along so briskly in their tailor-made frocks, their cheeks and eyes brilliant with health, the average observer would have likened them to healthy, high-bred young racehorses. On the whole, however, Andrew gave his full measure of his admiration to the women who took their exercise less violently. When the spring came, and the park was green, he would stand in the plaza, surrounded by its great hotels, the deep rumble of the avenue behind him, forgetting even the phalanxes of tramping girls with their accessories of boys and poodles. Before him were the white gates of the park, the green wooden knolls rolling away, almost to his home in Harlem. Just beyond the gates was a bend in the driveway, and he never tired of watching the stream of carriages wind as from a cavern and roll out to the avenue. The vivid background claimed as its own those superb traps with their dainty burdens of women who held their heads so haughtily, whose plumage was so brilliant. The horses glittered and pranced. The parasols fluttered like butterflies above the flower faces beneath. Webb would stand entranced, bitterly thankful that there was such a scene for him to look upon, choking back a sob that he had no part in it. When summer came, and society flitted to Newport, that paradise in which he only half believed, he was more lonely and glum than the loneliest and glummest and most blassy clubman who clung to his window because he hated Newport and could not afford London. Quite accidentally, when his infatuation was about 3 years old, he came into a singular compensation. In the summertime, during his 10 days' vacation, when he was tramping through the woods, he fell in with a party of Western people who manifested much interest in New York. To Andrew, there was only one New York, and with that his soul was identified. Insensibly, he began to talk of New York society as if it were part of his daily experience. His careful, if restricted, study of habits had made him sufficiently familiar with it to enable him to deceive the wholly ignorant. He described the people, their brilliant functions, the individualities of certain of its members. He talked freely of Ward McAllister and imitated the gentleman's peculiarities of thought and speech, so familiar to the newspaper reader. For the time, he deceived himself as well as his hearers, and so fascinating did he find his delusion that he remained with the inquisitive and guileless party until the end of his vacation. After that, he made it a point each year to attach himself to some party of tourists and to tell them of New York society plus Andrew Webb. He was not a liar in the ordinary sense of the word. In his home and in the bank, where he played his daily game of give and take, his reputation for veracity was enviable. Every mortal, not an idiot, has his daydreams. Webb merely dreamed this aloud to an audience, and these summers were the oases of his life. He had one other pleasure equally keen. On the first day of each month, he dined at Delmonico's. In the beginning, it meant the forfeit of his usual stand-up luncheon, but he had decided that the cause was worthy of the sacrifice. One evening, however, he lingered on Upper Fifth Avenue longer than usual and entered late. The restaurant was crowded. He stood at the door, hesitating, knowing that he would not be permitted to seat himself at a table already occupied by even one person. Suddenly, a small, common-looking little man came forward and touched his arm. "Won't you share my table?" he said effusively. "My name is Slocum, and I've seen you here often. You mustn't go away. Come in." Andrew gratefully accepted and followed Mr. Slocum over to the little table on the other side of the room. "I say," said Slocum, after Webb had ordered his dinner, "I've hit on a plan. It's been in my head for some time. How often do you come here?" "Once a month." "That's my game exactly. I'm a clerk on a small salary, but I must have one good dinner a month, if I don't have my hair cut. Now, suppose we dine together. One portion's enough for two, and the same dinner will cost each of us half what it does now. See?" Andrew did not take kindly to Mr. Slocum. The vulgar young man was so different from the magnificent creature about him. But the offer was not to be ignored, and he closed with it. For the following 3 years, until he was 28, he dined regularly at Delmonico's, and in that rarefied atmosphere his head gently swam. He forgot the flat in Harlem, forgot that he was Andrew, not Schuyler Churchill Webb. 3. One day, word came that Uncle Sandy Armstrong was dead. Andrew could not get away, nor Polly, who was then a teacher, but Mrs. Webb hastily packed an old carpet-bag and went over to superintend her brother's funeral. That evening the young people discussed the death of their relative in a businesslike manner which their mother would have resented, but which was justifiable from their point of view. I suppose Ma will have the farm, remarked Polly, still a plump, rosy, and well-dressed Polly, albeit with an added air of importance and a slightly didactic enunciation. How much do you suppose it's worth? Andrew, who was lying on the sofa smoking a pipe, protruded his upper lip. 4,000, not a cent more. The orchard's all gone to seed, and the house too. We might mortgage the land and fit the house up for summer boarders. Andrew frowned heavily. His sister was absently tapping a pile of compositions on the table beside her and did not see the frown. She would not have suspected the cause if she had. As well that as anything, he replied indifferently. No one will buy it, that's positive, with all that marsh. 2 days later, he returned home to find the very atmosphere of the place quivering with excitement. Bridget stood in the doorway of the kitchen, which faced the end of the narrow hallway personal to the Webb abode. Her round eyes glittered in a purple face. She waved her arms wildly. "Oh, Mr. Webb," she began. "Andrew, come here," shrieked Polly from the other end of the hall. "Come here, quick!" It was not Webb's habit to move rapidly, but fearing that his mother was ill, he walked briskly to the parlor. Mrs. Webb, trembling as from a recent nervous shock, her face flushed, a legal document in her lap, sat in an upright chair, apparently in the best of health. Polly was on the verge of hysterics. "What do you think has happened?" she cried. "Tell him, Ma. I can't." Then she flung herself face downward on the sofa and kicked her heels together. "We are rich, Andrew," said Mrs. Webb with a desperate effort at calmness. "Your Uncle Sandy has been investing in doubling money these 20 years. He has left $150,000, $50,000 to each of us." Andrew's knees gave way. He sat down suddenly. He had but one thought. A radiant future flashed the little room out of vision. That would be his, which for 5 years he had desired with all the insidious force of a fixed idea. "Say something, Andrew, for heaven's sake!" cried Polly. "Oh, I shall scream. $50,000 all my own. No more school, no more dressmaking. We'll all go to Europe. Ma says it's well invested, and we shall have 4,000 a year each. Goodness, goodness, goodness me!" "I should like to fit up the old house and live there," said Mrs. Webb. "But yes, I should like to see Europe first. That was one of the dreams of my youth. And I'll have a sealskin, at last. You shall have a magnificent black silk and a pair of diamond earrings." "Polly," exclaimed her mother, "what should I do with diamonds?" "A new black silk, a rich one, yes. I shall like that." Poor Sandy. Andrew leaned forward and took the document and laid it on his knee. He stroked it as tenderly as if it had been a woman's head, and he another man. There was no sentiment in his nature, although he was an admirer of beauty, New York beauty. After a time, he detached himself from his thoughts and talked the matter over with his mother and sister. When they asked him what he should do, he replied confusedly that he did not know, but the plans of neither were so well defined as his. All that night he sat on the edge of his bed staring at the worn outlines of the boy and the dog on the rug under his feet. $50,000. It seemed a great fortune to him. Such a sum had been familiar enough in figures for many years, but that it might represent a concrete wad of bills was a fact which had never presented itself to his imagination before. $50,000. He did not know what the objects of his idolatry were worth, merely that they were idle and luxurious. These $50,000 would enable him to be idle and luxurious, and to meet society at last on its own ground. 4. The interval between the night and the day upon which the estate was settled, Andrew passed in a sort of impatient dream. Never before had days, weeks, months seemed so long. Never had he so dissociated himself from his little world and melted into that luminous circle of which he was to become a component part. How he was to obtain his passport into fashionable society was a question that did not concern him. Its portals were typified to him by the wide gates of Central Park, through which all might roll upon whom fortune smiled. One blessed fact possessed his mind. By the 1st of July, he should be master of his future, liberated from his desk, free to go to Newport. When his foot actually pressed the reservation, all the rest would come about quite naturally. At this time, he still preserved his self-respect. He felt quite the equal of the men he had brushed elbows with at Delmonico's. The pink-faced youths with their butter-colored tops, the affable elderly men with their bulbous stomachs and puffy eyes. He had caught many of their little fats. He had risen in the night, and opening the door connecting the kitchen and the dining room, that he might have sufficient scope, he had practiced the remarkable gait of the New York youth of fashion. That slight forward inclination of the shoulders, that slighter crab-like angle of the body, that ponderous, thoughtful tread, the only difference from the walk of the tough being in the length of the step. One hand was in a pocket, the other absently manipulated a stick. He had also witnessed the handshake, and of his proficiency in this accomplishment he felt assured. On the 3rd day of July, 1 hour after the law had yielded up its temporary foundling, he ordered an elaborate outfit from the most fashionable tailor in New York. This order and others drilled a large hole in his first quarter's income, but he regarded that as a trifling detail. His mother and sister were meanwhile selling the homely necessities of their flat at auction as a first step to a year abroad. They wondered at Andrew's desire to go to Newport, but had heard that it was a pretty place with a good bathing beach and much visited by tourists. They spent the last night together in a hotel, and Mrs. Webb, in spite of a faint protest from Andrew, ordered beer and crackers and cheese. They had eaten this little supper for many years, and the women, who were very tearful, insisted that this last evening together must be as much like the dear old evenings as possible. It was a sad meal. 5. It was profoundly hot August day when Andrew left the steamboat and actually stood upon Newport soil. More properly, he stood upon a plank wharf and was not impressed with the dock. But as the omnibus rolled through the town, his heart began to swell, his rather dull eyes to glow. The hour was 2, and the city asleep under its ivy and flowers. After New York, it seemed deliciously quiet and old and aristocratic. The pounding of the horses' hoofs, the voices of the people in the omnibus were desiccating. He had glimpses of long avenues, dark green, dim, a flash of willow top or imposing gateway behind the stately trees. He felt that he was in paradise. He was in no mood to admire the hotel, plain and unpretending structure as it was. It was so old and still and highly respectable. He descended from the omnibus nervously and went into the office. A clerk handed him a pen, and he registered his name in a clerkly hand, A. Armstrong Webb. He had decided to acknowledge his debt to his uncle and add a cubit to his stature at the same time. The clerk wheeled the book round, glanced indifferently at the name, and handed a key to a bellboy. Webb, conscious of a faint chill, followed the boy upstairs. The room to which he was conducted was an ordinary one overlooking the area. He had been treated as any commonplace and unknown traveller would be. The thought increased the chill. Then he philosophically concluded that a nobleman travelling incognito would be treated in the same way, and went downstairs to the dining room. There he was somewhat surprised to find that dinner was being served instead of luncheon. He supposed that dinner in a Newport hotel would be served at 8 o'clock. At dinner, he went out of the veranda, sat himself on one of the chairs by the railing, and smoked an expensive cigar. He was beginning to feel strangely lonely. There seemed to be very few people in the hotel, and he experienced his first pang of helplessness, of doubt. He had supposed that the hotel would be full of great people. As he glanced down the avenue, those big houses seemed like tombs, buried themselves under a rank growth of foliage, and it was so wondrous quiet. His cigar cheered him somewhat, and he sauntered back to the office and entered into conversation with the clerk, a good-humoured little Englishman with cheeks like his own apples. The clerk knew at a glance that the stranger was neither a swell nor a frequenter of Newport, but he liked his manly appearance and readily met his advances. To his dismay, Webb learned that the swells no longer went to the hotels, or, if obliged to do so for a short period, secluded themselves in their rooms. They lived in cottages. Oh yes, all those fine houses were called cottages. It was a sort of fad, American modesty, the clerk supposed. There was not much run of any sort at the hotel until 15th, when a good many tourists came. Oh yes, there were some people there, mostly old ones, who had come every season for many years, he believed. Rather depressing parties, these. They looked so old-fashioned and did not do much to brighten up things. Webb, with glowing dejection, left the hotel and strolled up the avenue. There his spirits revived. The avenue was so beautiful, so gloomy, so old. He drew in deep inhalations of its unmistakably aristocratic atmosphere. He felt its subtle, possessing influence. Once more his imagination awakened. He leaned on a Gothic gateway and gazed upon a superb Queen Anne cottage with Tudor towers. Incongruities in the architecture mattered nothing to him. He precipitated his astral part through the massive door and wandered with ponderous, thoughtful tread over the deep carpets of the drawing rooms and corridors. He drank tea on the back veranda with languid dames and with men who had never stood at desks. He threw himself into an armchair and listened to a slim-waisted, smooth-haired girl coquetting with the piano. He sat with the haughty chatelaine and talked of. There his imagination failed him. He hardly knew what these people talked of, although he had read many society novels. As far as his memory served him, they talked of nothing in particular. He wandered down the avenue, dreaming his dream at many gateposts. He saw no one, but thereby was the illusion deepened. Newport, for the hour, was his. He returned to the hotel veranda, lit another cigar, and was about to meditate upon some plan of campaign when suddenly an odd and delightful thing happened. It was 4:30 of the clock. As if to the ringing of a bell and the rising of a curtain, the Bellevue Avenue became suddenly alive with carriages. The big gates seemed to yawn simultaneously and discharge their expensive freight. It was as if these actors in the Newport drama would lose their weekly salary did they step on the boats a moment too late. The avenue, with its grey frocks and parasols, was like a long flower bed in spring. Webb's cigar went out. He leaned forward eagerly, straining his eyes. In some of the superb traps were decrepit old dowagers wagging their feeble heads, wondering perhaps how much longer their millions would keep them alive. Sometimes their young heirs were with them, patient and placid. Others were pitifully alone. Several men were on horseback, riding in the agonized fashion of the day. There were carriages full of girls with complexions of ivory and claret, air of ineffable daintiness. Now and then a Victoria would roll by in which women lolled, heavily veiled with crape. Webb wondered if they really could sorrow like common folks. Mingling with the superb turnouts were barouches unmistakably hired, occupied by people dressed with a certain cheap smartness. Here and there a girl, probably of the people, cantered half defiantly down the line, a sailor hat on her head, a jacket open over a shirt, and four in hand. Once a yoke of oxen, driven by a bareheaded maid, straggled into the throng. The avenue before the hotel became deserted once more. The upper end was blocked with carriages, all apparently bent in the same direction. Andrew ran down the steps, half inclined to follow, half fearing they would never return. A number of open hacks stood before the hotel. A driver immediately approached Andrew. "Like a drive, sir?" "Yes," said Webb. "Go where the others are going." "Certainly, sir. And if you be a stranger, I can tell you most of the names." Andrew could have tipped him on the spot. He should be able to identify those people at last. He felt that he had advanced another step. "We'll drive slow and meet them on their return," said the driver. He indicated with a gesture of contempt a passing carriage. "You see them, sir? They be people that comes to the hotel and goes away and talks about spending the summer in Newport. But anyone could tell that they are just hotel people, and that the hack is hired. They don't deceive nobody here." The words gave Andrew a hint for which he was thankful. He understood that he must not stay at the hotel. Where should he go, however? He must take a cottage, he supposed. They rolled down a thick-leaved avenue and out over the stubby sandhills by the sea. Here and there a large mansion crowned the heights, and Andrew was glad to see the traditional cottage in full relief. He paid it scant attention, however. The procession of carriages had already turned, and his faithful guide uttered many a name which sounded like old sweet music in his ears. Some of the younger faces were unfamiliar, but they too bore names that the newspapers had made famous. "Now look with all your eyes," cried the driver suddenly. "Here is Mrs. Johnny Belhaven. She is worth more millions than all the rest put together, and is an A1 whip." A plump but distinguished-looking woman bore down on them in what appeared to be a chariot. Andrew had never seen anything so high on wheels before. Mrs. Belhaven looked down upon her order as from a throne and wore a slightly supercilious expression. "And there's Ward McAllister," continued the driver excitedly. "Him as is the leader of the 400, you know." Andrew almost raised himself from his seat. He stared with bulging eyes at the tired, carelessly dressed elderly man with whom he had been intimate so many years. He turned to the hotel. His spirits were normal again. He had taken his part in a fragment of the daily life of Newport. As he passed through the office on his way to the elevator, the clerk beckoned to him. "As you seem a stranger, sir," he said apologetically, "I thought I would introduce you to Mr. Chapman. He is a correspondent of several New York papers, and could tell you how to amuse yourself." A short, thick-set, amiable young man shook Andrew's hand heartily. Mr. Chapman was not the sort of person Andrew had gone to Newport to meet, but he was glad of any friendship temporarily. The two young men went out to the veranda. Andrew proffered his new cigar case. The other accepted gratefully. He was the freelance correspondent of several New York weekly papers, and his salary was not large. He tipped his chair back, put his feet on the railing, and confided to Webb that he hated Newport. "I wouldn't have come here this summer if I could have got out of it," he said gloomily. "It's my third year, and the place gets worse every season. These people are so stuck up, there's no approaching them for news. Even Lancaster, who is a sort of entree because he is connected with the Swagger family, admits that it's as much as his life is worth to get anything out of them. He's a correspondent of the New York Eye. What's worse, they don't do anything. Here it is the 3rd of August, and not a ball has been given. Just little things among themselves that you can't get at. It's enough to drive a fellow to drink. I've faked till my poor imagination is worn to a thread. The papers have to have news. But I've done one big thing this summer, a corking beat. Did you notice halfway down the avenue a new house surrounded by a big stone wall? That's a new Belhaven house. They had sworn that no reporter should so much as pass the gates. No paper should ever show an eager world the interior of that marble mausoleum. The newspapers were wild. Even the Lancaster had no show. I was bound that I'd get into that house if I had to go as a burglar. And I did, but not that way. I bribed the butcher to let me dress up as his boy, took a camera, and photographed the house and grounds from the seclusion of the meat wagon. I flirted with the cook and got her to show me the drawing rooms. It was early, and the family wasn't up. I dodged the butler and took snapshots. The other newspaper men were ready to brain me. I felt sorry for some of them, but I had joy over Lancaster. He had bribed the caterer and the florist to keep their best bits of news for him. A low trick that. Not but what I'd do it myself if I had his salary. He got a scoop last year, and you couldn't speak to him for a month after. Mrs. Foster, she's one of the biggest guns, you know, a regular cannon, refurnished a house last summer, and all the New York papers wanted photographs. She was cranky, and said they shouldn't have them. Wouldn't even listen to Lancaster's pleadings. But he hadn't jollied the butler for nothing. She didn't stop here last summer, while he came down every 2 weeks and rearranged every stick of the furniture. The butler was nearly distracted. It was as much as his place was worth to have her find any of the chairs out of place, and the rooms had to be swept. So he hit on a plan. He bought a camera and photographed the rooms every time Mrs. Foster came down. One day he met Lancaster on the avenue and confided his method of keeping up with the old lady. You may be sure that Lancaster was not long getting a set of those photos. It cost the newspaper a pot of money, for the butler was no fool. But there they were next Sunday, and Mrs. Foster doesn't know to this day how it was done. Webb listened with mingled amusement and dismay. He was slowly beginning to realize the determined segregation from the common herd of these people to whom he had come so confidently to offer homage. He changed the subject. "I don't want to stay here, don't you know?" he said, glancing scornfully over the shoulder at the hotel which in its day had housed the most distinguished in the land. "What would you advise? Take a cottage?" "Take a cottage?" Mr. Chapman fairly gasped. "Are you a millionaire in disguise? If you were, I don't believe you could get one. The swells shut up theirs when they don't come, or let them to their friends. The others are mostly taken year after year by the same people. No, I tell you what you want, a bachelor's apartment. They are not so easy to get either, but I happen to know of one. It was rented 4 years ago by Jack Delancey, but he blew in most of his money and then tried to recuperate on cottage. The bottom fell out of that, and now goodness knows where he is. At all events, his apartment is to let. Suppose we go now and see it. There's no time to lose." Andrew assented willingly, profoundly thankful that he had met Mr. Chapman. The apartment was near the hotel. They found it still vacant, furnished with a certain bold distinction. The rent was high, but Andrew stifled the economic promptings of his nature and manfully signed a check. That night there was nothing to be seen in Newport, not even a moon. The city was like a necropolis. Andrew gratefully employed his leisure hunting for servants. The following day he was comfortably installed and had invited the fortunate Mr. Chapman to dinner. He found the gentleman next morning on the beach taking snapshots of the bathers. "This sort of thing goes," Chapman said, "although these people are just plain tourists. I label them the beautiful Miss Brown, or the famous Miss Jones, and the average reader swallows it. To say nothing of the fact that it makes the paper look well. The swells won't go in with the common herd, and want the ocean fenced in too, as it were. There are some of them over there in their carriages, taking a languid interest in the scene because they have nothing better to do. But they do no more think of getting out and sitting on this balcony, as they do at Narragansett, than they'd ride in a streetcar. Want to go up to the casino and see the stage go off? That's one of the sights. Andrew had spent a half hour the evening before gazing at a graceful brown building which had long been a part of his dreams. He welcomed the prospect of seeing a phase of its brilliant life. They reached the casino a few minutes before the coach started. A large, round-shouldered man with face and frame of phlegmatic mold occupied the seat and swung his whip with a bored and absent air. 2 or 3 girls clad in apotheosized organdie and close hats were already on top of the coach. An elderly beau was assiduously attending upon a young woman who was about to mount the ladder. She was a plain girl, with an air of refined health and simply clad in white. "She is worth $16 million in her own right," said Chapman with a groan. On the sidewalk between the casino and the coach were 2 groups of girls. One group gazed up at their friends on the coach, wishing them good fortune. The other gazed upon the first eagerly and enviously. Andrew looked from one to the other. The girls who talked to those on the coach wore organdie frocks of simple but marvelous construction. Shading their young pellucid eyes, their bare polished brows were large leghorn hats covered with expensive feathers or flowers. Air, carriage, complexion, manner, each was a part of the unmistakable uniform of the New York girl of fashion. But the others? Andrew put the question to Chapman. "Oh, they are natives. We call them that to distinguish them from the cottagers. They get close whenever they get a chance and copy the cottagers' clothes and manners. But it doesn't take a magnifying glass to see the difference." Andrew looked with the pity he did not admit was fellow-feeling at the pretty girls with their bright complexions, their merely stylish clothes, which reminded him of Polly's, the inferior feathers in their chip hats. The sharp contrast between the 2 groups of girls was almost painful. "I've got to leave you," said Chapman, "but I'll see you later. Take care of yourself." The horn tooted, the whip cracked, the coach started. The men on the club balcony above the casino watched it lazily. The street between the coach and the green wall opposite had been blocked with carriages that now rolled away. Webb turned his attention to the group of cottagers. One of the girls wore a yellow organdie trimmed with black velvet ribbons, a large leghorn covered with yellow feathers and black velvet. She was not pretty, but she had an air, and that was supremest beauty in Andrew's eyes. Another was in lilac, another in pink. Each had the same sleek brown hair, the same ivory complexion. In attendance was a tall, clumsily built, but very imposing young man with sleepy blue eyes and a mighty mustache. The girls paid him marked attention. They chatted for a few moments, then walked through the entrance of the casino, over the lawn, towards the lower balcony of the horseshoe surrounding it. Andrew followed, fascinated. The young man in attendance walked after the manner of his kind, and Andrew, unconsciously imitating him, ascended the steps, seated himself with an air of elaborate indifference opposite the party in the narrow semicircle, and composed his face into an expression of blank abstraction. His trouble was wasted. They did not see him. They had an air of seeing no one in the world but their kind. One of the girls, to Andrew's horror, crossed her knees and swung a foot airily. The young man sank into a slouching position. Another girl joined the group, but he did not rise when introduced, nor offer to get her a chair. She was obliged to perform that office at some difficulty for herself. The band began to play. Andrew leaned forward, gazing at the floor, intent upon hearing these people actually converse. But their talk only came into him in snatches between the rise and fall of the music. Like many other New Yorkers, he had a deaf ear. "My things disappear so," from the yellow girl. "I suspect my maid wears them. Don't really know what I have. Don't dare say anything." This was said with a languid drawl which Andrew thought delicious. All laughed. "Shall we go to Paris this year?" "I don't know. Till time comes. Then we keep 4 servants up all night packing. Must have some new gowns. You know how you have to talk to Doucet and pack on yourself." The young man went to sleep. The girls put their heads together and whispered. After a time, they arose with a little capricious air which completed Andrew's subjugation and strolled away. 6. That evening, as he sat with Chapman over the coffee in the stately little dining room of the victim of cottage, the journalist remarked suddenly, "I say, old fellow, you don't seem to be in it. Don't you know anybody here at all?" Andrew shook his head gloomily. Well, you'll have a stupid time, I'm afraid. There are only 3 classes of people that come to Newport. The swells, the people who want to see the swells, and the correspondents whose unhappy fate is to report the doings of the swells. Now, what on earth did you come here for? Andrew had not a confiding nature, but he could not repress a dark flush. The astute little journalist understood it. It's too bad you didn't bring a letter or 2. One would have made it easy work. You look as well as any of them, and you've got the boodle. Where did you come from anyway? Newark. Chapman puckered his lips about his cigar. That's bad. It's harder for a non-commissioned New Yorker to get into society than for a district attorney to get into heaven. Did you make any swagger friends at college? I never went to college. Too bad. A man should always train a point to get a college. If he's clever, he can make friends there that he can work for the rest of his life. Little by little, with adroit use of the detective faculty of the modern reporter, he extracted from Webb the tale of his years, even the extent of his fortune. The young aspirant's ingenuousness made him gasp more than once, but he had too kindly a nature to state to Webb the hopelessness of his case. His new friend was manly and generous, and had won from him a sincere liking, tempered with pity. Better let him find out for himself how things stood. Then, when his eyes were open, steer him out of his difficulties. He rose in a few moments. Well, he said cheerily, I wish I were Lancaster. I would be able to do something for you, but I'm not in it, not for a cent. You may as well take in the passing show, however. The first casino hop is on tonight. Put on your talks and go. Anybody there? Asked Andrew loftily. Oh, rather. All the cottagers will be there, or a goodly number of them, and it's a pretty sight. But how can I get in? By paying the sum of $1, old man? Andrew's cigar dropped from his mouth. Do you mean to say that they go to a place and dance in full dress on the floor with everybody? Why, anyone can pay $1. Chapman laughed. Oh, well, go and see how it is for yourself. Meet me in the gallery at 10, and I'll tell you who's who. Au revoir. At 9:30, Andrew stood before his mirror and regarded himself meditatively. Without vanity, he could admit that, so far as appearances counted, he would be an ornament to any ballroom. His strong young figure carried its evening clothes with the air of a gentleman, not of a waiter. He had seen fashionable men in Delmonico's who needed their facial tresses to avoid confusion. Chapman had that day pointed out to him 2 scions of distinguished name whose sideboards had caused him to mistake them for coachmen. He stroked his own moustache. It had never been cut, and was as silken as the hair of the ladies he worshipped. His head had been cropped by the most fashionable barber in Newark. He wore no jewels. In a word, he was correct, and he assured himself of the fact with proud humility. Nevertheless, his heart was heavy behind his irreproachable waistcoat. From his apartment, it was but a few steps to the casino. He walked there without injury to his pumps, bought his ticket at the office, half fearing that it would be refused him, and sauntered across the lawn to the inner door of the ballroom. The horseshoe was brilliantly lighted, and with its airy architecture looked as if awaiting a revel of the fairies. The cottagers, Andrew understood, would alight at an outside door. They were subscribers, and the office was not for them. He went up the gallery to avoid his friend. It was less than a fourth occupied by pretty girls. Natives he recognized at once. Some wore hats, others were in local substitute for full dress, a muslin or Indian silk turned away at the throat, a flower in the hair. He took a chair before the railing. The one beside him was occupied by a handsome, dark-eyed girl who had made a brave attempt to be smart. She wore a red silk frock and a red rose in her rough, abundant hair. Round a white throat she had gracefully arranged some silk lace. Andrew paid that tribute to her charms of one whose eyes had been too long accustomed to great works of art to take any interest in the chromo. Nevertheless, he was young, and she was young. They flirted mildly until Chapman came in and introduced them. Miss Leslie is an old friend of mine, Webb, he said in his hearty way. I hope you will be friends too. Miss Leslie bowed and beamed and flashed her pretty teeth. Andrew made some vague remark, wondering at the spite of fate, then forgot her utterly. Chapman had whispered to him that the cottagers were coming. He leaned eagerly over the rail. A number of buxom dames, accompanied by slender girls, were filing in. Some of the old women were in white satin, with many jewels on their platitudinous bosoms. The slim sisterhood, with their deer-like movements, their curried hair arranged to simulate a walnut on the crown of their little heads, their tiny waists and white necks and arms riveted Andrew's gaze as ever. Some looked like Easter lilies in their pure white gowns, others like delicate orchids. One beautiful young woman, evidently a matron, wore a gown of black gauze with a row of sparkling crescents, stars and clusters about the low line of the corsage. "Isn't she lovely?" whispered Miss Leslie. "She's got a French duke, but she deserved her luck. She's sweet." All were very décolleté. "Reminds one of the days when slaves were put up on sale at the mart. Not far from the spot," murmured Chapman. One sprightly matron entered with an imperious air and was immediately surrounded. "Who's she?" inquired Andrew scornfully. "Why, her frock and gloves are soiled, and her hair's dyed." "Oh, she's out of sight, my boy. Once in a while they do look like that. She's going to lead things this summer. Wish she'd hurry up." Then he named a number of people to web. The band on the platform facing the triple row of seats at the far end began a waltz. Most of the men were elderly and well-preserved. They danced with the girls. The half-dozen youth improved their chances by assiduous attention of the unwieldy dames. Andrew thought that his princesses danced very badly. Many of them were taller than the men, and looked about to go head first over the shoulders, whose support they seemed to disdain. The little ones bounded like rubber balls. The old women formed groups and gossiped. A number sat about a plethoric lady, whose diamonds made her look like a crystal chandelier. Chapman informed Webb that she was a duchess. "You see that fellow over there?" he exclaimed suddenly, indicating with the point of his lead pencil a young man with a vulgar, vacuous face and a clumsy assumption of the grand air. Well, he was a nobody a year ago, a distant connection of the Webbs, but they never recognized his existence until he came into some money. Then they took him up, and now he's out of sight. It's too bad you didn't happen to be that kind of Webb. You look a long sight more of a gentleman than he does." "Are any of the Webbs here?" asked Andrew, choking with bitterness. "There's one old girl over there, regular old ice chest." Is Schuyler Churchill Webb here?" "He's just coming. He's talking to the Duchess, the French one." Andrew gazed with dull hatred at the plain, amiable-looking young man, whose air of indefinable elegance seemed to reach forth and smite him in the face. The gulf, which had been a gradually widening rift, seemed suddenly to yawn. "Well, I must go," said Chapman. "I have to get my stuff off, you know. We'll see you in the morning." As he left, Miss Leslie renewed her pleasantries, hoping that Andrew would ask her to go down and dance. She was terribly afraid of the great folk, poor little soul, but she felt that this strong, self-reliant young man would protect her. Andrew excused himself in a few moments, however, and went downstairs. He had bought the right to be in the same room with those people, and he would claim it. The treble row of seats was evidently reserved for strangers. No cottagers were at that end of the room. They sat about the other three sides with an air of being on their own ground. Andrew walked resolutely into the room and took possession of one of the chairs reserved for his kind. He had only 3 or 4 neighbors. Most of the tourists had gone upstairs and were darkly surveying the scene. There were no decorations, but the dowagers were a jeweled dado, the girls an animated bed of blossoms. 7. For an hour Andrew sat there, and at its end he comprehended why the cottagers did not concern themselves about the tickets sold. Not one icy glance had been directed at the treble row of seats. Not one inquiring stare bent upon the occasional tourist couple who summoned courage to take a whirl. He and his companions might have been invisible intruders on a foreign planet for all the notice the elect took of them. There was nothing overt, nothing unkind, but the stranger was as effectually frozen out as if he had fled before a battery of lodge nets. The cottagers were like one large family. There was no more reserve among the young people than if they had been a party of happy, well-trained school-children. What wonder that the stranger within their gates felt his remoteness? During the Lancers, they almost romped. They might have been on the lawn of one of their own cottages, and these outsiders hanging on the fence. To any and all without their world, they were unaffectedly oblivious. At the end of the hour, Andrew rose heavily and left his seat. His face was grey. His knees shook a little. He understood. But his cup of bitterness was not yet full. As he made his way down the passage, behind one of the rows of chairs reserved for the cottagers, he beheld a girl who had just entered. He stood still and stared at her, wondering that he had ever thought other women beautiful. If those he had worshipped were princesses, This was a goddess. Only New York could give her that nameless distinction, so curiously unlike the graceful breeding of older lands, the difference between the hothouse orchid and the lily of ancient parks. This girl's figure was more Juno-esque than was usually with her kind, a waist larger. She was very tall. Her carriage was one of regal simplicity, as if she were wont to walk on stars. Her shining brown hair was gathered into a knot at the base of her classic head. Her brow and chin and throat were perfect in their modelling. Her skin, of a marvellous whiteness, seemed to shed a light of its own. One might surely examine it with a microscope and find no flaw. Her mouth and nose were irregular, but her large blue-grey eyes shone triumphant, and she had beautiful ears. She wore a simple gown of pale blue organdy, clinging to a faultless figure even at the throat and wrists. At her right was a new-found relative of the Webbs, half a head too short to reach that exquisite ear with his mumblings. About her were several other men. Andrew's capacity for love may not have been very profound, but he loved this woman at once and finally. It was a love that would have delighted the cynical Schopenhauer and the philosophical Darwin. The instinct of selection had never been more spontaneously and unerringly exercised. He was conscious of neither passion nor sentiment, however. She hovered in his visions as a companion at great functions, his possession whom all the world would envy. It was not so much she he loved as what she represented. His attention was momentarily distracted by the remarkable antics of an elderly man. This person was bowing and genuflecting before the goddess, rolling his eyes upwards, throwing out his hands, clasping and wringing them, a pantomime of speechless admiration. To Andrew, he looked like an elderly billy goat with a thorn in its hoof. The goddess looked down upon him with an expression of good-natured contempt. The men applauded heartily. Andrew once more riveted his gaze on the face which had completed his undoing. In a moment, the girl's clear eyes met his. Then moved past as indifferently as if she had gazed upon space. Andrew turned, forgetting his hat, and almost ran from the house, down the street, and up the stairs of his apartment. He flung himself into a chair, buried his face in his hands, and groaned aloud. The hopelessness of his case surged through his brain with pitiless reiteration. He might as well attempt to fly to one of the cold stars above his casement as to besiege the society of New York. There was literally no human being out of Earth's millions to give him the line that would pass him through those open, invisible portals. Had he been a baboon from Central Africa, his chances would have been better. He would have compelled their attention for a moment. There were heavy portieres over his door. No one could hear his groans, and he afforded himself that measure of relief. The tears ran down his cheeks. He twisted his strong hands together. Those whose hearts have been convulsed by the bitterness of love, by the loss of children, by the downfall of great hopes, may read with scorn the suffering of a snob. It may seem a mean and trivial emotion, but he had had scant opportunity to study his kind, who knows nothing of the power of the snob to suffer. An artist may toil on unrecognized, yet with the deep delight of his art as compensation. A man in public life may be stung with 1,000 bitter defeats, but he has the joy of the fight, the self-respect of legitimate ambition. But for the repeated defeats of even the successful snob, what compensation? Step by step he climbs, to find another still to mount, each bristling with obstacles, to which he yields the shreds and patches of his self-respect. The bitter knowledge that his own tolerance is ever with him, that no matter how high he rises, he can never reach his goal. For at the goal are only those who have never known the need to strive. It's a constant battle for a soap bubble, an ambition without soul. And Andrew? He had not even planted his foot on the first step. For 5 years he had lived in a fool's paradise, a corroding dream. There was literally nothing else on earth that he wanted. His money had come to him as the very irony of fate. He could not give him the one thing he wished, and he had no other use for it. His dream was over. He felt like an aged man set free from an asylum for the demented after a period of incarceration which had devoured the good years of his life. He looked at what still seemed wealth to him as such a man would look at all the joys of light and liberty and taste offered to his paralyzed senses. When the sun rose, it shone down with an air of personal sympathy upon the fleet of white yachts in the bay, upon the grand old avenues, upon the relics of an historic past no cottager ever thinks of, upon the splendid houses of those who have made Newport's younger fame, and it straggled through one pair of heavy curtains and gleamed upon the white face of a young man who had joined the ranks of those that proclaimed the world their conqueror. The End of the Tragedy of a Snob.
What Men Live by Leo Tolstoy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What Men Live by. A shoemaker named Simon, who had neither house nor land of his own, lived with his wife and children in a peasant's hut, and earned his living by his work. Work was cheap, but bread was dear, and what he earned he spent for food. The man and his wife had but one sheepskin coat between them for winter wear, and even that was torn to tatters, and this was the second year he had been wanting to buy sheepskins for a new coat. Before winter, Simon saved up a little money. A 3-ruble note lay hidden in his wife's box, and 5 rubles and 20 kopecks were owed him by customers in the village. So one morning he prepared to go to the village to buy the sheepskins. He put on over his shirt his wife's wadded nankeen jacket, and over that he put his own cloth coat. He took the 3-ruble note in his pocket, cut himself a stick to serve as a staff, and started off after breakfast. "I'll collect the 5 rubles that are due to me," thought he. "Add the 3 I have got, and that will be enough to buy sheepskins for the winter coat." He came to the village and called at a peasant's hut, but the man was not at home. The peasant's wife promised that the money should be paid next week, but she would not pay it herself. Then Simon called on another peasant, but this one swore he had no money, and would only pay 20 kopecks which he owed for a pair of boots Simon had mended. Simon then tried to buy the sheepskins on credit, but the dealer would not trust him. "Bring your money," said he. "Then you may have your pick of the skins. We know what debt collecting is like." So all the business the shoemaker did was to get the 20 kopecks for boots he had mended, and to take a pair of felt boots a peasant gave him to sole with leather. Simon felt downhearted. He spent the 20 kopecks on vodka, and started homewards without having bought any skins. In the morning he had felt the frost, but now, after drinking the vodka, he felt warm, even without a sheepskin coat. He trudged along, striking his stick on the frozen earth with one hand, swinging the felt boots with the other, and talking to himself. Chapter 1. "I'm quite warm," said he, "though I have no sheepskin coat. I've had a drop, and it runs through all my veins. I need no sheepskins. I go along and don't worry about anything. That's the sort of man I am. What do I care? I can live without sheepskins. I don't need them. My wife will fret, to be sure. And true enough, it is a shame. One works all day long and then does not get paid. Stop a bit. If you don't bring that money along, sure enough I'll skin you. Blessed if I don't. How's that? He pays 20 kopecks at a time. What can I do with 20 kopecks? Drink it. That's all one can do. Hard up, he says. He is. So he may be. But what about me? You have a house and cattle and everything. I've only what I stand up in. You have corn of your own growing. I have to buy every grain. Do what I will, I must spend 3 rubles every week for bread alone. I come home and find the bread all used up, and I have to fork out another 1.5 rubles. So just pay up what you owe, and no nonsense about it." By this time he had nearly reached the shrine at the bend of the road. Looking up, he saw something whitish behind the shrine. The daylight was fading, and the shoemaker peered at the thing without being able to make out what it was. "There was no white stone here before. Can it be an ox? It's not like an ox. It has a head like a man, but it's too white. And what could a man be doing there?" He came closer, so that it was clearly visible. To his surprise, it really was a man, alive or dead, sitting naked, leaning motionless against the shrine. Terror seized the shoemaker, and he thought, "Someone has killed him, stripped him, and left him there. If I meddle, I shall surely get into trouble." So the shoemaker went on. He passed in front of the shrine so that he could not see the man. When he had gone some way, he looked back and saw that the man was no longer leaning against the shrine, but was moving as if looking towards him. The shoemaker felt more frightened than before, and thought, "Shall I go back to him, or shall I go on? If I go near him, something dreadful may happen. Who knows who the fellow is? He has not come here for any good. If I go near him, he may jump up and throttle me, and there will be no getting away. Or if not, he'd still be a burden on one's hands. What could I do with a naked man? I couldn't give him my last clothes. Heaven only help me to get away." So the shoemaker hurried on, leaving the shrine behind him, when suddenly his conscience smote him, and he stopped in the road. "What are you doing, Simon?" said he to himself. "The man may be dying of want, and you slip past afraid. Have you grown so rich as to be afraid of robbers? Ah, Simon, shame on you!" So he turned back and went up to the man. Chapter 2. Simon approached the stranger, looked at him, and saw that he was a young man, fit, with no bruises on his body, only evidently freezing and frightened. And he sat there leaning back without looking up at Simon, as if too faint to lift his eyes. Simon went close to him, and then the man seemed to wake up. Turning his head, he opened his eyes and looked into Simon's face. That one look was enough to make Simon fond of the man. He threw the felt boots on the ground, undid his sash, laid it on the boots, and took off his cloth coat. "It's not a time for talking," said he. "Come, put this coat on at once." And Simon took the man by the elbows and helped him to rise. As he stood there, Simon saw that his body was clean and in good condition, his hands and feet shapely, and his face good and kind. He threw his coat over the man's shoulders, but the latter could not find the sleeves. Simon guided his arms into them, and drawing the coat well on, wrapped it closely about him, tying the sash round the man's waist. Simon even took off his torn cap to put it on the man's head, but then his own head felt cold, and he thought, "I'm quite bald, while he has long curly hair." So he put his cap on his own head again. "It will be better to give him something for his feet," thought he, and he made the man sit down and helped him to put on the felt boots, saying, "There, friend, now move about and warm yourself. Other matters can be settled later on. Can you walk?" The man stood up and looked kindly at Simon, but could not say a word. "Why don't you speak?" said Simon. "It's too cold to stay here. We must be getting home. There now, take my stick, and if you're feeling weak, lean on that. Now step out." The man started walking, and moved easily, not lagging behind. As they went along, Simon asked him, "And where do you belong to?" "I'm not from these parts." "I thought as much. I know the folks hereabouts. But how did you come to be there by the shrine?" "I cannot tell." "Has someone been ill-treating you?" "No one has ill-treated me. God has punished me." "Of course, God rules all. Still, you'll have to find food and shelter somewhere. Where do you want to go to?" "It is all the same to me." Simon was amazed. The man did not look like a rogue, and he spoke gently, but yet he gave no account of himself. Still, Simon thought, "Who knows what may have happened?" And he said to the stranger, "Well then, come home with me, and at least warm yourself a while." So Simon walked towards his home, and the stranger kept up with him, walking at his side. The wind had risen, and Simon felt it cold under his shirt. He was getting over his tipsiness by now, and began to feel the frost. He went along sniffling and wrapping his wife's coat round him, and he thought to himself, "There now, talk about sheepskins. I went out for sheepskins and come home without even a coat to my back, and what is more, I'm bringing a naked man along with me. Matrona won't be pleased." And when he thought of his wife he felt sad, but when he looked at the stranger and remembered how he had looked up at him at the shrine, his heart was glad. Chapter 3. Simon's wife had everything ready early that day. She had cut wood, brought water, fed the children, eaten her own meal, and now she sat thinking. She wondered when she ought to make bread, now or tomorrow. There was still a large piece left. "If Simon has had some dinner in town," thought she, "and does not eat much for supper, the bread will last out another day." She weighed the piece of bread in her hand again and again, and thought, "I won't make any more today. We have only enough flour left to bake one batch. We can manage to make this last out till Friday." So Matrona put away the bread, and sat down at the table to patch her husband's shirt. While she worked, she thought how her husband was buying skins for a winter coat. If only the dealer does not cheat him. My good man is much too simple. He cheats nobody, but any child can take him in. 8 rubles is a lot of money. He should get a good coat at that price. Not tan skins, but still a proper winter coat. How difficult it was last winter to get on without a warm coat. I could neither get down to the river nor go out anywhere. When he went out he put on all we had, and there was nothing left for me. He did not start very early today, but still it's time he was back. I only hope he has not gone on the spree." Hardly had Matrona thought this, when steps were heard on the threshold, and someone entered. Matrona stuck her needle into her work and went out into the passage. There she saw 2 men, Simon, and with him a man without a hat and wearing felt boots. Matrona noticed at once that her husband smelt of spirits. "There now, he has been drinking," thought she. And when she saw that he was coatless, had only her jacket on, brought no parcel, stood there silent and seemed ashamed, her heart was ready to break with disappointment. "He has drunk the money," thought she, "and has been on the spree with some good-for-nothing fellow whom he has brought home with him." Matrona let them pass into the hut, followed them in, and saw that the stranger was a young, slight man wearing her husband's coat. There was no shirt to be seen under it, and he had no hat. Having entered, he stood, neither moving nor raising his eyes, and Matrona thought, "He must be a bad man. He's afraid." Matrona frowned, and stood beside the oven looking to see what they would do. Simon took off his cap and sat down on the bench as if things were all right. "Come, Matrona, if supper is ready, let us have some." Matrona muttered something to herself and did not move, but stayed where she was, by the oven. She looked first at the one and then at the other of them, and only shook her head. Simon saw that his wife was annoyed, but tried to pass it off, pretending not to notice anything. He took the stranger by the arm. "Sit down, friend," said he, "and let us have some supper." The stranger sat down on the bench. "Haven't you cooked anything for us?" said Simon. Matrona's anger boiled over. "I've cooked, but not for you. It seems to me you have drunk your wits away. You went to buy a sheepskin coat, but come home without so much as the coat you had on, and bring a naked vagabond home with you. I have no supper for drunkards like you." "That's enough, Matrona. Don't wag your tongue without reason. You had better ask what sort of man—" "And you tell me what you have done with the money." Simon found the pocket of the jacket, drew out the 3-ruble note, and unfolded it. "Here is the money. Trifonov did not pay, but promises to pay soon." Matronya got still more angry. He had bought no sheepskins, but had put his only coat on some naked fellow and had even brought him to their house. She snatched up the note from the table, took it to put away in safety, and said, "I have no supper for you. We can't feed all the naked drunkards in the world." "There now, Matronya, hold your tongue a bit. First hear what a man has to say." "Much wisdom I shall hear from a drunken fool. I was right in not wanting to marry you, a drunkard. The linen my mother gave me, you drank, and now you've been to buy a coat and have drunk it too." Simon tried to explain to his wife that he had only spent 20 kopecks, tried to tell how he had found the man, but Matronya would not let him get a word in. She talked 19 to the dozen and dragged in things that had happened 10 years before. Matronya talked and talked, and at last she flew at Simon and seized him by the sleeve. "Give me my jacket! It is the only one I have, and you must needs it take from me and wear it yourself. Give it here, you mangy dog, and may the devil take you." Simon began to pull off the jacket and turned a sleeve of it inside out. Matronya seized the jacket and it burst its seams. She snatched it up, threw it over her head, and went to the door. She meant to go out, but stopped undecided. She wanted to work off her anger, but she also wanted to learn what sort of a man the stranger was. Chapter 4. Matronya stopped and said, "If he were a good man, he would not be naked. Why hasn't he even a shirt on him? If he were all right, you would say where you came across the fellow." "That's just what I am trying to tell you," said Simon. "As I came to the shrine, I saw him sitting all naked and frozen. It isn't quite the weather to sit about naked. God sent me to him, or he would have perished. What was I to do? How do we know what may have happened to him? So I took him, clothed him, and brought him along. Don't be so angry, Matronya. It is a sin. Remember, we all must die one day." Angry words rose to Matronya's lips, but she looked at the stranger and was silent. He sat on the edge of the bench, motionless, his hands folded on his knees, his head drooping on his breast, his eyes closed, and his brows knit as if in pain. Matronya was silent, and Simon said, "Matronya, have you no love of God?" Matronya heard these words, and as she looked at the stranger, suddenly her heart softened towards him. She came back from the door, and going to the oven, she got out the supper. Setting a cup on the table, she poured out some kvass. Then she brought out the last piece of bread and set out a knife and spoons. "Eat if you want to," said she. Simon drew the stranger to the table. "Take your place, young man," said he. Simon cut the bread, crumbled it into the broth, and they began to eat. Matronya sat at the corner of the table, resting her head on her hand and looking at the stranger. And Matronya was touched with pity for the stranger, and began to feel fond of him. And at once the stranger's face lit up. His brows were no longer bent. He raised his eyes and smiled at Matronya. When they had finished supper, the woman cleared away the things and began questioning the stranger. "Where are you from?" said she. "I am not from these parts." "But how do you come to be on the road?" "I may not tell." "Did someone rob you?" "God punished me." "And you were lying there naked?" "Yes, naked and freezing. Simon saw me and had pity on me. He took off his coat, put it on me, and brought me here. And you have fed me, given me drink, and shown pity on me. God will reward you." Matronya rose, took from the window Simon's old shirt she had been patching, and gave it to the stranger. She also brought out a pair of trousers for him. "There," said she, "I see you have no shirt. Put this on, and lie down where you please, in the loft or on the oven." The stranger took off the coat, put on the shirt, and lay down in the loft. Matronya put out the candle, took the coat, and climbed to where her husband lay. Matronya drew the skirts of the coat over her and lay down, but could not sleep. She could not get the stranger out of her mind. When she remembered that he had eaten their last piece of bread, and that there was none for tomorrow, and the thought of the shirt and trousers she had given away, she felt grieved. But when she remembered how he had smiled, her heart was glad. Long did Matronya lie awake, and she noticed that Simon also was awake. He drew the coat towards him. "Simon." "Well?" "You have had the last of the bread, and I have not put any to rise. I don't know what we shall do tomorrow. Perhaps I can borrow some of neighbor Martha." "If we're alive, we shall find something to eat." The woman lay still a while, and then said, "He seems a good man, but why does he not tell us who he is?" "I suppose he has his reasons." "Simon." "Well?" "We give, but why does nobody give us anything?" Simon did not know what to say, so he only said, "Let us stop talking," and turned over and went to sleep. Chapter 5. In the morning Simon awoke. The children were still asleep. His wife had gone to the neighbors to borrow some bread. The stranger alone was sitting on the bench, dressed in the old shirt and trousers, and looking upwards. His face was brighter than it had been the day before. Simon said to him, "Well, friend, the belly wants bread, and the naked body clothes. One has to work for a living. What work do you know?" "I do not know any." This surprised Simon, but he said, "Men who want to learn can learn anything." "Men work, and I will work also." "What is your name?" "Michael." "Well, Michael, if you don't wish to talk about yourself, that is your own affair, but you'll have to earn a living for yourself. If you will work as I tell you, I will give you food and shelter." "May God reward you. I will learn. Show me what to do." Simon took yarn, put it round his thumb, and began to twist it. "It is easy enough, see?" Michael watched him, put some yarn round his own thumb in the same way, caught the knack, and twisted the yarn also. Then Simon showed him how to wax the thread. This also Michael mastered. Next Simon showed him how to twist the bristle in, and how to sew, and this, too, Michael learned at once. Whatever Simon showed him, he understood at once, and after 3 days he worked as if he had sewn boots all his life. He worked without stopping and ate little. When work was over, he sat silently, looking upwards. He hardly went into the street, spoke only when necessary, and neither joked nor laughed. They never saw him smile, except that first evening when Matronya gave them supper. Chapter 6. Day by day and week by week the year went round. Michael lived and worked with Simon. His fame spread till people said that no one sewed boots so neatly and strongly as Simon's workman, Michael. And from all the district round people came to Simon for their boots, and he began to be well off. One winter day, as Simon and Michael sat working, a carriage on sledge runners, with 3 horses and with bells, drove up to the hut. They looked out of the window. The carriage stopped at their door. A fine servant jumped down from the box and opened the door. A gentleman in a fur coat got out and walked up to Simon's hut. Up jumped Matronya and opened the door wide. The gentleman stooped to enter the hut, and when he drew himself up again, his head nearly reached the ceiling, and he seemed quite to fill his end of the room. Simon rose, bowed, and looked at the gentleman with astonishment. He had never seen anyone like him. Simon himself was lean, Michael was thin, and Matronya was dry as a bone, but this man was like someone from another world, red-faced, burly, with a neck like a bull's, and looking altogether as if he were cast in iron. The gentleman puffed, threw off his fur coat, sat down on the bench, and said, "Which of you is the master bootmaker?" "I am, your Excellency," said Simon, coming forward. Then the gentleman shouted to his lad, Hey, Fedka, bring the leather. The servant ran in, bringing a parcel. The gentleman took the parcel and put it on the table. Untie it, said he. The lad untied it. The gentleman pointed to the leather. Look here, shoemaker, said he. Do you see this leather? Yes, your honor. But do you know what sort of leather it is? Simon felt the leather and said, It is good leather. Good indeed! Why, you fool, you never saw such leather before in your life. It's German and costs 20 rubles. Simon was frightened and said, Where should I ever see leather like that? Just so. Now, can you make it into boots for me? Yes, your excellency, I can. Then the gentleman shouted at him. You can you? Well, remember whom you are to make them for, and what the leather is. You must make me boots that will wear for a year, neither losing shape nor coming unsewn. If you can do it, take the leather and cut it up, but if you can't, say so. I warn you now, if your boots become unsewn or lose shape within a year, I will have you put in prison. If they don't burst or lose shape for a year, I will pay you 10 rubles for your work. Simon was frightened and did not know what to say. He glanced at Michael and, nudging him with his elbow, whispered, Shall I take the work? Michael nodded his head as if to say, Yes, take it. Simon did as Michael advised and undertook to make boots that would not lose shape or split for a whole year. Calling his servant, the gentleman told him to pull the boot off his left leg, which he stretched out. Take my measure, said he. Simon stitched a paper measure, 17 inches long, smoothed it out, knelt down, wiped his hand well on his apron so as not to soil the gentleman's sock, and began to measure. He measured the sole and round the instep and began to measure the calf of the leg, but the paper was too short. The calf of the leg was as thick as a beam. Mind you, don't make it too tight in the leg. Simon stitched on another strip of paper. The gentleman twitched his toes about in the sock, looking round at those in the hut, and as he did so, he noticed Michael. Whom have you there? Asked he. That is my workman. He will sew the boots. Mind, said the gentleman to Michael, remember to make them so that they will last me a year. Simon also looked at Michael, and saw that Michael was not looking at the gentleman, but was gazing into the corner behind the gentleman, as if he saw someone there. Michael looked, and suddenly he smiled, and his face became brighter. What are you grinning at, you fool? Thundered the gentleman. You had better look to it that the boots are ready in time. They shall be ready in good time, said Michael. Mind it so, said the gentleman, and he put on his boots and his fur coat, wrapped the latter round him, and went to the door, but he forgot to stoop and struck his head against the lintel. He swore and rubbed his head. Then he took his seat in the carriage and drove away. When he had gone, Simon said, There's a figure of a man for you. You could not kill him with a mallet. He almost knocked out the lintel, but little harm it did him. And Matronia said, Living as he does, how should he not grow strong? Death itself can't touch such a rock as that. Chapter 7. Then Simon said to Michael, Well, we have taken the work, but we must see we don't get into trouble over it. The leather is dear, and the gentleman hot-tempered. We must make no mistakes. Come, your eye is truer, and your hands have become nimbler than mine. So you take this measure and cut out the boots. I will finish off the sewing of the vamps. Michael did as he was told. He took the leather, spread it out on the table, folded it in two, took a knife and began to cut out. Matronia came and watched him cutting, and was surprised to see how he was doing it. Matronia was accustomed to seeing boots made, and she looked and saw that Michael was not cutting the leather for boots, but was cutting it round. She wished to say something, but she thought to herself, Perhaps I do not understand how gentlemen's boots should be made. I suppose Michael knows more about it, and I won't interfere." When Michael had cut up the leather, he took a thread and began to sew, not with 2 ends, as boots are sewn, but with a single end, as for soft slippers. Again Matryona wondered, but again she did not interfere. Michael sewed on steadily till noon. Then Simon rose for dinner, looked around, and saw that Michael had made slippers out of the gentleman's leather. "Ah!" groaned Simon, and he thought, "How is it that Michael, who has been with me a whole year and never made a mistake before, should do such a dreadful thing? The gentleman ordered high boots, welted, with whole fronts, and Michael has made soft slippers with single soles, and has wasted the leather. What am I to say to the gentleman? I can never replace leather such as this." And he said to Michael, "What are you doing, friend? You have ruined me. You know the gentleman ordered high boots, but see what you have made." Hardly had he begun to rebuke Michael when rat-tat went the iron ring that hung at the door. Someone was knocking. They looked out of the window. A man had come on horseback and was fastening his horse. They opened the door, and the servant who had been with the gentleman came in. "Good day," said he. "Good day," replied Simon. "What can we do for you?" "My mistress has sent me about the boots." "What about the boots?" "Why, my master no longer needs them. He is dead." "Is it possible?" "He did not live to get home after leaving you, but died in the carriage. When we reached home and the servants came to help him all right, he rolled over like a sack. He was dead already, and so stiff that he could hardly be got out of the carriage. My mistress sent me here, saying, 'Tell the bootmaker that the gentleman who ordered boots of him and left the leather for them no longer needs the boots, but that he must quickly make soft slippers for the corpse. Wait till they are ready and bring them back with you.' That is why I have come." Michael gathered up the remnants of the leather, rolled them up, took the soft slippers he had made, slapped them together, wiped them down with his apron, and handed them and the roll of leather to the servant, who took them and said, "Good-bye, masters, and good day to you." Chapter 8. Another year passed, and another, and Michael was now living his 6th year with Simon. He lived as before. He went nowhere, only spoke when necessary, and had only smiled twice in all those years, once when Matryona gave him food, and a second time when the gentleman was in their hut. Simon was more than pleased with his workman. He never now asked him where he came from, and only feared lest Michael should go away. They were all at home one day. Matryona was putting iron pots in the oven. The children were running along the benches and looking out of the window. Simon was sewing at one window, and Michael was fastening on a heel at the other. One of the boys ran along the bench to Michael, leant on his shoulder, and looked out of the window. "Look, Uncle Michael, there is a lady with little girls. She seems to be coming here, and one of the girls is lame." When the boy said that, Michael dropped his work, turned to the window, and looked out into the street. Simon was surprised. Michael never used to look out into the street, but now he pressed against the window, staring at something. Simon also looked out and saw that a well-dressed woman was really coming to his hut, leading by the hand 2 little girls in fur coats and woolen shawls. The girls could hardly be told one from the other, except that one of them was crippled in her left leg and walked with a limp. The woman stepped into the porch and entered the passage. Feeling about for the entrance, she found the latch, which she lifted, and opened the door. She let the 2 girls go in first, and followed them into the hut. "Good day, good folk." "Pray, come in," said Simon. "What can we do for you?" The woman sat down by the table. The 2 little girls pressed close to her knees, afraid of the people in the hut. "I want leather shoes made for these 2 little girls for spring." "We can do that. We never have made such small shoes, but we can make them, either welted or turn-over shoes, linen-lined. My man Michael is a master at the work." Simon glanced at Michael and saw that he had left his work and was sitting with his eyes fixed on the little girls. Simon was surprised. It was true the girls were pretty, with black eyes, plump and rosy-cheeked, and they wore nice kerchiefs and fur coats, but still Simon could not understand why Michael should look at them like that, just as if he had known them before. He was puzzled, but went on talking with the woman and arranging the price. Having fixed it, he prepared the measure. The woman lifted the lame girl onto her lap and said, "Take 2 measures from this little girl. Make 1 shoe for the lame foot and 3 for the sound one. They both have the same size feet. They are twins." Simon took the measure, and speaking of the lame girl, said, "How did it happen to her? She is such a pretty girl. Was she born so?" "No, her mother crushed her leg." Then Matronia joined in. She wondered who this woman was, and whose the children were, so she added, "Are not you their mother, then?" "No, my good woman, I am neither their mother nor any relation to them. They were quite strangers to me, but I adopted them." "They are not your children, and yet you are so fond of them." "How can I help being fond of them? I fed them both at my own breasts. I had a child of my own, but God took him. I was not so fond of him as I now am of them." "Then whose children are they?" Chapter 9. The woman, having begun talking, told them the whole story. It was about 6 years since their parents died, both in 1 week. Their father was buried on the Tuesday, and their mother died on the Friday. These orphans were born 3 days after their father's death, and their mother did not live another day. My husband and I were living as peasants in the village. We were neighbors of theirs, our yard being next to theirs. Their father was a lonely man, a woodcutter in the forest. When felling trees one day, they let one fall on him. It fell across his body and crushed his bowels out. They hardly got him home before his soul went to God. And that same week his wife gave birth to twins, these little girls. She was poor and alone. She had no one, young or old, with her. Alone she gave them birth, and alone she met her death. The next morning I went to see her, but when I entered the hut, she, poor thing, was already stark and cold. In dying she had rolled on to this child and crushed her leg. The village folk came to the hut, washed the body, laid her out, made a coffin, and buried her. They were good folk. The babies were left alone. What was to be done with them? I was the only woman there who had a baby at the time. I was nursing my firstborn, 8 weeks old. So I took them for a time. The peasants came together and thought what to do with them, and at last they said to me, "For the present, Mary, you had better keep the girls, and later on we will arrange what to do for them." So I nursed the sound one at my breast, but at first I did not feed this crippled one. I did not suppose she would live. But then I thought to myself, why should the poor innocent suffer? I pitied her and began to feed her, and so I fed my own boy and these 2, the 3 of them, at my own breast. I was young and strong and had good food, and God gave me so much milk that at times it even overflowed. I used sometimes to feed 2 at a time, while the 3rd was waiting. When one had enough, I nursed the 3rd, and God so ordered it that these grew up, while my own was buried before he was 2 years old. And I had no more children, though we prospered. Now my husband is working for the corn merchant at the mill. The pay is good, and we are well off, but I have no children of my own, and how lonely I should be without these little girls. How can I help loving them? They are the joy of my life." She pressed the lame little girl to her with one hand, while the other she wiped the tears from her cheeks. and Matronya sighed and said, "The proverb is true that says, 'One may live without father or mother, but one cannot live without God.'" So they talked together, when suddenly the whole hut was lighted up as though by summer lightning from the corner where Michael sat. They all looked towards him and saw him sitting, his hands folded on his knees, gazing upwards and smiling. Chapter 10. The woman went away with the girls. Michael rose from the bench, put down his work, and took off his apron. Then, bowing low to Simon and his wife, he said, "Farewell, masters. God has forgiven me. I ask your forgiveness, too, for anything done amiss." And they saw that a light shone from Michael, and Simon rose, bowed down to Michael, and said, "I see, Michael, that you are no common man, and I can neither keep you nor question you. Only tell me this, how is it that when I found you and brought you home, you were gloomy, and when my wife gave you food you smiled at her and became brighter? Then when the gentleman came to order the boots, you smiled again and became brighter still. And now, when this woman brought the little girls, you smiled a third time and have become as bright as day. Tell me, Michael, why does your face shine so, and why did you smile those 3 times?" And Michael answered, "Light shines from me because I have been punished, but now God has pardoned me. And I smiled 3 times because God sent me to learn 3 truths, and I have learnt them. 1 I learnt when your wife pitied me, and that is why I smiled the first time. The 2nd I learnt when the rich man ordered the boots, and then I smiled again. And now, when I saw those little girls, I learned the 3rd and last truth, and I smiled the 3rd time." And Simon said, "Tell me, Michael, what did God punish you for, and what were the 3 truths, that I, too, may know them?" And Michael answered, "God punished me for disobeying him. I was an angel in heaven and disobeyed God. God sent me to fetch a woman's soul. I flew to earth and saw a sick woman lying alone who had just given birth to twin girls. They moved feebly at their mother's side, but she could not lift them to her breast. When she saw me, she understood that God had sent me for her soul, and she wept and said, 'Angel of God, my husband has just been buried, killed by a falling tree. I have neither sister nor aunt nor mother, no one to care for my orphans. Do not take my soul. Let me nurse my babes, feed them and set them on their feet before I die. Children cannot live without father and mother.' And I hearkened to her. I placed 1 child at her breast and gave the other into her arms and returned to the Lord in heaven. I flew to the Lord and said, 'I could not take the soul of the mother. Her husband was killed by a tree. The woman has twins and prays that her soul may not be taken. She says, "Let me nurse and feed my children and set them on their feet." Children cannot live without father or mother. I have not taken her soul.' And God said, 'Go take the mother's soul and learn 3 truths. Learn what dwells in man, what is not given to man, and what men live by. When thou hast learnt these things, thou shalt return to heaven.' So I flew again to earth and took the mother's soul. The babes dropped from her breasts. Her body rolled over on the bed and crushed 1 babe, twisting its leg. I rose above the village, wishing to take her soul to God, but a wind seized me, and my wings drooped and dropped off. Her soul rose alone to God, while I fell to earth by the roadside." Chapter 11. And Simon and Matronya understood who it was that had lived with them, and whom they had clothed and fed. And they wept with awe and with joy. And the angel said, "I was alone in the field, naked. I had never known human needs, cold and hunger, till I became a man. I was famished, frozen, and did not know what to do. I saw, near the field I was in, a shrine built for God, and I went to it hoping to find shelter. But the shrine was locked, and I could not enter. So I sat down behind the shrine to shelter myself at least from the wind. Evening drew on. I was hungry, frozen, and in pain. Suddenly, I heard a man coming along the road. He carried a pair of boots and was talking to himself. For the first time since I became a man, I saw the mortal face of a man, and his face seemed terrible to me, and I turned from it. And I heard the man talking to himself of how to cover his body from the cold in winter, and how to feed wife and children. And I thought, I am perishing of cold and hunger, and here is a man thinking only of how to clothe himself and his wife, and how to get bread for themselves. He cannot help me. When the man saw me, he frowned and became still more terrible, and passed me by on the other side. I despaired, but suddenly I heard him coming back. I looked up and did not recognize the same man. Before, I had seen death in his face, but now he was alive, and I recognized in him the presence of God. He came up to me, clothed me, took me with him, and brought me to his home. I entered the house. A woman came to meet us and began to speak. The woman was still more terrible than the man had been. The spirit of death came from her mouth. I could not breathe for the stench of death that spread around her. She wished to drive me out into the cold, and I knew that if she did so, she would die. Suddenly, her husband spoke to her of God, and the woman changed at once. And when she brought me food and looked at me, I glanced at her and saw that death no longer dwelt in her, and she had become alive, and in her, too, I saw God. Then I remembered the first lesson God had set me. Learn what dwells in man. And I understood that in man dwells love. I was glad that God had already begun to show me what he had promised, and I smiled for the first time. But I had not yet learnt all. I did not yet know what is not given to man, and what men live by. I lived with you, and a year passed. A man came to order boots that should wear for a year without losing shape or cracking. I looked at him, and suddenly, behind his shoulder, I saw my comrade, the angel of death. None but me saw that angel, but I knew him, and knew that before the sun set he would take that rich man's soul. And I thought to myself, the man is making preparations for a year, and does not know that he will die before evening. And I remembered God's second saying, learn what is not given to man. What dwells in man I already knew. Now I learnt what is not given him. It is not given to man to know his own needs, and I smiled for the second time. I was glad to have seen my comrade angel, glad also that God had revealed to me the second saying. But I still did not know all. I did not know what men live by, and I lived on, waiting till God should reveal to me the last lesson. In the 6th year came the girl twins with the woman, and I recognized the girls and heard how they had been kept alive. Having heard the story, I thought, their mother besought me for the children's sake, and I believed her when she said that children cannot live without father or mother. But a stranger has nursed them and has brought them up. And when the woman showed her love for the children that were not her own, and wept over them, I saw in her the living God, and understood what men live by. And I knew that God had revealed to me the last lesson, and had forgiven my sin. And then I smiled for the 3rd time. Chapter 12. And the angel's body was bared, and he was clothed in light, so that I could not look on him. And his voice grew louder, as though it came not from him, but from heaven above. And the angel said, I have learnt that all men live not by care for themselves, but by love. It was not given to the mother to know what her children needed for their life, nor was it given to the rich man to know what he himself needed. Nor is it given to any man to know whether, when evening comes, he will need boots for his body or slippers for his corpse. I remained alive when I was a man, not by care of myself, but because love was present in a passer-by, and because he and his wife pitied and loved me. The orphans remained alive not because of their mother's care, but because there was love in the heart of a woman, a stranger to them, who pitied and loved them. And all men live not by the thought they spend on their own welfare, but because love exists in man. I knew before that God gave life to men and desires that they should live. Now I understood more than that. I understood that God does not wish men to live apart, and therefore he does not reveal to them what each one needs for himself, but he wishes them to live united, and therefore reveals to each of them what is necessary for all. I have now understood that though it seems to men that they live by care for themselves, in truth it is love alone by which they live. He who has love is in God, and God is in him, for God is love. And the angels sang praise to God, so that the hut trembled at his voice. The roof opened, and a column of fire rose from earth to heaven. Simon and his wife and children fell to the ground. Wings appeared upon the angel's shoulders, and he rose into the heavens. And when Simon came to himself, the hut stood as before, and there was no one in it but his own family. End of story. What Men Live By. Read by Gila Labinger Freeberg. Napa, August 30th, 2023.
The Yellow Wallpaper by Charlotte Perkins Stetson. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Wallpaper. It is very seldom that mere ordinary people like John and myself secure ancestral halls for the summer, a colonial mansion, a hereditary estate, I would say a haunted house, and reach the height of romantic felicity, but that would be asking too much of fate. Still, I will proudly declare that there is something queer about it. Else, why should it be let so cheaply? And why have stood so long untenanted? John laughs at me, of course, but one expects that in marriage. John is practical in the extreme. He has no patience with faith, an intense horror of superstition, and he scoffs openly at any talk of things not to be felt and seen and put down in figures. John is a physician, and perhaps, I would not say it to a living soul, of course, but this is dead paper and a great relief to my mind. Perhaps that is one reason I do not get well faster. You see, he does not believe I am sick. And what can one do? If a physician of high standing and one's own husband assures friends and relatives that there is really nothing the matter with one but temporary nervous depression, a slight hysterical tendency, what is one to do? My brother is also a physician and also of high standing, and he says the same thing. So I take phosphates or phosphites, whichever it is, and tonics and journeys and air and exercise, and am absolutely forbidden to work until I am well again. Personally, I disagree with their ideas. Personally, I believe that congenial work with excitement and change would do me good. But what is one to do? I did write for a while in spite of them, but it does exhaust me a good deal, having to be so sly about it, or else meet with heavy opposition. I sometimes fancy that in my condition, if I had less opposition and more society and stimulus, but John says the very worst thing I can do is to think about my condition, and I confess it always makes me feel bad. So I will let it alone and talk about the house. The most beautiful place. It is quite alone, standing well back from the road, quite 3 miles from the village. It makes me think of English places that you read about, for there are hedges and walls and gates that lock, and lots of separate little houses for the gardeners and people. There is a delicious garden. I never saw such a garden, large and shady, full of box-bordered paths, and lined with long grape-covered arbors with seats under them. There were greenhouses, too, but they are all broken now. There was some legal trouble, I believe, something about the heirs and co-heirs. Anyway, the place has been empty for years. That spoils my ghostliness, I am afraid, but I don't care. There is something strange about the house. I can feel it. I even said so to John one moonlight evening, but he said what I felt was a draft and shut the window. I get unreasonably angry with John sometimes. I'm sure I never used to be so sensitive. I think it is due to this nervous condition. But John says if I feel so, I shall neglect proper self-control. So I take pains to control myself, before him at least, and that makes me very tired. I don't like our room a bit. I wanted one downstairs that opened on the piazza and had roses all over the window and such pretty old-fashioned chintz hangings. But John would not hear of it. He said there was only one window and not room for 2 beds, and no near room for him if he took another. He is very careful and loving, and hardly lets me stir without special direction. I have a scheduled prescription for each hour in the day. He takes all care from me, so I feel basely ungrateful not to value it more. He said we came here solely on my account, that I was to have perfect rest and all the air I could get. Your exercise depends on your strength, my dear, said he, and your food somewhat on your appetite, but air you can absorb all the time. So we took the nursery at the top of the house. It is a big, airy room, the whole floor nearly, with windows that look all ways, and air and sunshine galore. It was nursery first, and then playground and gymnasium, I should judge, for the windows are barred for little children, and there are rings and things in the walls. The paint and paper look as if a boys' school had used it. It is stripped off, the paper, in great patches all around the head of my bed, about as far as I can reach, and in a great place on the other side of the room low down. I never saw a worse paper in my life. One of those sprawling, flamboyant patterns committing every artistic sin. It is dull enough to confuse the eye in following, pronounced enough to constantly irritate and provoke study. And when you follow the lame, uncertain curves for a little distance, they suddenly commit suicide, plunge off at outrageous angles, destroy themselves in unheard-of contradictions. The color is repellent, almost revolting, a smoldering, unclean yellow, strangely faded by the slow-turning sunlight. It is a dull yet lurid orange in some places, a sickly sulphur tint in others. No wonder the children hated it. I should hate it myself if I had to live in this room long. There comes John, and I must put this away. He hates to have me write a word. We have been here 2 weeks, and I haven't felt like writing before since that first day. I am sitting by the window now, up in this atrocious nursery, and there is nothing to hinder my writing as much as I please, save lack of strength. John is away all day, and even some nights when his cases are serious. I am glad my case is not serious, but these nervous troubles are dreadfully depressing. John does not know how much I really suffer. He knows there is no reason to suffer, and that satisfies him. Of course, it is only nervousness. It does weigh on me so not to do my duty in any way. I meant to be such a help to John, such a real rest and comfort, and here I am a comparative burden already. Nobody would believe what an effort it is to do what little I am able, to dress and entertain and order things. It is fortunate Mary is so good with the baby, such a dear baby. And yet I cannot be with him. It makes me so nervous. I suppose John was never nervous in his life. He laughs at me so about this wallpaper. At first he meant to repaper the room, but afterwards he said that I was letting it get the better of me, and that nothing is worse for a nervous patient than to give way to such fancies. He said that after the wallpaper was changed, it would be the heavy bedstead, and then the barred windows, and then the gate at the head of the stairs, and so on. You know the place is doing you good, he said, and really, dear, I don't care to renovate the house for just a 3 months' rental. Then do let us go downstairs, I said. There are such pretty rooms there. Then he took me in his arms and called me a blessed little goose, and said he would go down cellar if I wished and have it whitewashed into the bargain. But he is right enough about the beds and windows and things. It is as airy and comfortable a room as anyone need wish, and of course I would not be so silly as to make him uncomfortable just for a whim. I'm really getting quite fond of the big room, all but that horrid paper. Out of one window I can see the garden, those mysterious deep-shaped arbors, the riotous old-fashioned flowers, and bushes and gnarly trees. Out of another, I get a lovely view of the bay and a little private wharf belonging to the estate. There is a beautiful shaded lane that runs down there from the house. I always fancy I see people walking in these numerous paths and arbors, but John has cautioned me not to give way to fancy in the least. He says that with my imaginative power and habit of story-making, a nervous weakness like mine is sure to lead to all manner of excited fancies, and that I ought to use my will and good sense to check the tendency. So I try. I think sometimes that if I were only well enough to write a little, it would relieve the press of ideas and rest me. But I find I get pretty tired when I try. It is so discouraging not to have any advice and companionship about my work. When I get really well, John says we will ask Cousin Henry and Julia down for a long visit, but he says he would as soon put fireworks in my pillowcase as to let me have those stimulating people about now. I wish I could get well faster, but I must not think about that. The paper looks to me as if it knew what a vicious influence it had. There is a recurrent spot where the pattern lolls like a broken neck, and two bulbous eyes stare at you upside down. I get positively angry with the impertinence of it and the everlastingness. Up and down and sideways they crawl, and those absurd unblinking eyes are everywhere. There is one place where two breadths didn't match, and the eyes go all up and down the line, one a little higher than the other. I never saw so much expression in an inanimate thing before, and we all know how much expression they have. I used to lie awake as a child and get more entertainment and terror out of blank walls and plain furniture than most children can find in a toy store. I remember what a kindly wink the knobs of our big old bureau used to have, and there was one chair that always seemed like a strong friend. I used to feel that if the other things looked too fierce, I could always hop into that chair and be safe. The furniture in this room is no worse than inharmonious, however, for we had to bring it all from downstairs. I suppose when this was used as a playroom, they had to take the nursery things out, and no wonder. I never saw such ravages as the children have made here. The wallpaper, as I have said before, is torn off in spots, and it sticketh closer than a brother. They must have had perseverance as well as hatred. Then the floor is scratched and gouged and splintered. The plaster itself is dug out here and there, and this great heavy bed, which is all we found in the room, looks as if it had been through the wars. But I don't mind it a bit, only the paper. There comes John's sister, such a dear girl as she is, and so careful of me. I must not let her find me writing. She is a perfect and enthusiastic housekeeper, and hopes for no better profession. I verily believe she thinks it is the writing which made me sick. But I can write when she is out, and see her a long way off from these windows. There is one that commands the road, a lovely shaded winding road, and one that just looks off over the country. A lovely country, too, full of great elms and velvet meadows. This wallpaper has a kind of sub-pattern in a different shade, a particularly irritating one, for you can only see it in certain lights, and not clearly then. But in the places where it isn't faded, and where the sun is just so, I can see a strange, provoking, formless sort of figure that seems to sulk about behind that silly and conspicuous front design. There's Sister on the stairs. Well, the 4th of July is over. The people are all gone, and I am tired out. John thought it might do me good to see a little company, so we just had Mother and Nellie and the children down for a week. Of course, I didn't do a thing. Jenny sees to everything now. But it tired me all the same. John says if I don't pick up faster, he shall send me to Ware Mitchell in the fall. But I don't want to go there at all. I had a friend who was in his hands once, and she says he is just like John and my brother, only more so. Besides, it is such an undertaking to go so far. I don't feel as if it was worthwhile to turn my hand over for anything, and I'm getting dreadfully fretful and querulous. I cry at nothing, and cry most of the time. Of course, I don't when John is here or anybody else, but when I am alone. And I am alone a good deal just now. John is kept in town very often by serious cases, and Jenny is good and lets me alone when I want her to. So I walk a little in the garden or down that lovely lane, sit on the porch under the roses, and lie down up here a good deal. I'm getting really fond of the room in spite of the wallpaper. Perhaps because of the wallpaper. It dwells in my mind so. I lie here on this great immovable bed, it is nailed down, I believe, and follow that pattern about by the hour. It is as good as gymnastics, I assure you. I start, we'll say, at the bottom, down in the corner over there where it has not been touched, and I determine for the 1000th time that I will follow that pointless pattern to some sort of conclusion. I know a little of the principles of design, and I know this thing was not arranged on any laws of radiation or alternation or repetition or symmetry or anything else that I have ever heard of. It is repeated, of course, by the breadths, but not otherwise. Looked at in one way, each breadth stands alone. The bloated curves and flourishes, a kind of debased Romanesque with delirium tremens, go waddling up and down in isolated columns of fatuity. On the other hand, they connect diagonally, and the sprawling outlines run off in great slanting waves of optic horror, like a lot of wallowing seaweeds in full chase. The whole thing goes horizontally, too, at least it seems so, and I exhaust myself in trying to distinguish the order of its going in that direction. They have added a horizontal breadth for a frieze, and that adds wonderfully to the confusion. There is one end of the room where it is almost intact, and there, when the cross lights fade and the low sun shines directly upon it, I can almost fancy radiation after all. The interminable grotesques seem to form around a common center and rush off in headlong plunges of equal distraction. It makes me tired to follow it. I will take a nap, I guess. I don't know why I should write this. I don't want to. I don't feel able. And I know John would think it absurd, but I must say what I feel and think in some way. It is such a relief. But the effort is getting to be greater than the relief. Half the time now I am awfully lazy and lie down ever so much. John says I mustn't lose my strength and has me take cod liver oil and lots of tonics and things, to say nothing of ale and wine and rare meat. Dear John, he loves me very dearly and hates to have me sick. I tried to have a real, earnest, reasonable talk with him the other day and tell him how I wished he would let me go and make a visit to Cousin Henry and Julia. But he said I wasn't able to go, nor to stand it after I got there, and I did not make out a very good case for myself, for I was crying before I had finished. It is getting to be a great effort for me to think straight, just this nervous weakness, I suppose. And dear John gathered me up in his arms and just carried me upstairs and laid me on the bed and sat by me and read to me till he tired my head. He said I was his darling and his comfort and all he had, and that I must take care of myself for his sake and keep well. He says no one but myself can help me out of it, that I must use my will and self-control and not let my silly fancies run away with me. There's one comfort. The baby is well and happy, and does not have to occupy this nursery with the horrid wallpaper. If we had not used it, that blessed child would have. What a fortunate escape. Why, I wouldn't have a child of mine, an impressionable little thing, live in such a room for worlds. I never thought of it before, but it is lucky that John kept me here after all. I can stand it so much easier than a baby, you see. Of course, I never mention it to them any more. I am too wise. But I keep watch of it all the same. There are things in that paper that nobody knows but me, or ever will. Behind that outside pattern, the dim shapes get clearer every day. It is always the same shape, only very numerous. And it is like a woman stooping down and creeping about behind that pattern. I don't like it a bit. I begin to think, I wish John would take me away from here. It is so hard to talk with John about my case, because he is so wise and because he loves me so. But I tried last night. It was moonlight. The moon shines in all around just as the sun does. I hate to see it sometimes. It creeps so slowly and always comes in by one window or another. John was asleep, and I hated to waken him, so I kept still and watched the moonlight on that undulating wallpaper till I felt creepy. The faint figure behind seemed to shake the pattern, just as if she wanted to get out. I got up softly and went to feel and see if the paper did move. And when I came back, John was awake. "What is it, little girl?" he said. "Don't go walking about like that. You'll get cold." I thought it was a good time to talk, so I told him that I really was not gaining here and that I wished he would take me away. "Why, darling," he said, "our lease will be up in 3 weeks, and I can't see how to leave before. The repairs are not done at home, and I cannot possibly leave town just now. Of course, if you were in any danger, I could and would, but you really are better, dear, whether you can see it or not. I am a doctor, dear, and I know. You are gaining flesh and color, your appetite is better. I really feel much easier about you." "I don't weigh a bit more," said I, "nor as much, and my appetite may be better in the evening when you are here, but it is worse in the morning when you are away." "Bless her little heart," he said with a big hug. "She shall be as sick as she pleases. But now let's improve the shining hours by going to sleep and talk about it in the morning." "And you won't go away?" I asked gloomily. "Why, how can I, dear? It is only 3 weeks more, and then we will take a nice little trip of a few days while Jenny is getting the house ready. Really, dear, you are better." "Better in body, perhaps," I began, and stopped short, for he sat up straight and looked at me with such a stern, reproachful look that I could not say another word. "My darling," said he, "I beg of you, for my sake and for our child's sake, as well as for your own, that you will never for one instant let that idea enter your mind. There is nothing so dangerous, so fascinating to a temperament like yours. It is a false and foolish fancy. Can you not trust me as a physician when I tell you so?" So, of course, I said no more on that score, and we went to sleep before long. He thought I was asleep at first, but I wasn't. I lay there for hours trying to decide whether that front pattern and the back pattern really did move together or separately. On a pattern like this by daylight, there is a lack of sequence, a defiance of law, that is a constant irritant to a normal mind. The color is hideous enough and unreliable enough and infuriating enough, but the pattern is torturing. You think you have mastered it, but just as you get well underway in following, it turns a back somersault, and there you are. It slaps you in the face, knocks you down, and tramples upon you. It is like a bad dream. The outside pattern is a florid arabesque, reminding one of a fungus. If you can imagine a toadstool in joints, an interminable string of toadstools budding and sprouting in endless convolutions, why, that is something like it. That is sometimes. There is one marked peculiarity about this paper. I think nobody seems to notice but myself, and that is that it changes as the light changes. When the sun shoots in through the east window, I always watch for that first long straight ray. It changes so quickly that I can never quite believe it. That is why I watch it always. By moonlight, the moon shines in all night when there is a moon. I wouldn't know it was the same paper. At night, in any kind of light, in twilight, candlelight, lamplight, and worst of all, by moonlight, it becomes bars. The outside pattern, I mean, and the woman behind it is as plain as can be. I didn't realize for a long time what the thing was that showed behind the dim sub-pattern, but now I am quite sure it is a woman. By daylight, she is subdued, quiet. I fancy it is the pattern that keeps her so still. It is so puzzling. It keeps me quiet by the hour. I lie down ever so much now. John says it is good for me and to sleep all I can. Indeed, he started the habit by making me lie down for an hour after each meal. It is a very bad habit, I am convinced, for you see, I don't sleep. And that cultivates deceit, for I don't tell him I'm awake. Oh, no. The fact is, I am getting a little afraid of John. He seems very queer sometimes, and even Jenny has an inexplicable look. It strikes me occasionally, just as a scientific hypothesis, that perhaps it is the paper. I have watched John when he did not know I was looking, and come into the room suddenly on the most innocent excuses, and I've caught him several times looking at the paper. And Jenny, too. I caught Jenny with her hand on it once. She didn't know I was in the room, and when I asked her in a very quiet voice, with the most restrained manner possible, what she was doing with the paper, she turned around as if she had been caught stealing and looked quite angry, asked me why I should frighten her so. Then she said the paper stained everything it touched, that she had found yellow smooches on all my clothes and John's, and she wished we would be more careful. Did not that sound innocent? But I know she was studying that pattern, and I am determined that nobody shall find it out but myself. Life is very much more exciting now than it used to be. You see, I have something more to expect, to look forward to watch. I really do eat better and am more quiet than I was. John is so pleased to see me improve. He laughed a little the other day and said I seemed to be flourishing in spite of my wallpaper. I turned it off with a laugh. I had no intention of telling him it was because of the wallpaper. He would make fun of me. He might even want to take me away. I don't want to leave now until I have found it out. There is a week more, and I think that will be enough. I'm feeling ever so much better. I don't sleep much at night, for it is so interesting to watch developments, but I sleep a good deal in the daytime. In the daytime it is tiresome and perplexing. There are always new shoots on the fungus and new shades of yellow all over it. I cannot keep count of them, though I have tried conscientiously. It is the strangest yellow, that wallpaper. It makes me think of all the yellow things I ever saw, not beautiful ones like buttercups, but old, foul, bad yellow things. But there is something else about that paper. The smell. I noticed it the moment we came into the room, but with so much air and sun, it was not bad. Now we have had a week of fog and rain, and whether the windows are open or not, the smell is here. It creeps all over the house. I find it hovering in the dining room, skulking in the parlor, hiding in the hall, lying in wait for me on the stairs. It gets into my hair. Even when I go to ride, if I turn my head suddenly and surprise it, there is that smell. Such a peculiar odor, too. I have spent hours in trying to analyze it to find what it smelled like. It is not bad at first and very gentle, but quite the subtlest, most enduring odor I ever met. And this damp weather, it is awful. I wake up in the night and find it hanging over me. It used to disturb me at first. I thought seriously of burning the house to reach the smell. But now I am used to it. The only thing I can think of that it is like is the color of the paper, a yellow smell. There is a very funny mark on this wall, low down near the mopboard, a streak that runs around the room. It goes behind every piece of furniture except the bed, a long, straight, even smooch, as if it had been rubbed over and over. I wonder how it was done, and who did it, and what they did it for. Round and round and round, round and round and round. It makes me dizzy. I really have discovered something at last. Through watching so much at night, when it changes so, I have finally found out. The front pattern does move, and no wonder. The woman behind shakes it. Sometimes I think there are a great many women behind, and sometimes only one, and she crawls around fast, and her crawling shakes it all over. Then in the very bright spots, she keeps still, and in the very shady spots, she just takes hold of the bars and shakes them hard. And she is all the time trying to climb through. But nobody could climb through that pattern. It strangles so. I think that is why it has so many heads. They get through, and then the pattern strangles them off and turns them upside down and makes their eyes white. If those heads were covered or taken off, it would not be half so bad. I think that woman gets out in the daytime, and I'll tell you why privately. I've seen her. I can see her out of every one of my windows. It is the same woman I know, for she is always creeping, and most women do not creep by daylight. I see her in that long shaded lane creeping up and down. I see her in those dark grape arbors creeping all around the garden. I see her on that long road under the trees creeping along, and when a carriage comes, she hides under the blackberry vines. I don't blame her a bit. It must be very humiliating to be caught creeping by daylight. I always lock the door when I creep by daylight. I can't do it at night, for I know John would suspect something at once. And John is so queer now that I don't want to irritate him. I wish he would take another room. Besides, I don't want anybody to get that woman out at night but myself. I often wonder if I could see her out of all the windows at once, but turn as fast as I can only see out of one at one time. And though I always see her, she may be able to creep faster than I can turn. I have watched her sometimes away off in the open country, creeping as fast as a cloud shadow in a high wind. If only that top pattern could be gotten off from the under one. I mean to try it little by little. I have found out another funny thing, but I shan't tell it this time. It does not do to trust people too much. There are only 2 more days to get this paper off, and I believe John is beginning to notice. I don't like the look in his eyes. And I heard him ask Jenny a lot of professional questions about me. She had a very good report to give. She said I slept a good deal in the daytime. John knows I don't sleep very well at night, for all I'm so quiet. He asked me all sorts of questions too, and pretended to be very loving and kind, as if I couldn't see through him. Still, I don't wonder he acts so, sleeping under this paper for 3 months. It only interests me, but I feel sure John and Jenny are secretly affected by it. Hurrah! This is the last day, but it is enough. John is to stay in town overnight and won't be out until this evening. Jenny wanted to sleep with me, the sly thing, but I told her I should undoubtedly rest better for a night all alone. That was clever, for really I wasn't alone a bit. As soon as it was moonlight and that poor thing began to crawl and shake the pattern, I got up and ran to help her. I pulled and she shook. I shook and she pulled, and before morning we had peeled off yards of that paper, a strip about as high as my head and half around the room. And then when the sun came up and that awful pattern began to laugh at me, I declared I would finish it today. We go away tomorrow, and they are moving all my furniture down again to leave things as they were before. Jenny looked at the wall in amazement, but I told her merrily that I did it out of pure spite at the vicious thing. She laughed and said she wouldn't mind doing it herself, but I must not get tired. How she betrayed herself that time. But I am here, and no person touches this paper but me, not alive. She tried to get me out of the room. It was too patent. But I said it was so quiet and empty and clean now that I believed I would lie down again and sleep all I could, and not to wake me up even for dinner. I would call when I woke. So now she is gone, and the servants are gone, and the things are gone, and there is nothing left but that great bedstead nailed down with the canvas mattress we found on it. We shall sleep downstairs tonight and take the boat home tomorrow. I quite enjoy the room, now it is bare again. How those children did tear about here. The bedstead is fairly gnawed, but I must get to work. I have locked the door and thrown the key down into the front path. I don't want to go out, and I don't want to have anybody come in till John comes. I want to astonish him. I've got a rope up here that even Jenny did not find. If that woman does get out and tries to get away, I can tie her. But I forgot that I could not reach far without anything to stand on. The bed will not move. I tried to lift and push it till I was lame, and then I got so angry I bit off a little piece at one corner, but it hurt my teeth. Then I peeled off all the paper I could reach standing on the floor. It sticks horribly, and the pattern just enjoys it. All those strangled heads and bulbous eyes and waddling fungus growths just shriek with derision. I am getting angry enough to do something desperate. To jump out of the window would be admirable exercise, but the bars are too strong even to try. Besides, I wouldn't do it. Of course not. I know well enough that a step like that is improper and might be misconstrued. I don't like to look at the windows even. There are so many of those creeping women, and they creep so fast. I wonder if they all come out of that wallpaper as I did. But I am securely fastened now by my well-hidden rope. You don't get me out into the road there. I suppose I shall have to go back behind the pattern when it comes night, and that is so hard. It is so pleasant to be out in this great room and creep round as I please. I don't want to go outside. I won't, even if Jenny asks me to. For outside you have to creep on the ground, and everything is green instead of yellow. And here I can creep smoothly on the floor, and my shoulder just fits in that long smooch around the wall, so I cannot lose my way. Why, there's John at the door. It is no use, young man, you can't open it. How he does call and pound! Now he's crying for an axe. It would be a shame to break down that beautiful door. John, dear, said I in the gentlest voice, the key is down by the front steps under a plantain leaf. That silenced him for a few moments. Then he said, very quietly indeed, Open the door, my darling. I can't, said I. The key is down by the front door under a plantain leaf. And I said it again several times, very gently and slowly, and said it so often that he had to go and see, and he got it, of course, and came in. He stopped short by the door. What is the matter? He cried. For God's sake, what are you doing? I kept on creeping just the same, but I looked at him over my shoulder. I've got out at last, said I, in spite of you and Jane, and I've pulled off most of the paper, so you can't put me back. Now, why should that man have fainted? But he did, and right across my path by the wall, so I had to creep over him every time. End of The Yellow Wallpaper, read by Anna Shirey, Athens, Alabama, August 7th, 2023.